Here's a. Remember when I said, do you know what corn smut is?
Mm,
You think Business Insider is going to claim?
maybe.
Let's see. This guy won't care. This is a nice gardener.
You gonna try it? This corn on the cob is nothing to write home about. And this one, well, at least we got corn on it. It's a little small, but it'll be delicious. But this one that looks like some sort of mutation
What do you
from a
think?
different planet, well, this
Fucking
one
weird.
we're excited about.
Good. You wouldn't eat that?
Probably not.
All right. Did you say you want to play all offensive?
Sure. Are
Is
you
that
able to
you're saying I'm
support
going to
me?
go to war? Is that what you want to do?
Yeah. I don't know which
Okay.
leader I want to use.
Well, hang on, because I'll. Okay. We'll narrow it down. How involved with the water do you want to get?
What do you mean?
Just in general, do you want to be in the water a lot or barely ever see it?
I usually do a mixture. I usually towards the end I'm usually only in the water.
Okay, so you want. Okay. You want more trees?
What are you doing?
Do you want more trees or less trees? I'm generating a map.
Oh. Sure, more trees. I need production.
Okay. Now, temperature, we can go cold if we want to do Canada or Russia, or you can go hot if you want to be
Hmm.
some, you know,
I
Arab
kind of
nation or
like
something.
Alexander's no war weariness. That's kind of a neat
We'll just do standard.
kind of a neat attribute there,
Now,
Mr. Alexander.
well, sometimes it's nice to consolidate what you have, quickly slim down your army, and then like spec into all your science so you get a tech
That
lead.
yeah, true.
So
Do
that's the
an
thing is,
early run.
if you go to war early
Mm,
and get those cities, then you can set yourself up for
a
a
science
tech
victory.
lead.
Mm, true. Well, that's 20% production towards districts with a Nubian pyramid. I think if I did in Australia, but focused into war rather than building my city up and losing anyway, um, could be a okay production if they have either received a declaration of war or liberated a city in the past 10 turns.
Okay, so I'm gonna do the barbarian clans mode,
Oh my god, there's Stalin. Buildings in the
and
campus and
yeah,
industrial
but he doesn't
zone
work in the
yield culture
multiplayer.
and
Unfortunately,
tourism.
I put him in, but he doesn't work in the multiplayer. Okay, so the barbarian clans mode, um, the barbarian villages on the map,
Mm.
right? They'll continue spawning, you can go to destroy them for an XP boost, or you can raid them for gold to keep them existing on the map. And if they're on the map long enough, they'll become a city state.
Okay.
But there's going to be more barbarians because of it.
I have a hard cut for time, 11 o'clock, so 4 hours.
Yardening, everybody. If this is the first time you're seeing this or learning about what this is, I'm not actually that surprised. We had to look it up ourselves because even though I had seen this when I was younger in my grandmother's garden, I thought it was something harmful. It looks like a really bad mutation that could contain insects or something like that. And so
You didn't change
we
the
were a
title.
little bit more afraid of it than anything else.
Oh,
So we
I
looked
mean, I
this
didn't
up,
change
and so
anything. You said
what
just
we
go
found
live.
is here in the
Yeah,
U.S.
I'm changing it now.
This is pretty rare. This is called Huitlacoche, and it's a fungus. It's a fungus that is edible. So it's not a mushroom, but it shares that, characteristic with mushrooms, and that it's edible. So some things you should know. Typically, you won't find this in the U.S. because our sweet corn farmers try to avoid this at all costs. They spray fungicides because when they get this Huitlacoche growing, it really impacts their yields, and so they don't want that. But in other cultures, like Mexico, for example, where this is considered a delicacy, you could find this in many more major markets. You might also be able to find this in some organic stores here. We haven't really looked to see. The taste of this is supposed to be kind of a smoky, sweet taste if it's harvested at the right time. So you can see on the front here that some of these galls, and these are little galls here. Actually, I can pull this one up. This is a single kernel gall. But some of these galls have exploded, and inside there's this sort of chalky black fungus. So these are the spores inside. You don't want to eat this once these are opened up and you get that chalky substance. Instead, you're looking for the pieces that are nice and dark like this, but still have that silky kind of feel to it. And what's inside is going to be this inky-like substance. And what we've read is, and we've never tried this before. This is going to be our very first time trying it, so we're really excited about that. But what we've read is that this, like squid ink, for example, will color the whole dish that you're making. And so what we're going to make with this is something that this is commonly used for, and that is tacos. Apparently, and if you have a recipe that you use, we'd love to learn more about it, since this is our first time trying it. But apparently this is also really good to flavor soups, like tortilla soups, and so on. Some cool things about this Huitlacoche, though. It is an excellent source of a lot of vitamins and minerals, much more so than a standard ear of corn, which I think is pretty fascinating. It's got more carbohydrates, proteins, healthy fats, and it also has an amino acid called lysine, which is something that some vegetarians, when they are deficient in, it causes some problems. And so this is excellent if you're a vegetarian as well. So take a look at that. And you should know this too. Most of the galls, most of these little pockets that we have on ours are between 1 inch to 2 inches in size. Some of them are a lot smaller, but they can grow in diameter up to almost a foot. I'd love to see that. I think that's got to be incredible. You can also see it's making my hands really black here. So you can see what I'm talking about this inkiness. So we've never tried it before, but today is going to be our first. So Huitlacoche is a fungus that forms for a couple of different reasons. It often forms on unpollinated silk of corn, so that could
Are you
be
just
our
picking
case
random?
here.
What are you
but
doing?
I think what's more likely our case.
Well, I was waiting to see who are you going to be, Alexander?
I think so.
That's cool. All players heal whenever you capture a city with a world wonder. That's interesting. We'll definitely put China in then.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's go with Alexander.
Where's that one guy? What's that one motherfucker's name? There he was. So China's gonna definitely go for wonders. So what does this guy do? Okay, so so remember how I said it's good to sometimes someone connected to our game, which is funny because there's no slots open for them. What's interesting about Alexander is, remember how I was saying how you got to consolidate your stuff sometimes? Because he gets his science and culture bonuses from conquering. It kind of helps him. Do Montezuma. I like Montezuma because he's always really aggressive in the beginning, which is why I was shocked he was getting his ass kicked in that one game. And then who did I want? I had it in my head, but then
It's all news to me.
Make sure you're on team 1.
Is that this also forms frequently when there's a ton of rain, which creates really rapid growth, or a bunch of wind damage. And the wind damage can really open up places or wounds, I guess you could say, where this fungus can take hold. This is one of those cool aspects of gardening where you're learning something new, trying something new, discovering something new that we've never done before. So we're not necessarily suggesting that you go out and try to grow Huitlacoche, though you can. According to our research, if you've ever wondered, can you just try to grow this? There are ways of dipping
See, this isn't really getting into the history and shit of this, which is what I wanted, which I know Business Insider will talk about. Hey, here's an ordinary sausage.
Well, hey there, folks, and welcome back. I guess Quitlacucci, corn mushroom, also known as corn smut. Holy no. Mrs. Sausage, I'm thinking about becoming an electrician. How could you possibly know this was safe to eat? Normally would be about the time where I do a taste test, but I'm not gonna. Look, I've done a lot of bad things on this show, okay? But I don't deserve this. And I should also say that this sausage ingredient donation was donated by Discord member Rusty Brazenfire. Why would you do this? You said you loved me. Oh my God, it looks like the time I visited the Ponderosa Steakhouse. Ain't no way I'm eating that solo. So we're gonna mix it in with a whole bunch of pork.
On towards the stars.
Oh my God!
Son of the sun, father to a prosperous people who dwell among lofty peaks.
Knowing
Let
what's
the
waiting for
mountains
me
be
at the
roads
end.
to you,
I mean, it's
mighty
incredible. The
walls
more
to
I
your
dilute
enemies.
it, the worse it
For you
gets.
grow in
Now the
strength
smell
where
isn't
others would
horrifying.
starve.
It doesn't smell
Oh,
like how it looks.
Saperinka, who
What a
shakes the earth.
disaster! All
Show
right, salt,
strength and
pepper, and garlic
diligence,
powder.
and your
I would
name
say
will
it
shine
smells
throughout
kind
all of
of. It
history.
smells kind of fruity. Oh, who am I kidding? It smells like a horse barn where they keep all the sick horses. I've been a bad girl. I've been careless with a sausage man. Oh my God. Like, the surprises do not end. It just keeps getting worse and worse. All right. In 3, 2, 1. 1. Let's sausage. Oh, Nelly. Hold on, we got an air pocket in here.
This guy has a video where he makes an entire lasagna just to put it into a sausage. Look, my natural map reveal is Ukraine. Isn't that strange? It gave me the shape of Ukraine.
We go. Margaret Thatcher. Oh, yeah, now we're cooking. All right, well, I made a little bit of a miscalculation on how much casing we actually needed. So without further ado, I bring you A Night at the Opera. With special thanks to today's Mark Boxalo box artist, this guy. This Will It Blow is brought to you by Adam and Eve. So parents, final warning. Everyone else, you're not going to want to skip this one. It's a doozy.
Okay, then.
February is
I was about to,
statistically
but
the
he insisted
sexiest
I didn't
month of
need
the
to.
year. Why else would Valentine's Day be right smack dab in the middle of it? Let Adam and Eve spice up your Valentine's Day this year. Whether you're looking for romantic ideas for you and your partner, or your date this year is your own fist,
No.
Adam and Eve has got the toys, knickknacks, and doodads for any occasion or pain tolerance level. No one wants a stuffed teddy bear or convenience store chocolates. This year, you be the present, armed to the teeth with the best of what Adam and Eve has to offer. And your bedroom secrets are safe with Adam and Eve, because they've been doing this for over 50 years. And they always have
way.
discreet shipping, 24/7 customer support, and 90-day no-hassle returns, which I'm pretty sure they just burned. Go to adamandeve.com and use my promo code SAUSAGE to get 50% off one item and free shipping in the US and Canada, plus free rush processing. That's adamandeve.com, code SAUSAGE for 50% off one item and free shipping in the US and Canada, plus free rush processing. So will it blow?
Hopefully we're not that
Yes.
far apart.
But
It doesn't
darn,
seem
it
like
could
it.
have done better.
because
I
the map
clearly missed
diamond- or
everything
the
on
map-
the board. I'm gonna have to give that Will It Blow 3 more.
They fuck.
buffaloes.
Trapezoid is still
Like
pretty
holding a
big.
pulled poop. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, we're not that far from each other.
How do you even tell if it's done, people? We'll say it is and hope for the best. Well, all right, let's open it up and
Advance.
see how we did. It does not look any better. Smell-wise,
Unless
it
you
smells
can't go
like
the
any
other
old
side.
sausage. Okay, here we go.
Huh?
Unless you can't go the other way. Like, I can't go to the left, you can't go to the right.
I don't see why that would happen.
I don't know either.
We'll see when we get there, though.
Hey, not bad. In fact, it's actually good. Yes, it is technically corn, but it definitely tastes like mushroom in it, and it has the same texture of a mushroom. Maybe that's why on the can it says corn mushroom, but it's a delight. But because it is mushroom, it's it's a little wetter than just having an all meat sausage. So the skin's not exactly crispy, and the inside isn't exactly solid, but it's surprisingly good. Next time I'll probably cook the infected corn mushroom before I put it in the sausage. That way we'll get rid of some of this water that's been pooling up. So I'm gonna have to give this sausage here a 4 out of 5.
Not bad.
Bop, bop, bop.
Welcome back, everyone, to another reaction video. Well, I saw that Jack Rackham has a new video out called When You Accidentally Start. Appears to be about Martin Luther.
Was it
We
you
do
finding
talk from
stuff?
time to time about religious history, especially
Yeah, I have
where it
2 tribal
relates to world
villages.
history, and Martin Luther is absolutely one of those.
You ever think about what happens when you touch those tribal villages?
What, you get money? You
They
enslave them?
disappear.
You enslave and genocide them.
Sometimes. Sometimes you'll get a free unit. What do you think that means?
Colonization.
And you're just like, ooh, yummy. They call them goody huts in like the Civ
That's funny.
world. Why would you get up instead of advancing?
Those
Rude.
figures who is a religious figure, but absolutely a consequential, major consequential figure in European history, especially at that time and place, and everything that came afterwards. Major implications for what he did. So I think it's a good topic. I'll put the link down in the description so you can check it out without my commentary, as well as all of his other content. Let's dive into this one.
It's 1517, and Archbishop Albrecht of Mainz.
I got
has a
one
bit of a
era
problem.
score.
He can't
That's it?
stop collecting bishoprics.
They'll
And who
just
can
bring
blame
gifts
him?
as
Each
they
one
join your
comes with all the
civilization.
power and bragging rights of a regular fiefdom, except you say it's for
Yeah,
Jesus,
gifts.
and suddenly you don't pay any taxes.
And this is an important distinction he's making here, because in many parts of Europe, you can't really separate the religious from the secular, except when it comes to how you're taxed and how you are dealt
Hey,
with
Pantheon.
by the law. You know, the Catholic Church had its
That is a
own
fucking
set of
pretty quick
rules and
Pantheon,
its
turn
own set of
5
laws,
Pantheon.
and many times,
That's what's up.
in
Got it,
many
religious
places, you couldn't
settlements,
even
that's
be
what's
tried
up.
in regular
Suck my
courts if
dick.
you were part of one of these religious orders, or if you were something like a bishop. And a lot
Huge
of
for
these
me.
religious leaders, bishops, but especially some of the popes, viewed themselves more as secular rulers even than they did religious, but they took advantage of both when possible.
Canon law says you're supposed to stop at 1 per bishop, maybe 2 if you're really feeling it, but our guy's already got 2, and now he's getting twitchy.
Just one more. I can quit when I want to.
To feed his addiction, he has to buy
Ooh,
what's called a
village.
dispensation, basically a permission slip from the Pope. The only problem is, dispensations are spenny, and Albrecht doesn't want to spenny his
Yeah, dispensations become a tool used by the Pope often to get money, to get
I never
favors, to
fucking
get
get
power.
religious settlements,
Papal
man.
dispensation is really at the whim of the Pope. And if you really want one, you're going to have to let the Pope know what you're willing to do to get it. That's
Tribal
what
Village
Henry
must have
VIII
had a bunch
wanted.
of faith. One of the ones
right
I
around
got.
the same time, just a few years after this, the Henry VIII
I don't know how much faith
is going
you
to the
need.
Pope.
I assume it's
asking for
15 because I have
dispensation,
18.
in order to be able to get a dissolution from his wife so
You're
he can
granted a
remarry.
recon unit.
He had
Right.
gotten
I just
a
met Joseph
dispensation in
Stalin.
order to marry Catherine of Aragon in the
Kill
first
him.
place because she was his dead brother's widow. So the Pope's able to do this, and he's basically saying, we can ignore
Scout
the
on
rules
scout
in your
fight.
case. We're going to sign off on this.
hard-earned fortune that he inherited from his rich family to pay for it. You can't exactly inherit Dad's fortune twice. So how do you pay for a dispensation without
And I think the Pope he's referring to here was actually a part of the Medici family.
actually using your own money? You could sell indulgences? Yeah, indulgences work. Have you considered indulgences?
Quiet, quiet. Let me think.
Higher than expected score? You
I
talking
got
shit?
it. We'll sell indulgences.
I think this is Leo the 10th. I'm pretty sure that's who the Pope is here.
In Catholicism, when you die, you don't go straight to
A
heaven.
mugwort.
Jesus forgives you, but you still stink of sin, so you gotta take a little bath in diet hell, otherwise known as purgatory. So Grandma's not in a better place just yet. If you want Grandma to spend less time burning alive, you buy an indulgence. The Pope has a chat with the big man upstairs. You got the cash? Yeah, I got the cash. You got the stuff? I am the stuff. And suddenly your good deed makes up for Grandma's coke habit. And boom, she skips to the front of the line to get to heaven. These little party favors were huge with the Renaissance popes.
Yeah, in fact, one of the ways that they paid to build St. Peter's, the current St. Peter's that's in the Vatican, which is a magnificent and massive church. I'm pretty sure it's the largest church in the world, and it's
I'm going
been there
for
twice now.
urban
the
planning.
Basilica?
The rare early
Wonderful to
urban
visit. But
planning, but I'm going to
a
have
lot of it
3
was paid
cities,
for
so
by
I think it's worth
these
it.
indulgences. People who, you got to remember, this is a time and place when, in most places, the Bible was not translated into the common language of the people. It was in Latin. And so unless you knew Latin and you were part of that kind of elite educated class, you couldn't
You got
read it for
3
yourself.
cities
You were
already.
relying on what you were being told.
Yeah, I got
And in
religious
addition to
settlements.
this, of course, you had the church had
So I'm
its
about
own
to have
teachings that were
the next
not
turn
part
I
of,
get a
of
settler.
scripture.
So
I
that would
have-
be
but
my
were
first
still
settler,
considered
but I got
canon
religious
law.
settlements.
And
I
so if
have
they
beer.
told you that this was the reality, then
You have what?
I have beer. And tobacco.
Oh, as resources?
Mm-hmm.
I have rubber.
Rubber's good.
Yeah. You know what it's time for. Get
Condom?
those rubber yields or your hand's gonna go.
You accepted that, and you bought these indulgences, and you funded whatever the project was at the time. In this case, Albrecht of Mainz getting his new bishopric, or the Pope getting his new basilica.
The current one in 1517 is a little broke from throwing tea parties, and hey, the Sistine Chapel ain't gonna pay for
Good job,
itself.
Scout.
So the Pope
Kill those
tells
warriors.
Albrecht, and Albrecht
Fuck 'em.
tells his friar to go hawk those indulgences.
shit.
And he uses some questionable marketing tactics. Don't let Grandma roast in purgatory. For the low price of 1 guilder, your loved ones can skip the flames and head straight to paradise. As soon as the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from
Tankies
purgatory
would
springs.
And
Spit a
you know, that
fucking
sounds like a joke,
fit
but that's
because it's
literally
called the
something
Soviet
that they
Empire.
used. And I think it was Johann Tetzel was the guy that that Albrecht of Mainz hires to go out and basically extort people for money.
They would
And he
screech.
did use that exact phrase about
It's not an
the soul from
empire,
purgatory
it's
springs. Let me hear that again.
anti-imperialist.
Some might call his methods predatory. A young priest named Martin Luther from Purgatory Springs Paradise.
I wanna go back and hear it again.
The coin in the coffer rings, the soul from Purgatory Springs.
As soon as the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs. 100% real.
Some might call his methods predatory. A young priest named Martin Luther called them straight up heretical. Luther was supposed to be a lawyer, and probably a pretty good one, but after dabbling in philosophy, he realized he could never use reason to understand God. So he went looking for
You see already how bad of a path this is going. This is what's going to cause Protestantism. A lawyer who then studies philosophy? No, no, no. That makes no sense. Lawyers can't study philosophy. One exists in reality and the other one is just thinking a bunch.
Oh, I utilized the military engineer, and moving across my cities to defend my shit was so fucking easy. I am only doing that from now on. Like, investing the time to use them to build the railways? Holy shit.
Costs a lot of resources though.
What do you mean? How so?
Every railroad costs 1 iron and 1 coal or something.
Oh, I had so much, you have no idea.
Yeah, yeah. So you also have to luck out with those resources though.
Yeah, okay.
understanding in a monastery.
And there was actually a moment in Luther's life where he was out. I don't remember the exact details, but there was some kind of a lightning storm, and he was convinced he was going to get struck by lightning, and he promised God to dedicate his life. He would dedicate his life to him if he saved him from this.
He was scared of lightning
So he
and
did.
said, "God,
Became
please
the
save
ultimate
me."
Catholic. Not only was he incredibly well read, but he was number one where it counted most: guilt. Forgive me, Father, for I thought about sausage during Mass. Am I going to hell? Forget the Hail Marys, you need to touch grass. But the other thing that made Luther stand out among his peers was that while most theologians saw Scripture and church tradition as two sides of the same coin, Luther believed that Scripture was the only source of divine guidance.
Right, so this is the idea of sola scriptura, which, you know, basically God speaks through the Bible. It's the inspired word of God, and not, you know, you can't add to it, you can't change
what,
it
you got barbarians?
based on whoever the
Yeah,
Pope is and
slingers.
what he says. And
My
so
warriors
church
are on the way,
tradition-
and my slingers are only two.
So this
two
is
things
definitely
away.
a break
But I'm
from
also about
traditional
to settle
Catholic
another
teaching
city, so-
that Luther is going with.
If it's not in the Bible, it doesn't count. And speaking
Is
of
this the
things
film?
that aren't in the Bible, Luther
Yes.
believed
Okay.
salvation was God's business, and no priest had the power to sell a
Hey, a
shortcut to
volcano.
heaven. Nowhere in the Bible does God say, "Thou shalt pay the Pope to get into paradise."
In fact, Luther, in his list, in his 95 Theses, one of the things he says is that if the Pope has the power to free people from purgatory, why would he not do it out of Christian love instead of doing it
Yeah.
as a way to make money. And so these are the kinds of things he's saying. And he's not intending to start a new religion. He's not intending to break away from the church. He's intending to reform the church, to fix what he sees as broken with it. And this happens a lot in history. How many times do people start out trying to fix something, and when that something doesn't want to be fixed, they find out that the only way they can do what they need to do is to be outside of that. It's the American Revolution's all about. The American Revolution started out as a way for the Continental Congress and the leadership in the colonies to say, listen, we need to fix our relationship with the crown. They weren't intending to break away. It was only when they realized they weren't going to be able to get anywhere that they said, fine, we're breaking away and starting our own country.
But most people didn't know that. The Bible is written in ancient Greek, and the
Yep.
average person speaks not ancient Greek.
Yeah, but they're not reading it in ancient Greek. They're using very often the Latin Vulgate Bible, which is all written in Latin. It's a translation from the Hebrew and Aramaic that the Old Testament is written in, and the Greek that the New Testament's written in.
So they assume that since the Pope is God's representative on Earth, what he says is the Word of God. But Luther doesn't buy it. He didn't believe in using reason to question God, but when it came to questioning humans, reason was fair game.
Told you they'd
And
be more
his reason
barbarian.
tells him that indulgences make no sense. He writes a polite letter to the Archbishop and basically asks him, where exactly in the Bible does God mention a payment plan for salvation? And because he complained about 95
Used
things,
to
the letter
soon.
later
Got a lot
became known as
sleepy.
Martin Luther's
Could've been
95
grabbing these
Theses.
horses.
Luther more famously nailed a copy of the 95 Theses on the door of All Saints Church in Wittenberg, but contrary to popular belief, this wasn't meant as some big, macho, cataclysmic, symbolic gesture. At the time, church doors were basically community bulletin boards.
Yeah, they absolutely were. While he's saying it's not meant for that, it became that, right? You know, a lot of times what we intend for something to be isn't what it ends up being made into by other people. And so this became a symbolic thing because of what happened afterwards.
The educated elite or clergymen, and they were there to invite debate. But without realizing it, Luther had just thrown down the gauntlet against the most powerful religious institution in the world.
At a time when other people had done the same thing. Martin Luther is hardly the first person to stand up to what he sees as corruption of the religion and corruption in the church. The difference is that he was successful with it, in that he got the backing of powerful people, which saved his life and also caused the break from Rome in Germany. Many others who had tried similar things ended up being burned at the stake or labeled as heretics and forgotten.
Now, ironically, after complaining about the Bible being in a language no one could read, Luther posted his protest in Latin. But eventually, somebody did him the favor of translating it into German. And thanks to a little invention called the printing press.
This is a perfect example of the confluence of timing and inventions and circumstances. I've talked about this before. A great example is Napoleon Bonaparte. What Napoleon Bonaparte achieved was possible in large part because of the time and the circumstances in which he was born. Had he been born 30 years earlier or 30 years later, maybe we never even hear his name. George Washington, another great example of that. So Luther comes along at just the right time when you have other events going on and you have inventions like the printing press becoming available to help mass produce the information.
His work spread across Europe like the plague, but in a good way for him, maybe. Suddenly.
And interestingly enough, when we think of this time period, two of the people who come to mind who, as Protestant, figureheads, Martin Luther and Henry VIII. Well, Henry VIII writes some pretty strong attacks against Martin Luther when all this goes down, to the point where the Pope calls Henry VIII the defender of the faith. Only for Henry 10 years later to turn around and break away himself. But in Henry's case, he saw himself as a good Catholic. He just didn't want to be under the power of the Pope in Rome.
Everyone and their moms were debating Luther's arguments against the church, and some were even nodding along in agreement, saying, yeah, why does the Pope need our lunch money to build his mega church? Archbishop Albrecht, on the other hand, was not happy. Who does this random monk think he is, telling the church how to manage its flock? If the church is supposed to be a good shepherd like Jesus, sometimes they gotta fleece the sheep. The clergy had been tending souls for centuries, and if a few coins happened to fall into the collection plate
gold
along the way, well, that was just
to
part
buy
of good
units?
stewardship. Besides, that indulgence money was supposed to fund his bishopric habit, not spark a theology debate. But
Now, and this is an important point.
Because it takes
to
one
mention
turn
here,
for me to
you know, 'cause
generate a
I
slinger.
hear
I'm
this
gonna
a
have so
lot
many, it's
from
okay.
people
I can
who
take some
are not
losses now.
Christians who I've seen on social media and things like that, people saying that the church is all about money grabbing and taking advantage of people. And while I'm not denying that that happens in some churches and some denominations, things like that, by and large, most Christians, at least in the circles that I am a part of, believe it to be an important part of their faith that they give a tithe, the 10%, or sometimes more or sometimes less, depending on where they're at, in order to support the work of the church, to support mission work, to support the ministries of the church, to support having a pastor and having people on staff for that church, funding the electricity and the air conditioning and all those sorts of things. You know, it's an important thing that many Christians believe is sacred, a sacred duty of ours, and we don't see it as being taken advantage of. We see it as supporting what we love. You know, just like you would support whatever causes that you believe in.
in late 1518, Rome's patience was wearing thin. This random German monk is making way too much noise and is undermining the authority of the church. So he's hauled in front of a cardinal on trial.
Sounds like some commie gobbledygook to me.
Could have opened up a proper theological debate, but who
Oh
was the
no,
Pope had him on
my
a short
city
leash.
flooded.
Yeah, the cardinal basically.
I need some flood
in
barriers.
I want to say it was
I built
Cayetan
my
was
city
the
on
name
a
of the cardinal.
floodplain. Fuck.
Was basically there to just get Luther to recant everything and send him on his way.
That's not good.
Having sufficiently submitted himself to the authority of the church. And Luther doesn't do that. He basically doubles down and he says, no, let's just talk about this. Let's be reasonable. I think that, you know, it's important for us to fix what's broken here.
Instead, he cuts right to the chase. Perhaps, Brother Martin, you'd care to withdraw your statements, and we can all
Hey,
move
hey!
on as if this
Hey,
unfortunate
wrong with the rat?
misunderstanding
Hey,
never
what's up?
happened. To which Luther
What's going
replies, and what are you gonna do if I say no? Luther gets kicked out of the church, but he won't take it lying down. He grabs the bull of excommunication, marches straight to the university square in Wittenberg, and lights it on fire.
Yep.
Where is this in the Bible?
Yeah, and understand that excommunication is another powerful tool that the Pope has in order to bend people to his will and get them to submit to the church. Because as a Catholic, you viewed excommunication as basically being cut off from communion with the church. And that is equivalent to being cut off from being able to go to heaven. So this was the ultimate punishment. This was saying you are no longer a Christian, you're going to hell, and you are now an enemy of the church.
He was very passionate. In response, the church declares that all of Luther's writings are heretical and orders them to be banned and burned throughout Germany. That's a bit difficult, though. Germany wasn't Germany.
Right.
It was the Holy Roman Empire, which was more like a messy patchwork of
I've never
princes,
seen him
dukes,
freak out
bishops,
quite like that.
city-states, and free towns, all
heard it.
doing
That
their
was
own
strange.
thing as described in my Holy
He was
Roman
literally,
Empire
like,
video. So,
running
although Charles V, the Holy Roman
on
Emperor
the side of the
himself,
cage in a circle,
Charles V,
like
man of the giant.
Weird.
you know, like a centrifuge, just straight spinning.
It's very strange. Hi, Coupe. Will you tell me about myself? No, because I'm going to kill you later. We are busy. Go away. My farm.
Chin. He's
My
a
farm was
nephew
totally
of
destroyed.
Catherine
Fuck.
of Aragon, who at this
And then
point
I got
is
a
still Henry
blizzard up
VIII's
top.
wife.
Motherfucker.
He's also the king of Spain. Part of that Habsburg inbreeding that's going on there, and he's in a bit of a pickle here because he's got to keep all of these groups happy, all of these various types of.
The
It's
blizzard's
not like he
getting
just
worse.
has a bunch of territories underneath
Oh
him
my
that
God,
are all the
all my
same,
shit
that
is in
all
there.
equally kind of view the world the
Well,
same
the
way.
barbarians
They're
are gone.
different views on government. They have different
That's a
systems
positive,
of
I guess.
government. They have very strange borders at times. They have allies and enemies, and it is a really, really hard thing to keep together.
Sided with the Pope and wanted Luther crushed. He couldn't just snap his fingers and make it happen. He had to convince all those local rulers to play along, and many of them weren't exactly eager to enforce Rome's ban.
Including Martin Luther's own head of state, who is the Elector of Saxony, Frederick.
Some genuinely liked Luther's ideas, others genuinely liked sticking it to the Pope, and some probably figured, hey, if the Pope loses power, I get to keep more taxes. So, Charles V summons Luther to another trial at the Imperial Diet of
There you
Worms.
go, you
Not
got
really to
some
question him,
archers.
but to show everyone that
Yeah, I
this
got a
man's
few.
ideas are dangerous. If he
And this is, honestly, to me, obviously as a Protestant...
My beer farm is gone. This is
who,
a travesty.
has a fairly high regard for Martin Luther. Martin Luther's not a perfect guy. Very anti-Semitic. Got into a war of nasty words with Thomas More in England. If you want to read some of the stuff they wrote to each other, it's pretty horrific for two so-called Christians to say the things that they said. But this moment at the Diet of Worms, when he is called on to recant publicly and is facing the possibility of execution, and he responds, and kind of the end of his response is to say, unless I am convinced by Scripture and by plain reason, I will not recant. To go against conscience is neither right nor
Gay.
safe. My conscience is
Sounds like
captive
some
to the
gay
word of
commie
God. Here I
bullshit to
stand.
me.
I can do no other. I love that.
he could get the whole empire to realize Luther is a heretic, the problem would solve himself. Unfortunately, Charles V's arguments weren't entirely persuasive. Martin Luther, do you recant your writings? That depends. Can you prove me wrong with Scripture?
Right.
Debate
And
Lord.
it actually goes
Cringe.
into some detail. He initially stands before them, and he's asked to recant, and he asks if he can have time to think about it and to pray about it. And then he comes back the next time they meet, and he kind of separates his writings into different groups. He says one group is really just an explanation of accepted Christian truth that I think even the Pope would agree with. Another
Truther.
group I wrote against individuals, and I was probably too harsh. But then there's a group that I think is important to stand by, and that's where I call out the corruption in the church, and I will not back down from that.
Luther is arrested and hauled out of the Diet, but that wasn't the end of his story. Among the audience that day was Frederick the Wise
happens
of
now? Why
Saxony.
can't I
He's one of the
Yep.
big shots who actually got to
Like
vote
this?
for the Holy Roman Emperor, because that was a thing the Holy Roman Empire
You're
did.
at the camp,
Yes, he's an elector.
Yeah.
You can
he also
destroy it
happens
for
to feel that
experience.
He's personally responsible for Luther.
or loot it for gold. If you destroy it, it will be wiped, but a new one will spawn nearby. There's a tribal village also to the north of you, I can see. Little bit north to the
Yep, I see it.
west of the city. Alright, I got ponies. Now I need some boats.
All barbarians spawned.
Because Luther
Yeah.
is one of his subjects, and he had sponsored Luther, and
Like I
had
said,
promised
there
him
will be
safe
more
passage.
barbarians.
I like what he does to make sure he gets safe passage.
Frederick admired Luther's
But you can
ideas,
use it
or
to
at
level
least
up your
admired the
units,
chaos
too.
they
Blasphemy.
caused.
I like it.
Get a lot of
As
combat
Luther is being
experience.
transported back from Worms, his
If you keep the
entourage
camp
is
from being
suddenly
destroyed,
ambushed
you can
by
just
a
farm
group
it.
of
We are
armed
bandit.
horsemen. Stop right there, eh? We're dangerous outlaws. Hand over the monks.
Yeah, real sad. You'll regret it. Signed, the Bandits.
You wrote the bandits?
Oh, you wanted to know it's official, eh?
Shut up.
I love how he's portraying this, because yeah, it's just Frederick's people who are kidnapping Martin Luther to keep him safe.
Carl, grab him before someone notices. These kidnappers were Frederick's men. Luther was being smuggled into hiding at Wartburg Castle in Eisenach, where he would spend the next year under Frederick's protection, safe from the Pope or anyone else who wanted his
Yeah,
head.
where's Luther? Frederick, hand him over. I don't know where he is. I didn't take him. Some bandits took him. He's probably dead for all we know.
On a fight. From his little hideout in Saxony, Luther published
Hey,
more pamphlets.
from the
And
Aztecs.
these aren't just about indulgences anymore. He's going all in. He's attacking the monasteries, the papacy. He even bullies Archbishop Albrecht into quitting the indulgence trade cold turkey.
Yeah, and starts translating the Bible into German.
But one thing that really twisted the church's rosary beads was when Luther translated the Bible into German. For centuries,
Bible.
the church held a monopoly on scripture. They were the only ones who could read it and conveniently let the people know what God really meant. But once the Bible was in German...
And understand that in many places, this was a crime punishable by being burned at the stake to translate the Bible into your common language. Not everywhere and in not every situation, but in many cases.
It was like that for the
Thanks to
Quran
the
for a
printing
minute.
press, everyone from blacksmiths to barmaids had their own Bible.
And that
God's
kind of
word
still
was-
is. So, like, translated Qurans, most of the time, one side is Arabic and then the other side is the translation of each page.
Interesting.
But not always.
Oh, my poor Archer.
Open source.
Like, you can find, like, Quran Cliff Note type stuff, you know? Because, like, technically, like, you'd have to adhere to the specific doctrine that says the Quran must be in Arabic.
Yeah.
So, like, it would be an interfaith thing. But, you know, there
gotcha.
was a point in time where that kind of... I don't know what the punishment was, but it was just... You weren't supposed to do it.
Luther believed that if everyone returned directly to Scripture, they would all see the truth, his truth, and the church would be restored to its original purity. The
Instead, it causes one of the bloodiest wars in European history.
people of Europe interpreted it
Hell
differently.
yeah.
The market was flooded with Luther clones. Zwinglians, Calvinists, and Anabaptists each put their own spin on Scripture. And since Luther's whole deal was that no one person had the ultimate claim to interpret the Bible, yeah, he couldn't exactly shut them down.
Yeah, this is a great point. This does kind of open the floodgates to the thousands of denominations that we have today. And that was one of the things that, while I agree with Luther that there were major issues with the church that needed to be fixed, I also understand why the church kind of kept such a lockdown on these things that they viewed as heresy, because they were worried about exactly this, division in the church. So I can kind of see both sides of this.
In 1524, German peasants decided that if the church was illegitimate because it wasn't in the Bible, then
Hey, gold.
feudalism wasn't either. If God never said anything about paying taxes to some guy in a castle, why should they? If we're free before God, why not free from our landlords too? The revolt spread like wildfire across southern and central Germany. Bands of peasants torched castles, looted monasteries, and announced they were building God's kingdom on earth. Some even claimed the apocalypse was coming, and they were the chosen instruments to
Deus
usher
Vult.
it in, and not
God
all
wills
of the
it.
other guys who thought the apocalypse was coming before then. These
Hey,
guys
that
in
sounds
Munster
awfully
took
a lot like
idea
the
a step
Shahada.
further, shutting off the city from the outside world and instituting a
It
proto-communist
is.
death cult with mandatory
It's the
polygamy.
Christian
That
Shahada,
is a
baby.
separate, much older video. The marketplace of ideas.
Deus Vult
and
is
knows
the
no
Christian
bounds.
Shahada. You are one.
And then
no, you, Pete
Christ
Hexas
is
has that
king.
shit tattooed on him.
Christ is king. I'm sure that there's an Islamic
Deus
Like-
Vult is
translation.
totally, though. It's totally. And
It is.
It's fucking hysterical. Pete Hegseth has that on him.
I say it jokingly, but I'm not joking.
The Coupe's losing loyalty on a city right here, and then I'm about to settle right next to him to put further pressure on it.
I'm still trying to get my third city.
Where was
Way
that
ahead.
fucking gold? There it is.
Hey, video.
With their grievances, he had been blasting the elites for years after all, but when things turned violent and more than a wee bit crazy, Luther quickly backpedaled and told the peasants to stand down. Brother Martin, you said all men are equal before God. Your example taught us to throw off our oppressors. We thought you would join us in glorious revolution. Light 'em up, boys. Luther said that the peasants who were inspired by his words should be put down like dogs, and the princes took him at his word. By the end of 1525, between 70,000 and 100,000 peasants were killed, one of the deadliest uprisings in European history. In Munster, the leaders were tortured, and their corpses were hung in iron cages from the church tower as a warning.
And sadly, this is just the beginning, because you're going to get far more deadly wars between Protestants and Catholics because of all this.
Fun fact, if you visit Munster today, you can still see those cages dangling from the tower as a warning, though unfortunately without the original occupants. As for Luther, he spent his last years watching the movement he'd unleashed spiral way beyond his control. Both his physical and mental health started
I ran
deteriorating
straight into a
after all
flood.
of his actuallying, though he lived
I hope
long
he didn't
enough
take
to see the
damage.
Catholic Church actually do some
One of
reform
my
in the
archers took damage from
Counter-Reformation, and just long enough to
blizzard.
realize his dream of
Yeah,
a
blizzards will
unified,
fuck your day up.
purified church
Yeah, they're
was
not fun.
never going to happen. He died in 1546, leaving behind not a unified church, but an entirely new branch of Christianity and centuries of civil wars in Europe.
Yep. That's all very true. That was a fantastic presentation on this story that is one that I feel like I know a decent amount about. And I think he did a really good job with presenting it. And I would highly recommend for you. It's not a perfect movie, but the movie Luther, starring Joseph Fiennes as Martin Luther, shows a lot of what we just talked about here. It's got Alfred Molina plays Johann Tetzel. Bruno Ganz, who very famously
Yeah,
plays...
whatever, Grandpa. Let's get you to bed.
I don't like you. Get away from me. Why is he allied with me? Oh, that's you.
The Russians and their native allies made camp on an island off the coast of
I was about to
Alaska
grief you.
on the orders of company leader Alexander Baranov. When daylight...
What?
Hmm?
What did
I
you
didn't
say?
realize you were the Inca.
Okay, and then what'd you say after?
I said I was gonna grief you.
Where you're near me?
No, I was gonna fucking lodge a grievance.
Oh, what did I do?
It's so weird. There was so many people that were like, fuck you. And it says, has different government. I'm like, go fuck yourself. Everyone is my friend except for you. You're the odd one out, you fuck. We're fascists and you're not fascists. We don't like you. Where? It's funny that fascists in the game are also massive sooks. You need my city. Where?
No, remember you nuked him and he stopped being fascist.
That's right. Nuked him out of fascism. Yeah, it works. Historically known to work.
Fuck off, boat. That's a powerful boat.
I kinda want that for a city spot. But no. I'll settle a city right on this corner here. So that I have access to the water.
Left them, the lapping waves and trees and sand began to crawl. Dark figures fell upon the camp guards, tore into tents, and stabbed at the scattering men. The Russians responded with gunfire while their allies shot arrows.
Russians, kill 'em.
But in the words of Baranov, the attackers charged in wooden and plated armor and helmets with images of various monsters' faces, of which none of our bullets or buckshot pierced. They appeared to us in the darkness more frightful than the most hellish devils. Some of the several hundred encamped men fled in
Damn,
their
bro.
boats, while
They
others
really
fought off
fucked
attacks
their
with
day
cannon
up.
until reinforcements
What a
arrived
thing
and
to
the enemy
say.
fell back. Baranov surveyed the bleeding camp, his own life having only been saved by a coat of mail. He and his men were fur traders, seeking fortune while advancing the frontier of the mother country. What began as the eastward conquest of Siberia centuries before under Ivan the Terrible now brought the Russians to the edge of the vast American continent. The raiders of the previous night were an armored and mighty people called the Klinket, who Baranov learned had been seeking revenge against their enemies, the Chugach people, before they stumbled upon the Russians and decided to plunder them instead.
I
The
agree.
Klinket
Plunder the
dominion
Russians.
lay in the waters beyond, a stretch of Alaskan coastline formed by misty islands and white mountains, and fortified by powerful
my farm, you
villages and
die.
clans. This was the region that Baranov and the Russians would invade next, and it would be the stage of the Russian versus
Strong
Native
boat.
American wars. This was an age in which distant peoples came into contact, timelines converged. Experiencing the historic traditions of another culture is part of why I loved traveling to Mongolia last summer with my brother and fans of this channel. And for my next trip to Egypt, I'm avoiding a huge travel hassle by using Saily. Sometimes travelers need internet connection to translate something or get direction. The leader of these pioneers, Alexander Baranov, now led his company down the coast and founded a fort in the name of St.
Hell
Michael the
yeah.
Archangel. Fort Mikhailovsky was to serve the fatherland as a vital outpost in prime waters. The Russians and their indigenous allies had tracked east for years, rapaciously hunting sea otters for
No,
fur
the
trade.
Maori are sending out another
Amidst
settler.
islands of
They
cold,
just already
trickling
lost their
evergreens,
city.
Baranov declared,
They got another one right
Almighty
here.
God aids us here, affirming everywhere the glory of Rus. We shall create and further take American land that is useful to Russia. Their intrusion would surely meet resistance. It was 7 years since that dreadful night, the Klinket attack. And only with the tenuous permission of a
How
local
about
Klinket
this?
chief
You know what, Stalin? You got a deal.
What did he say?
So I said, join ongoing war. So apparently he's already at war with Coupe. I was going to him to ask him to go to war with Coupe.
Hilarious.
And he's already at war with him. And of course he's taking his capital, right? So I said, join ongoing war, what will you give me? And he said 1 gold. And I said, you know what? Deal. You got it, dude. Cool.
I need more production. Don't fucking talk to me, you weird feathered jaguar man.
Fort Mikhailovsky.
Just realized who you're talking to.
A few dozen men of the company spent the coming winter in the creaking fort, cold months plagued by leaks, scurvy, and rumors of impending native attack. The coasts of this region were here and there framed by looming totem poles and great houses, the abodes of the distinct clans and lineages of some 10,000 or more Tlingit. This people had long expanded and guarded their territory by combat. As the Russian interlopers proclaimed the supremacy of a distant emperor, the warrior Kalyan of Raven Clan was not alone in his thoughts of armed resistance. Like all Tlingit men, Kalyan had been raised to endure pain, to seek honor in battle, and to repay blood with blood. The serene veil of mist which lingered often on these shores covered the movements of the shadow fleets.
Hanging Gardens, motherfucker.
Oh, you already built them?
Just got him that turn.
Tlingit raiders had for generations
Boom.
brought ruin to their enemies, taking plunder, captives, and vengeance. Lightly armed fighters might carry a bow and arrow, with their hair in a top knot, but the characteristic Tlingit warrior attacked in layers of hide, cuirasses of wood, and scowling helmets, charging with spears, daggers, and other sidearms. These titans of the Northwest met their greatest match against the equally armored Haida and Tsimshian people along their borders. Still, life in this region was not dominated by war, but by the coming and going of fish. The warmer months drew the Tlingit to fishing camps to harvest the bountiful salmon, much of it to be dried and stored for later in the year. They enriched this diet with other fish and fish oil, and collected crabs and mollusks, and hunted deer, seals, porpoises, and many other animals. And the approach of winter drew them back to their sprawling villages, where the people lived together in large, open houses, where shamans danced and chiefs and nobles displayed status through generosity and the possession of luxury goods, including jewelry, copper plates, and robes trimmed with ermine fur or puffin beaks. Commoners traditionally dressed in plaited cedar bark, fur, and hide, and toiling away were the slaves, often the maltreated, captured enemies of the Tlingit. These ancient ways of life and war afforded the Tlingit security, a surplus of food, and ample time for the arts. Yet what most worried Baranov was that the Tlingit were changing, adapting. Baranov forbade his men from trading firearms to them. As the
Please don't sell them guns.
Don't give them guns! That's honestly, the smartest thing I've ever heard somebody do when dealing with, like, North Americans.
Yeah. Probably a good idea. They seem quite proficient with weapons.
Yeah. They learned how to use these quick. Don't give them to them.
State-backed monopoly called the Russian-American Company, Baranov had command of all of his merchant countrymen on the continent, but Russians were hardly the only foreigners who wandered these lands. Spanish galleons from the Philippines had traced the Alaskan coast back in the 16th century, and after a 1741 Russian expedition under Vitus Bering reached the shores of southeast Alaska, the latter half of the century brought the Tlingit also into contact with the Spanish, French, and English, with whom they ambitiously traded pelts for iron to craft into tools and weapons. They knew already how to work native copper and may have possessed iron in small quantities, salvaged from Chinese or Japanese shipwrecks. Whispers passed now between the village of Kalyan to the other coves and islands, a secret call to uprising. It was no longer the ports of Europe that strengthened these Tlingit, but the ships of Boston. To the unease of Baranov, merchants from the fledgling United States of America supplied firearms and gunpowder to the Tlingit in exchange for otter pelts, which were in turn sold to Chinese markets. Owing to this commerce, some Tlingit warriors now brandished American guns and wore armor made of Chinese coins.
Nice.
Day by day, this arsenal grew, and so it seemed a new kind of war would soon sweep over these lands. In the spring of 1802, a fleet departed the Russian base at Yakutat.
Yak attack.
This was a massive hunting expedition, comprising Russians and several hundred native allies. At the command of Baranov's associate Ivan Kuskov, they moved southeast along shores that felt more hostile than before. Resentment toward the Russians had spread like fire among the old Tlingit lineages, for these hunting ventures had begun to deplete the sea otter population and undercut Tlingit trade. And in scattered instances over the preceding years, the Russians and their allies had stolen from, imprisoned, and killed members of the Tlingit. Now, 40 miles from base, the wrathful Tlingit appeared before them. Hundreds rushed forth with guns, daggers, and lances. In the firefight, the Tlingit feigned retreat to lure the Russians into the forest. Kuskov instead drew back to a defensible island. Both sides had suffered only a handful of casualties. But with his ammunition dwindling, Kuskov struck a truce, then turned back to base to restock on ammo and supplies. He had little idea that this was the beginning of the Great Tlingit Rebellion. When the chief of the Kiksadi Tlingit allowed the construction of Fort Mikhailovsky years before, he may have unknowingly pledged his clan to the Russian Tsar. It was now well known how Russian merchants regarded their newest subjects. Many of the hunters who sailed with them were the indigenous people of the Aleutian Islands, whom the merchants had colonized and forced to work as their hunters. Though the prospect of this sort of servitude stirred the Tlingit, they lacked a king or council to rally their many clans to war. The autonomous Tlingit groups nevertheless maintained ties through potlatch ceremonies and gift exchange. Each clan, moreover, belonged to either the Raven or Eagle division. The Tlingit were obliged to marry members from the opposite moiety. And so the old allegiances between clans were now called upon. As Tlingit men took up their armor and weapons, they sent entreaties to other indigenous groups, even former enemies, to join the rebellion. In June of 1802, over 1,000 warriors of the Tlingit, joined by some Haida and Tsimshian, converged on Fort Mikhailovsky in an unprecedented alliance. The Russians and their allies were slaughtered where they stood, run through with spears and riddled with gunfire.
So many random.
Oh, I'm dying!
Attacking warriors through the fort, the defenders pulled back to the upper barracks, desperately firing cannons until they fell to the onslaught. The vanquished lay dead, and the fort became a pyre around which the victorious Tlingit hauled away captives and plundered furs. The next day, a party of Russians and their allies returned from a sea lion hunt, and the Tlingit crushed them.
About to get this.
The rebels, in their triumph, had severed the head of the Russian imperial snake in their lands. The gray shores of Sitka Sound, from the field of battle to the Tlingit dwellings, acquired a grave stillness about them. Before long, a British merchant vessel under Captain Henry Barber sailed into the region. Barber wrote, "Where the late Russian factory stood, I found the place entirely destroyed by fire, and mangled bodies of about 20 men laying scatter among the ruins, a prey to the ravens and wild beasts of the forest." More than 20 indigenous and Russian survivors of the attacks had fallen into the hands of the Tlingit. So Captain Barber, backed by a few American vessels, invited aboard Kalyan and his uncle, Chief Skautlaut, under the pretense of trade. He then arrested and threatened to execute both of them unless their clan handed over the captive survivors and the furs taken from the Russian fort. Barber was not, however, a gallant rescuer. He kept the plundered furs for himself and the prisoners for ransom as he set a course for the Russian harbor at Kodiak Island. There he met with Alexander Baranov, from whom he brazenly extorted a haul of furs worth 10,000 rubles in exchange for the freedom of the survivors. Far from Tlingit territory, Kodiak served as a headquarters for Baranov, and he had thus emerged from the rebellion unscathed. His countrymen insisted that English and American merchants had instigated the uprising, but Baranov had long sensed a brewing anger among many Tlingit. He had taken pains to stop his men from plundering and abusing locals, and to keep their hunting expeditions out of Tlingit sight. Whatever restraint they had exercised had not saved them. Baranov lamented, "Many of our brethren, the bravest, perished together with many of our allies at the hands of barbarians in America.
Barbarians?
The profitable frontier of southeast Alaska was lost, forever he feared, if the Russians could not retake the region at once. But even as official governor of the Russian colonies in America, Baranov found himself short of resources.
Fuck it.
Months
take
passed
my
and
one
seasons
charge
changed
builder.
as Alexander Baranov gathered hundreds of men and weapons for the reconquest.
I'd rather cut
In
the
early
trees.
1803, he wrote the men of his company. I address you as faithful sons of the fatherland, bound to our monarch by oath of allegiance, and ask you not to be weak and ungrateful. Let us regain the lost hunting grounds, and by this we shall prove the essence of courage, not a timid but brave spirit of the Russian people. Kalyan and his clan expected the return of the Russians, and they would resist it with their lives. The clan stockpiled gunpowder and weapons. If the instruments of combat had changed, the nature of war had not.
I think Stalin got Coupe Settler.
Hilarious.
On clear nights, the Tlingit often beheld the aurora borealis, believed to be the noble spirits of fallen warriors, exalted for their bravery in the afterlife. The world, as the elders told it, was a place of divine mystery, crafted and imbued with knowledge by the raven Yeh. The Tlingit believed the creatures of the world possessed great intelligence and spiritual potency. And they held in high esteem bears, wolves, killer whales, eagles, and ravens. It was the Kiksadi Raven clan that would now look to Kalyan to serve as their war chief. The clan abandoned their village and settled on a defensible peninsula elsewhere in Sitka. Around their new dwellings, they raised a massive palisade. 245 feet across on one end, with gates and reinforcing timbers along the base and outside, as well as gun ports for their cannons. It was called the Sapling Fort. No effort could be spared in protecting their civilians. Only 2 decades before, fur traders under Baranov's predecessor perpetrated the Awa-Uk massacre of some 300 indigenous men, women, and children after the people resisted Russian settlement around Kodiak Island. It was now the summer of 1804. The fleets of Baranov, which comprised some 100 armed Russians and several ships and many more indigenous otter hunters, began to cruise past Tlingit villages to deter resistance. They punished those who had been heavily involved in the uprising of 1802 and negotiated truce with others. The distant settlements of the Tlingit may have tenuously allied for the rebellion 2 years before, but they would not now risk coming to the aid of the Kiksadi clan. Those in the Sapling Fort would face the Russian-led force alone. Baranov assembled this force at the old abandoned Tlingit village, where he came across a Russian naval ship called the Neva. The captain and his crew of 41 men had learned of the situation in Alaska. Having recently completed the first Russian circumnavigation of the world, they came to join Baranov and bring military might against the Tlingit. Kalyan needed firepower to resist them. A party of high-ranking Tlingit men went out to collect more gunpowder and guns, but as they returned, the Neva emerged and fired on them. A spark struck the cargo and the Tlingit fired back, and the canoe exploded. 2 days later, on October the 1st, the Russian fleet gathered beyond the shallows of the Sapling Fort and prepared to land the forces. The oral traditions told that the mighty Kalyan placed his hands in charcoal and smeared it in lines about his face in the image of a fallen raven, the war paint of a man prepared to die. His head adorned by the raven helmet, he took up a hammer looted from a Russian blacksmith slain in the rebellion and stirred his men to battle. As the sun sank low over the water, the Russians and their allies advanced on the fort, hauling artillery behind them. Tlingit gunfire began to cut them down as they neared the walls. Some of the attackers broke ranks and Tlingit warriors sallied out from the fort. Another contingent under Kalyan then rushed the flanks of the fleeing enemies in a scene of furious combat, shattered bone and pierced flesh. A fallen sailor was hoisted on a Tlingit spear, and Kalyan was said to have crushed several enemies with his hammer. The Russians and their allies fell back to their ships under the cover of cannon fire. Around 10 of them died, and Baranov, shot through the arm, was among the 24 wounded. The Tlingit had won the first day of battle, and over the coming days the strong walls of their fort withstood sporadic bombardment from the Russian fleet. But Kalyan recognized that he lacked the gunpowder supply to fend off Russian attacks for much longer. While in negotiations with the Russians, the several hundred Tlingit began to escape into the forest under the cover of night. First the elders, women, and children, followed at last by the warriors, in one long survival march through damp woods and cold mountain paths. Hunger and the elements took the lives of many during the retreat to Peril Strait. On the 7th of October, the Russians entered the silent fort and found it abandoned. Inside were several slain young children and elderly Tlingit, killed by their own clan, possibly because they were deemed too weak to endure the journey.
The red guys.
The Russians burned the sapling fort and founded an establishment they called New Archangel. The following summer of 1805, they received delegations from the exiled Kiksadi Tlingit. An air of authority accompanied the arrival of Kalyan, of whom the Russian captain said, "He is considered the best shot and keeps with him up to 20 fine guns." Baranov welcomed his former adversaries and paid respect to their customs. Negotiating between days of ritual dances and songs, the parties exchanged gifts and prisoners, and Baranov traded a cherished copper crest for the right to settle the land around New Archangel. Grievances remained among the Tlingit in the north, who suffered hunger as Russians barred them from their traditional fishing waters and openly hunted otters off the coast. Tlingit warriors retaliated by swarming the merchant base at Yakutat. They killed all the Russians within and burned it to the ground.
That's cool.
The fort was never rebuilt.
Tomatoes,
It was a
strawberry,
time of great change in the world
sea
beyond,
urchin,
when old
coral,
empires and civilizations
seals.
faced the prospect of their own ruin.
Oh, you got berries.
Kings fell, Napoleon
Oak.
scattered the armies of Europe,
Medicinal
the forays of
herbs,
Lewis
too.
and Clark signaled the dawn of U.S. westward expansion.
Dates. Here's iron over here.
Yet here, in this
Yeah, I got
modest
some
corner of Alaska, the Tlingit had fractured a looming frontier. Although New Archangel became the capital of Russian America, Kuskov set up the next Russian establishment south, along the coast of California, far from the armed Pacific Northwest groups that disrupted his hunting ventures. The Russian Native American wars in southeast Alaska did not end in true conquest, but rather a kind of negotiated coexistence. When Baranov retired in 1818, Tlingit chiefs came to bid him farewell, including Kalyan, long admired by the governor for his intelligence and courage. The 71-year-old Baranov sailed off. He succumbed to disease before reaching Russia. Russian merchants had extracted labor and tribute from indigenous populations in their push across Alaska. It was the armed resistance of Tlingit warriors and later advocacy from Russian Orthodox missionaries that helped bring change. Orders signed by the Tsar in the 1820s prohibited merchants from taxing or demanding tribute from the Tlingit and surrounding peoples, adding that Russian merchants were to use every kind of method to preserve their goodwill, avoiding everything which might stir up suspicion in them about the intention of violating their independence. There would be no wave of thousands of Russian settlers, no mass exile of peoples here. Kalyan enjoyed a long reign as chief of his clan, who at length were permitted to return to Sitka. And all along the coasts, drifting canoes, great totems, and palatial houses continued to mark the lands of the Tlingit. This is several hours of my brother Joe illustrating just one of the dozens of pieces of art you saw in this video. He and I are the entire History Dose team, and between art, music, research, and writing, it takes us hundreds of hours to make each episode. If you value this kind of work on YouTube, please consider helping us out at the Patreon link in the description. Thanks.
There have long been reports of American black ops in Europe, but the full extent of these shadow missions are only now becoming clear. because some of them have been declassified or widely leaked to the media. From the depths of the Cold War to the modern conflict in Ukraine, I dug through these congressional testimonies and newly declassified CIA documents, so you don't have to end up on a watch list. In this iceberg format,
Hell yeah, sniff those
we're going to
markers.
start with the crazy missions
not a crayon,
and
but
then
it's
the
close enough.
absolutely buck wild, insane ones. The way American special
I sent you a
operations work is
delegation.
each of the 7 groups have their own region that they specialize
It gives you
in.
10 gold.
10th group specialized in the defense of Europe since they were created in 1952.
Don't talk to me.
Their original mission was to
Oh,
conduct
okay.
partisan warfare deep behind enemy lines
Jack
before the Soviet Union ever invaded into Western Europe. Because
You
of
know
this
what?
unique mission set,
You know what,
they're
Coupe?
unlike
I
any
will
other
make
special
peace with
forces
you.
unit.
If
They
you
wear
really
fake
want, okay?
identities and cover
What do you want
stories to
for
hide
it?
their true background. The kind of tradecraft you'd normally see.
You're
in
the
a
one who
CIA
wanted to make. It
office.
says you
They
want to
were
make
required
peace
to
with me.
learn
What do you
Russian,
want?
get really into European culture and start smoking
giving you any
cigs. By
options.
2021, U.S. Special Forces were present in 33 out of 44 European countries. A full 11% of the Special Forces were deployed to Europe, many of them 10th Group guys. General Clark, the former chief of U.S. Special Operations Command, said our SOF have partnered with European allies since before 2014, focused on building resistance
Sun
networks.
Tzu,
But that is
hell
not just
yeah.
in the Baltics, that's through the rest of Europe. When General Clark was saying the rest of Europe, I think he was possibly hinting at a place called Ukraine, where we're only just now starting to learn the true extent of American clandestine missions. In 2014,
I think
Russia
you might
annexed
be on your
Crimea
own
and started
continent.
arming separatist movements inside Ukraine. A lot of people don't know this, but in response, the 10th Group U.S. Special Forces sent
like,
150 men
because our continent's so crowded,
ground inside Ukraine.
we killed
And
all
they
the
weren't just there
barbarians,
to
which is
party in
forcing
Eastern
more of
Europe
them
and
to
drink the
spawn on
forbidden
yours.
absinthe. No, we'll see
that's
they
funny.
had a big...
I'm just
Which
gonna
means
be
that you'll have a
strong.
When I was
shitload of
researching
city
this
states to
episode, trying
conquer.
to find information on U.S. Black Ops missions in Europe, I noticed something annoying. The search engine prioritized paid
Eventually.
results to the point where I had to skip to freaking page 3 to find anything genuinely useful. That's the initial reason why I reached out to FreeSpoke to sponsor this episode, and they agreed. FreeSpoke rating of... They actually helped train them on new reconnaissance hack drone tactics. And according to SOCOM themselves, they helped train ultimately 27,000 Ukrainian soldiers. These FF guys were probably thinking to themselves, like most training events, that a Russian attack was never going to really happen and they were wasting their time. But for the first time ever, the meme "nothing ever happens" was wrong. Because that's when U.S. Colonel Lucas Van Antwerp got word from his higher-ups that there was solid intelligence Russia was going to actually invade. He was ordered to get American troops and officials out of the country fast to avoid direct contact with incoming Russian soldiers, because that could lead to World War III. Colonel von Antwerp was tasked with quickly racing to evacuate, close the American embassy in the
what do you
capital.
got for
They destroyed
Alabaster?
sensitive materials and blew
I don't
up
even know what that
communication
is.
devices. They blew up computer servers to prevent them from falling into Russian troops'
I'm
hands.
not sure if I can afford that
were
right now,
involved.
honestly,
It was
Joe.
a full-on smash room. This is exactly the kind of politically sensitive diplomatic mission that the 10th Group was trained for. 2 months later, another Western Special Operations mission took place on Ukrainian soil, the details of which were only just recently revealed last month. In April 2022, a convoy of unmarked military vehicles drove
Is
through
that
the
the
tight
Dead
city
Sea?
streets of Kyiv. The convoy picked up 2 Ukrainian
Am
men
I
who were
in
in
Russia?
plain clothes, and they looked unassuming.
It's not
but behind that,
Earth
they were
map,
2 of
it's,
Ukraine's highest-ranking top military
just
generals.
continents.
Heavily
2
armed
randomly
British
generated
special
continents.
forces wearing regular non-uniform clothing provided security for this convoy in Kyiv. That means that SAS commandos were only a few clicks away from where Russian positions were at the time. They drove 400 miles west to Poland across the border. Once there, these 2 Ukrainian generals jumped on a cargo plane and flew to U.S. Army European Command in Germany. When they arrived, they met American CIA officers. They worked
What I
closely
need is
together
fucking
to
gold,
plan a
bro.
campaign against Russian forces. The details and extent of this cooperation were not fully known.
Joe, I
until
will
now,
give you so
because
much
this
iron.
mission was
I
one
don't
of
need
the
it
most
right now.
closely guarded secrets of the entire war in Ukraine.
Thank
the
you,
top
Joe.
American general in
You're a
charge
good
of this
man.
Black Op was a man named General Donahue.
This is gonna piss off
Donahue
the
was
Aztecs.
already a
Fuck 'em.
legend in the clandestine world.
Ah,
He
they're
fought
settler!
alongside CIA hit teams in Iraq,
And a
Afghanistan,
volcano
Libya,
just
Syria.
erupted next
This
to
guy's
them.
a
Suck
real-life
a
Jack
dick.
Ryan, a reacher,
Suck a
whichever
dick.
you're more into sexually. His job was to create
You're
a team
going
codenamed
nowhere.
Task Force Dragon, For the next 3 years, this Task Force Dragon, their assignment was to guide Ukrainian missiles and artillery onto Russian targets. If that doesn't shock you, it should. Because officially and publicly, American intelligence aid was limited to not providing any information that could quote-unquote reasonably lead to lethal consequences. U.S. intelligence called the Russian locations points of interest instead of calling them targets, so as to be less provocative. That's maybe the most classic Pentagon speak I've ever heard in my life. Sir, look at this fascinating point of interest that I found, where an entire Russian platoon is assembling in the open in that tree line over there. Would be a real shame if something happened to them, sir. The United States military's goal was to help Ukraine defend itself because they wanted to offset that major numerical advantage held by Russian troops. And there were numerous examples revealed by U.S. officials just recently that spoke to the Times that American satellite networks identified Russian officers' location, their hideout, and then Ukraine sent a missile blowing that target up. Sorry, I meant point of interest, blowing that point of interest up.
Hey,
American commanders in Europe provided coordinates that were sent on a secure computer network that even displayed what priority the points of interest were. It was like a government-sanctioned hit list. General Donahue would reportedly say to his Ukrainian counterparts, "Don't worry about how we found out, just trust when you shoot, it will hit, and you'll like the results. And if you don't like the results, tell us, we'll make it better," end quote. That's the kind of white glove service I would kill for, and they were killing for. The U.S. intelligence was even on a small unit level, where General Donahue would
my unit just got taken out by a flood, that's great.
With empty in front of them that they were in advance to. It was basically the first war done remotely through Zoom. This would be the perfect place for a VPN advertisement. Don't want the Kremlin knowing you're sending targeting data to Ukraine?
Well, the recommended spot for my next city is exactly where I was going to put it anyway.
But on the
so
real,
that works
how
for me.
were they getting such spicy intel? It's likely has something to do with the presence of Western special forces that were on the ground in Ukraine. This is now undisputed common knowledge because of an April 2023 leak which showed that 14 U.S. special forces were in Ukraine, which is about the size of one A-team detachment. This was part of a wider intelligence leak done by a U.S. Air National Guard soldier in a Discord channel. Look, if there's any Chinese or Russian Air National Guard troops that want to leak intelligence to me, feel free to do it on our Discord server, but that airman was later sentenced to 15 years for leaking those documents. What the documents didn't confirm was the location of where those Green Berets were in Ukraine, although officials later claimed it was at the embassy in Kyiv. However, just in March 2025, the Times revealed that for the past 3 years, the U.S. government authorized numerous clandestine operations, including dispatching American military advisors with authorization to travel close to the front lines, which probably shouldn't surprise us because Chinese military advisors are reportedly also going near the front line too. It's a big learning experience for everyone. It's a nice old field trip. Everyone's gooning right now in this proxy war, being right on the absolute edge. We know Russian FSB has been operating deep in Western Europe on sabotage missions. It doesn't really surprise me that both sides, which are nuclear powers, are using this kind of alternative third option that's easy for them for plausible deniability and to deny it even happened. The Russians intercepted and publicly released communications in 2024 between high-level German government and military officials. In those recordings, they were talking about British special forces on the ground in Ukraine helping to operate Storm Shadow cruise missiles. Everyone lost their shit when they heard about this. The UK Prime Minister at the time confirmed part of this story when he said that a small number of British Army personnel,
there's settlers in the water right
Ukraine,
now.
were there.
That's where they were hiding him because he's Coupe.
End quote. He didn't go as far as to say that they were helping with missile
There's
strikes.
barbarian boats on either side of him. This poor guy, he's having the worst game of all time.
Shadow Party. When I was in Kyiv, I heard rumors of British and French special forces operating close to the front early in the war during the invasion. My fixer, my guide, told me a story of how he saw French soldiers advising defensive positions when the Russians were closing in on Kyiv. At the time,
I'm going to fence these pigs in because I am fond of pigs.
She said. But these new reports verify some of these details. I think that's part of the fascinating thing about clandestine missions in Europe and on this continent. Because unlike in the Middle East, the Pacific, or Africa, US soldiers who are stationed somewhere in Europe live a relatively familiar life in a city that probably isn't that different from the city they grew up in back home, except there's a lot more 80s music playing in the cafes, but other than that, it's not that exotic. The next US Black Op CIA officers recently disclosed a network of 12 bases that they built and funded in Ukraine. And I'm
Nice.
not going to bury the lead here, guys. This is absolutely as insane as it sounds, and I was blown
Got
away
it.
when I read about it. These bases were equipped by the CIA and created close to the front lines. This way, they could intercept Russian communications
for the
and
settler,
monitor spy
Coupe.
satellites passing overhead. The story from earlier, you remember about the targeting team in Europe, the Dragon targeting team? I think a lot of their information came from this network that we're going to talk about. They would send coordinates for missile strikes and track Russian troop movements from here. These were located deep in the forest in the region of Donetsk, and their entrances were hidden underground. In them, a whole team of Ukrainian intelligence soldiers worked away, and they first were stood up in 2014 by
Yeah,
the
Stalin,
CIA
my dude,
right
my dude.
after Russia
We need
annexed
open
Crimea.
borders, yes?
They were designed
Thank
to
you.
prevent future actions
You're,
like that
you,
from taking
it's,
place.
oh,
or at
you've
least
been
in
nothing but good to
I
me,
know a lot of
Stalin.
it sounds
Thank you.
like tinfoil hat conspiracy plots, but it comes straight from the lips of the CIA officers themselves. I don't know why I said lips. It sounded like I'm thinking about kissing the CIA. I'm not. This is information that they passed on publicly to the New York Times, which tells us that they likely wanted the Russians to know this information because they don't care if I know it. These outposts near the Russian border were used as staging areas for infiltration missions inside Russia by Ukraine. You remember how the embassy was evacuated by US Special Forces? Yeah, at that same time, the CIA officers were the only Americans authorized to stay on post at these remote bases while the Russian invasion took place. According to Ivan Bakanov, former head of the SBU, he
Haha,
said,
sucked
quote,
in.
without them, there would have been no way for us to resist the Russians.
Watch out for them floodwaters, bitch.
Starting in
Friendship has
2016, the
expired.
CIA
Oh,
helped
no.
train an elite
How-
team of Ukrainian commandos called
And
Unit
risk
22
humiliation!
25.
Stalin,
The
Stalin!
gave
Let's talk
orders
about
to
this.
Not kill any
What are you
Russians
doing?
with their training.
Risk
So, of course,
humiliation.
the Ukrainians immediately started killing Russians with their training. They blew up Arsen Pavlov. He
Likes
was
to
a
have
soldier
strong
in the
uniform.
occupied Donetsk region, an officer, and they killed him with a bomb. They used a remote-controlled unmanned shoulder-fired rocket launcher to kill a Russian-backed commander. in
He's a
another
classical
occupied
republic.
We saw
a
several assassinations
autocracy, so
inside
he
Moscow, for
He's not
instance.
happy.
And when the
doesn't like
CIA
that, I
heard
guess.
about this, they bugged out
He's
because they were worried
anti-autocrat.
it would mean
Base
retaliation
Stalin.
from Russia. This led to the Ukrainian leader of the unit being fired, and the Russians returned with a car bomb that killed the 2245's commander, Colonel Plov. Killed him on his way to see and meet with his CIA counterparts. If I put on my regular infantryman thinking cap, here's how I'd break down the geopolitical situation that special forces are facing in Europe. After World War II, the US pumped Europe full of cash and security guarantees to rebuild it into a wall of friendly democracies. During the Cold War, they kept their defense budgets up, but once the Soviet Union threat faded, a lot of them hit the brakes on spending. The main fear has always been the same, getting steamrolled from the East and handed a government that they didn't vote for. That's why so many countries sprinted to join NATO in the 1990s. Nobody wanted to end up back under Moscow's boot. From the Russians' point of view, NATO creeping around closer and closer looked like a threat from their perspective. So they claim they're just pushing back. And now here we are again on the edge, watching tanks and borders like it's 1985 all over again. So for the next story, let's go back to where it all started in the Cold War, when the US and Soviet Union were waging a secret undercover war against one another around the world. This is the story of Operation Valuable, which was the CIA's first ever paramilitary operation that I know of in 1949, just 2 years after their creation. It took place in the small nation of Albania in southern Europe, which had suffered greatly under Nazi occupation in World War II and was now governed by a Soviet-backed Enver Hoxha, together with the British MI6, Italian, and Greek intelligence services. The CIA planned to gather hundreds of Albanians that had been scattered across Europe during World War II, train them in guerrilla warfare techniques, and then infiltrate them into Albania to sow discord and build a popular resistance front against the dictator's rule. NATO was concerned the Soviets were secretly building a submarine base, and that Albania could be used against NATO forces in the event of a full invasion of Europe. According to the Italian naval intelligence, the Albanian dictator was unpopular and the people were looking to rebel anyways. At a minimum,
Hey,
the
Gandhi's
operation
here.
aimed to create so much conflict within Albania that the Soviet construction there would be halted, and they wouldn't be able to send aid to other communist groups in neighboring countries. But the grand prize was to overthrow the entire regime. The top secret operation created the template for some of the tinfoil hat government toppling that we recognize today. The first recruits for the operation started training in July 1949 on the island of Malta. In the first set of 9, they landed on the Albanian coastline using a Greek fishing boat. The group split into 2 teams and moved to link up with resistance groups near the city of Vlora. But they didn't get very far before Albanian security forces discovered one of the teams. 3 were killed in the gun battle, and the 5th team member went AWOL, abandoning the mission. The 2nd team was more successful, completing their assignment and sneaking across the Greek border to safety. Despite this setback, the planners at the CIA and MI6 kept sending teams of trained insurgents for more than 2 years, often accompanied in person by commandos from the intelligence agencies. Over 7,500 Albanian operatives and 2,500 US or British officers participated in Operation Valuable over the course of its 5-year lifespan. But most of these infiltrations failed before making it past their landing zone because government security forces intercepted the teams,
you got names, huh?
or they were turned into double agents within the resistance cells that they were supposed to meet. The planners tried everything: seaborne landings, parachute insertions, CIA-piloted cargo planes, infiltration by land, yet nothing seemed to get past the tight grip of the
I need a way to know which
seemed a
city's
little bit
which.
sus. Operation Valuable agents had a tough time finding anyone within the country willing to aid an insurgency against them. No revolt came to pass,
Wishy
and the
with
agents
thieves.
suffered heavy losses in shootouts or arrests, with the security forces and the police in Albania. 300 CIA and MI6 were killed or captured
China?
over the course of this mission. As it turns out, one
You
of the
found
reasons
China?
that the Albanian
Hey!
security
China?
forces were so
You're gonna
suspiciously
die,
good at their
bitch.
job was they had help from the
See,
inside.
China is
fucking
probably
liaison Tim
massive
Gilbert
because
was a secret Soviet
you
spy
didn't
that was
expand
recruited by
down.
the KGB back in 1934.
That's
Philby
alright.
is actually
I
one of
bet
the most
China's
infamous
massive.
Soviet spies of the entire Cold War. He used his position in Washington to pass along secret info from both the US and UK to the Soviets for
I'm gonna
decades
build my
and
cities
wasn't
around
uncovered
it.
until 1963. As
Yeah,
for
that's what you
Operation
should do.
Valuable, the infiltration teams were betrayed before ever getting foot in Albania, thanks to this
settle
double
a
agent.
city between
They
your
ensured that
city
the
and
Albanian
his city,
government was always a step
and then
ahead.
settle
While
another
the
one
operation failed in
right
bringing
next
down
to it.
all of the communist government in Albania,
Do
CIA
you give me money
officers
for
still
settlers?
managed to gather some
Nope.
intelligence from behind the Iron Curtain.
I do
Both
not
the
have gold.
CIA as an institution and
But I will
individual
literally
officers
be
gained crucial experience
having gold
that would
soon.
lead to much more
I
success
literally am
throughout
going to
the
get
Cold
it as a
War later.
luxury resource.
But this next story is actually
about to build a
terrifying
gold
to think
camp.
that it was given the go-ahead by several top military officers. I first learned about this story of Operation Greenlight from one of the hosts from the podcast Teen House, Jack Murphy, in his book We Defy. I got a lot of this research from
Great
that
person.
source, so I highly recommend you
And
grab
India,
it
what the
online.
hell?
Full credit to Jack. In 1983,
I'm
a
good
U.S.
on
Special
that.
Forces team pulled up to an airfield in Pope Air Force Base, North Carolina. They were greeted by 2 men in black suits. They looked like feds who had no flags or identifying patches. They were fully redacted. It was some top secret, spooky, secret squirrel type shit. This is when things got weird though, because 3 more trucks pulled up with a whole heavily armed security team carrying a special piece of equipment. The SF team recognized the device immediately. They knew it intimately. These guys had trained on it obsessively for months, knowing its details by heart. It was the 60-pound Special Atomic Demolition Unit, or a euphemism for a backpack-sized tactical nuclear device, the SATM. When detonated, it exploded a .02 kiloton, which is a much smaller explosive than other nuclear
Damn.
devices, but that's like
The
saying
Davy
it's only
Crockett.
a little terribly powerful. The Green Berets noticed there was no inert sticker on it like the ones that they had trained on. It appeared to be a live nuclear weapon. There was no time to nope out of there. They were given orders by men in black suits to load up their parachutes and prepare to drop behind enemy lines. They got in a cargo plane with the nuke and took off. Once airborne and 3 hours into their trip, they were given orders to blow up a strategic location, a piece of infrastructure in Cuba. Their target was a dam, one of the country's largest hydroelectric dams in Cuba. The aircraft pulled off a combat maneuver, flying 500 feet above the ground to avoid enemy radar. The team jumped out of the aircraft once they were near their target, point of interest. And once they got there, they were strapped to a literal nuclear device. This means that one of the soldiers was falling towards the Earth at terminal velocity at one point with a nuke, and only some strings and cloth parachuting preventing the world's worst ever burning. Once they safely landed on the ground, they started to move toward the coordinates of their target dam. They set the timer, which was preset for 60 minutes. That's about how long you want to cook the nuke. However, they expected to remain with the bomb for as long as possible to make sure that they weren't discovered. No thank you, I'm not going down with the ship. None of this was made easier by the fact that the bomb's fuses weren't accurate, because the creators of the bomb designed it in a rush to miniaturize the nuke, and this tech from the 1960s meant that the fuse could be off by several minutes. We're not microwaving a burrito here. We need more precision when it comes to nuclear weapons than few minutes, give or take. The backpack nuke's fuse was based on pure vibes. Before the team could worry about any of that, though, that's when out of nowhere, headlights came out from these vehicles, and an officer came out and started shouting, "Endex, Endex, Endex," which, if you've ever been on a training mission before, you know that means mission over, this notional event has ended. That's like the safe word in the military. Endex is how you stop playing around. It turns out the whole mission was taking place in America and New Mexico, not in Cuba. So at that moment, I would ask for 50% PTSD rating. This was a government-sanctioned gaslight operation to fool these special forces operators into thinking it was a real-world event. A bunch of lab techs and officers came out and asked these troops a bunch of questions. This was Operation Greenlight, which was an actual U.S. military plan from 1962 to 1986.
Permanently reduces war weariness by 25%. I'll take that.
Stephen Bush was part of the 10th Group's Green Light team, and he said that the dams were a big target for them, that they planned to hit military industry capacity train yards and mountain passes. And these targets that they chose tell us a lot. And it was designed to slow down a Soviet
Shanghai's
assault.
rebelling.
It's likely these questions from the suits that they were asking, they were trying to gauge if the 10th Group
oh, look,
soldiers
India's settled
actually
right
had
there
the
too.
discipline to go through with these orders.
I need to build
there was a lot of questions about whether or not, when
to
push
suck
came
it
to shove,
out.
if troops would actually arm the device and take it off, given its consequences. NATO forces consider themselves to be so numerically overpowered in the region that their plan was to go full Fallout 4 on the Fulda Gap. The U.S. military created 300 of these nuke backpacks to be used throughout the world. And the part that's really wild to me is that their plans, a lot of them didn't even have an exfiltration part to it. And that wasn't even out of being lazy. What it meant was that it was assumed to be a one-way trip.
Vote for Coupe for
when
more
I was a private in the
grievances.
Army, sometimes I felt expendable, but I thought Green Berets weren't tossed aside like that. To add to the
production towards buildings, and you're
going
to do city center because that's what they're going to vote for.
Tell their families and their wives about what their job was. Thankfully, these weapons were never used, and some of the Green Berets that were interviewed on it thought that it was just a psychological operation to scare the Soviets, and the U.S. military never seriously considered using this tactic. But now that we've been all the way down the rabbit hole, let's do the one that you've all been waiting for.
Yo, everyone hates
Operation
Coupe.
Gladio. This one has the most controversy and
You used 2 points for
surrounding
Coupe? Why don't you
Operation
waste
Gladio
that?
was a
Coupe
top-secret
voted for
strategy
Stalin.
Developed by European countries with the United States.
Hey,
CIA,
the
and
Aztecs
NATO
voted
allies
for
during
me.
the 1940s
Should I start worrying
and
about
through
the
Cold
Aztecs?
War. These were the stay-behind forces. Stay-behind forces were covert operators who lived seemingly normal lives in key strategic regions. But if war broke out and friendly forces were overrun, these sleeper cells would activate and spring into action, grabbing bombs and weapons from pre-planned caches stashed around Europe. It only became public knowledge in 1990 when the Italian Prime Minister officially acknowledged that there was a secret stay-behind force that was codenamed Gladio in Italy. This then sparked investigations in France, Germany, Belgium, and many other European countries that revealed similar stay-behind networks. Different NATO countries had their own teams, and Operation Gladio was originally just the code name for the Italian contingent, but that name stuck, and Gladio
Commies
now refers to
love
the
this
whole
thing.
network,
They
basically.
love talking about
These disclosures fueled these wild theories over whether these secret units had interfered in domestic politics or if they were involved in false flag operations. U.S. Army Field Manual 30-31B is one of the main pieces of evidence provided for this. The document was leaked to a Turkish newspaper in 1975 originally. It outlines a strategy of conducting attacks that would then be blamed on left-wing, Soviet-aligned groups to then justify government crackdowns against them. The U.S. government said that this document was a hoax that had been contrived and created by the Soviet intelligence agencies and leaked to Turkey. During the Cold War, these kind of stay-behind networks were seen by the public as resistance groups against the threat of the Soviet invasion. But absent that threat, after the Cold War, it was seen as an overreach from intelligence agencies that had gone amok. None of these claims have been definitively proven as far as I know, although from what I could tell, it seems like there certainly were criminal organizations at the very least that found and used some of these old NATO caches for their own nefarious purposes.
Man,
since the 1990s,
it sucks to
hundreds
suck,
of these weapon
okay?
caches with explosive and firearms have been discovered and dismantled around Europe. On one hand, Operation Gladio was a Cold War-era insurance policy against the Soviet Union. On the other hand, it serves as a case study in how secrecy can erode public trust. To this day, the full extent of Gladio's activities remains shrouded in mystery. I can only imagine what we'll find out about how Russians and Western countries, what their intelligence agencies were doing 20 years from now when we have access to the archives, maybe. Those are just really, I feel like, scratching the surface of Black Ops in Europe. If you want us to do another on this, if you like this format, hit the like button and subscribe to let us know, and we'll do more of these in the future. For more content, you can go to cappyarmy.com, where you can find our page there to support true independent journalism, or sign up for our Pepper Box to get my exclusive weekly combat footage analysis show that's completely uncensored. I'm your everyday
Watch
Chris
people
Cappy.
die with me.
Thank you guys
Got
so
it,
much for
Cappy.
watching. Ending this transmission now.
So the United States just made some pretty positive steps around the Russia-Ukraine peace negotiations, which,
all right, we'll listen
look,
to
we're going
this
to celebrate these
virgin-looking
wins wherever we can get
motherfucker.
them. All right? I mean, the bar is pretty low right now. I got it. Just last week, think of what came out. We had the 28-point peace plan that arguably was just the Russian list of demands that for some odd reason we were passing off as our own. We had that was seemingly verified during the leaked phone call that came out between Witkoff and his Russian counterparts, which of course raises the question, how much of his communications have been compromised since he's been in this position. And then we had a report in the Wall Street Journal alleging that Trump's team, especially Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, are viewing this more as a business deal with Russia than a peace negotiation. Not ideal for U.S. national security. So again, we're going to take the wins wherever we can find them. And that starts with Secretary Rubio meeting yesterday with the Ukrainian delegation. And he came out of that with, I think, some pretty positive talking points. Also, we have a Republican representative saying, you cannot be America first and pro-Russian. Doesn't exist. Love it. On board with that. Probably need to shout that from the rooftops. But either way, let's turn to Secretary Rubio after his meeting yesterday in Miami with the Ukrainian delegation.
The end goal is obviously not just the end of the war. Obviously, that's essential and fundamental. We want to see the end of the killing and the death and the suffering, and I'm sure the Ukrainian side, I know they do as well. They want peace. But it's also about securing an end to the war that leaves Ukraine sovereign and independent and with an opportunity of real prosperity. So this is not just about ending a war. This is about ending a war in a way that creates a mechanism and a way forward that will allow them to be independent and sovereign, never have another war again, and create tremendous prosperity for its people. Not just rebuild the country, but to enter an era of extraordinary economic progress. It's a country with, Ukraine has tremendous economic potential. Ukraine has tremendous opportunity for true prosperity. Obviously, you can't do that in the middle of a war like this, but ending the war alone won't achieve that. So this is not just about peace deals, it's about creating a pathway forward that leaves Ukraine sovereign, independent, and prosperous.
So what I really like about Rubio's statement there is his point that this is going to be a focus on a long-term durable peace. It's not just about ending the fighting, which personally I think the vice president, I think that's kind of his approach right now, is into this war at all costs. More on that here in a second, but that doesn't do anything. If we agree to a peace deal, and Ukraine and Russia agree to a peace deal, that doesn't ensure that another war doesn't kick off a year or two down the road, what are we even doing? Like just patting ourselves in the back? Great job, we paused this and maybe made it worse down the road. So love it. Love that Secretary Rubio is the one, first off, talking here instead of kind of taking point, it looks like, instead of Witkoff or Jared Kushner, and then hammering home the idea of a long-term durable peace. Now, Barak Ravid, in their reporting in Axios, said negotiations between the United States and Ukraine on Sunday focused on where the border with Russia would be drawn under a peace deal. They described the 5-hour meeting as difficult and intense.
Classic Stalin.
From the Ukrainian side, National Security Advisor Umerov said, quote, "We have made significant progress in advancing a just peace and bringing our positions closer to those of the American side. Our key goals, security, sovereignty, and
You
a
know,
reliable
we
peace,
come together to
remain
take over the
unchanged
continent, and then
and
all
are
of a sudden,
shared
I'm too
by the American
fascist,
side.
Lauren.
Again, those key
Whatever,
goals there,
bro.
security, sovereignty, and a reliable peace, you'll hear echoed by Ukrainian President Zelensky here in a moment. That sounds very much in line with what Secretary of State Marco Rubio is saying. It's good.
Bro, if I
believe,
convert
I don't think this is a surprise,
this
I believe
barbarian, I
U.S.
get a
national
settler
security
as well.
interests align with a sovereign and independent
is that
Ukraine.
how it
So
works?
hearing that our Secretary of State is saying the same thing as their national security advisor in terms of
I'm
the
gonna say
goals
that's
of this
how it works.
negotiation,
Let's
I think is a
test it
net
out.
positive for the United States. Now, another big component of this 28-point peace plan coming out last week is we actually started to see people speak out against these negotiations, saying that is really bad. Guys, come on. What are we even doing here? I mean, we talked about it in a couple videos, but one of the key components in there was that NATO would no longer ever accept anybody new into their ranks, which is ridiculous. That NATO would be surrendering to Russia in a war that NATO isn't fighting. So anyways, we had some Republicans speaking out. And the reason this is important is if you look at the kind of political breakdown here in the United States right now, in Congress specifically, the Democrats by and large are lining up behind Ukraine and kind of taking the Ukrainian position in these negotiations, wanting the United States to kind of take more of Ukraine's side. The Republicans generally haven't said much of anything. And this is important. I mean, you'll, of course, come across the social media posts of the Republicans are pro-Russia or MAGA is pro-Russia. And more on that here in a second. But really, you've just got a couple in the GOP that are kind of out there, all things considered, that randomly are meeting with Russian delegations, and a few that are just, I mean, they make it easy. They just straight up echo Russian talking points. So, like, that makes it simple. Recognize who they are and their points of view and kind of move on. The big challenge from the right, as I've seen it, is just silence. So they're kind of deferring any of these negotiations and these positions
so
to
many
the White House. And again, I believe that
what is this mod?
the positions in the White House don't necessarily line up with
What is this
long-term
mod?
U.S.
There's so many
national security
fucking
interests
resources.
right now. It's kind of a crazy thing to say, but you know, pursuing business deals with Russia over any sort of long-term
only
peace,
ones
I
that
just
matters
don't-
are
it's hard
luxuries.
For me to square that. It's hard for me to look at
The
securing
other ones,
a
strategics,
short and long-term
a lot of them,
business
like
and
tomatoes,
security
they just
agreement
give you
with
more
Russia
food than a regular
over
farm
the
tile, that's all.
long-standing alliances and relationships in Europe. I can't see exactly how that benefits the United States. But fortunately, that 28-point peace plan did prompt a couple of Republicans to speak out, starting here with Representative Don Bacon. Saying what he sees
see,
right
the
now
tomatoes
is not
also,
moral
so the
clarity coming from
plantation
the White House.
itself, no matter what tile you build it on, gives you golden housing. So tomatoes are a plantation-based thing.
Concessions would be they stop the war. I mean, what do you think is going on here?
Well, that should be the concession.
You can also
that
clear
Russia
those
stops the
tiles.
war.
Like, for
You
example,
get mixed signals from the White.
okay, so like, say if you really want to just build non-stop mines, which you need just hills instead of plains, right? So if you want to build a shitload of mines to use that as a production base, you can clear those tiles if they're on a hill, and you rather have the production from underneath them as well.
Yeah.
And when you clear them, it gives you a shitload of food, which will boost your population.
Yes.
White House, and I wish they'd be more clear. You know, the initial peace agreement from last week was Ukraine had to give up more land, had to reduce the size of its army, would have to not be allowed to join NATO. You couldn't allow foreign troops into Ukraine. It really was a surrender document that would have left Ukraine weak and vulnerable to Russia for decades to come. I do think that agreement has shifted a little more back towards the middle, but I would like to see the president be a stronger advocate for the free country, the sovereign country of Ukraine that wants to be a democracy.
Nice! I
wants to
did
be
get the
allied
settler
with
as
us,
well.
And have a little more
Fuck
clear idea
yeah.
of who Putin is. That, you know, Putin's the invader.
That's
he's
fucking
the dictator, he's murdered all his
gangster.
opponents. But I just don't see that moral clarity coming from the White House. And you know, we saw that Wall Street Journal article yesterday that many people around the president are hoping to make billions.
Hey,
of dollars.
Shanghai rebelled.
These are all billionaires in their own right.
Time to build a city on the other
from an
side of it
agreement-
and fucking
well,
take
from
Shanghai.
Russia, if they
Looks
get
like
an
it's already
agreement
coming
with
towards
Ukraine,
you.
That alarms
Is that
me
me, is it?
tremendously.
Yeah, so if
All right,
you
kind of love it.
build
from,
it on the
Representative
India
Bacon there. I
side,
feel like
then
you
you'll
hit the nail on
pressure
the
him.
head, like 7
But he's
different
India has big
highlighting
populations,
Putin
so
is a bad guy. They
pressure
are the
is
one that invaded.
applied
What are we doing talking about
by
business
many
deals?
things,
And
but the most
look, Ukraine
important thing
wants
is
to-
the population, I would say. It depends, but general rule.
be like us in so many different ways. They want to be our ally. They want to be our friend. They're looking to us for guidance and support. This aligns with U.S. national security interests in so many different ways. Why on earth are we sending mixed signals? Now, Republican Mike Turner added to that, saying, and I think this is important, saying that he believes that Zelensky is committed to peace, because we're seeing a lot of people at times in the United States say that that's not the case and argue that Zelensky wants war, which is ridiculous. That's one of the points being made from Russia right now, across Russian media. They say that Zelensky is just kicking the can down the road and he wants the war so he can stay in power. And if you look at his statements,
if you settle on top of the luxury resource, you still get the luxury resource.
Okay. I'm not going to, but I'm gonna settle on this limestone. Not that it matters.
It doesn't.
That just doesn't line up at all. It's straight Russian propaganda. So I like hearing Representative Turner here saying Zelensky is committed to peace, but he also talks about how you cannot be America first, which is speaking to MAGA in the GOP, and pro-Russia. Here we go.
And I think everyone thinks that President Zelensky is committed to peace. But, you know, one thing that I think everybody understands is that you can't be America first and pro-Russia because, you know, Russia is a self-declared adversary of the United States. It's fielding, you know, new advanced nuclear weapons that are specifically targeting the United States. It's constantly attacking the United States with offensive cyber.
Stalin
it continuously identifies both NATO and the West, the United States, as its adversary. So in this, and of course, when it identifies Ukraine as its adversary, it does so in identifying the West and the United States as its adversary. You have to understand that the balance of this peace arrangement has to be one where you have to look at Russia as a skeptical adversary.
So I think that's a really important point made there by Representative Turner, and I don't know if this has been well articulated by the GOP over the course of the last year. Maybe it has, and I've just missed it, but kind of driving home the point that
Coupe's not at war
America
with them
First
either.
does not align with Russian interests. Now, my
Sure,
gut
Coupe.
says that kind of what happened here
Peace.
is people saw folks lining up behind the Ukrainian cause and arguing for Ukrainian independence and sovereignty and sending them more weapons, helping them to defend themselves. And some folks viewed that as putting Ukraine above American interests. I don't personally think that's the case. I think that there's a lot of alignment there, and our interests are served, again, by a sovereign and well-defended Ukraine, and our interests are served by a weakened and thwarted Russia. But I think that support for Ukraine, at times people probably interpreted as placing Ukraine as more important to the United States. So this rejection of that has led some into the pro-Russia camp. Kind of a random assessment there, so it could be wildly off, but that's kind of my gut take. So I think it's important that Representative Turner kind of drives that point home, that America First does not align with pro-Russia stances. Now, in terms of what's happening right now, Steve Witkoff is apparently on his way to Russia to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Quite a bit of skepticism about what is actually going to happen here. It's not clear that there's like a plan being presented to Putin. So I don't know exactly what they're going to be doing. Remember, there are Russian delegations that have been meeting with U.S. officials in recent days. It's not clear that Russia and Ukraine have, those delegations through the United States have come to any sort of solid agreement on what I would argue are the two most important aspects here, the drawing of boundaries after the war, and then any sort of security guarantee. So we'll probably get a lot of reporting out of Witkoff's travel to Moscow. I would not expect a lot of substance from that, unless, of course, there's some major agreement that's been agreed upon that just hasn't made it out into the light of day. Now, President Zelensky, as Witkoff is headed over to Russia, put out a statement saying, quote, Ukraine's priorities are obvious. First and foremost, protections and guarantees of security, guarantees of preserving Ukraine's independence, preserving our sovereignty. We will protect this. We are working to ensure that a third Russian invasion will definitely not take place and that there will be no breakdown of agreements on ending the war. Russia has already violated its promises so many times, violated all of the treaties, and breaking the peace is very easy for Russia. So reliable security guarantees for Ukraine, for all of us Ukrainians, are needed. Again, I think we lose sight sometimes that that the next time will be the third time that Russia invades. So, of course, Ukraine is looking at this like, well, clearly we can't trust them. And I would argue that to trust Russia right now would be pretty foolish, like criminal to a degree, to say this time's different, right? You guys, for real, you agreed? Definitely not going to do it? Come on, get out of here. Now, the European Union is also pushing forward not necessarily some proposals, but their comments as it relates to the U.S. and Ukrainian peace plan that has been negotiated in recent days. The EU representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kaja Kallas, was on camera earlier today answering some questions about that, where she had, I think, a pretty valid point. Pushing back on the idea that Ukraine's military needs to be capped at a certain size, saying,
EU
hey, if
Foreign
we're gonna do
Affairs
that,
now?
first
Damn,
off, we
I
don't
didn't
want
know
to
that.
interfere with the decisions of a sovereign nation, but
Kaja
if we're gonna
Kallas,
do that, how about we cap Russia's
she's like-
military? I mean, they're the ones that
was
actually
one of the
invaded,
based ladies
right?
who was there.
Here's Kaja Kallas.
Well, in general, we don't think it's right to go into, sovereign countries' decisions, how big is their army. But my point was that if there's going to be a pressure on Ukraine's army that hasn't invaded anybody, then there should also be pressure on Russian army.
Oh, you
and
should have
really,
settled
the Russian army is the one
not
that
there.
is actually a risk to everybody. And I'm not talking
well.
about European countries, but all the neighboring countries of Russia. If you look at those 19 countries that they have invaded in last 100 years, I mean, they're all at risk. If Russia's army is big, if their military budget is as big as it is right now, they will want to use it again.
Put a governor and build
All right,
a
so in wrapping
monument
up, one
there.
thing to keep in mind here is it does seem like both the Russian and the Ukrainian side have been pretty tight-lipped about the details of where these negotiations have been going in recent days. We're seeing a lot of kind of anonymous source leaks that may or may not be worth reading too much into. I'm working on an interview tomorrow with a Ukrainian reporter to try to dive into a few more of the details, to kind of unpack exactly what has happened in recent days and what to watch for in the week or so ahead. But that's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
Can't believe Stalin's about to do some fucking Stalin shit to me.
The city of Jakarta has roughly the same population as all of Canada.
More than half of the megacities are in Asia. Jakarta, Indonesia, with nearly 42 million inhabitants, is the world's most populous city today.
Indonesia's vibrant and very congested capital has
You know what?
overtaken Tokyo.
Don't
which
go in the
once
water
held the
builder,
top
'cause
spot
barbarians are
after
just
the
gonna hit
United
it.
Nations overhauled its counting methods to be more consistent across countries.
Timely and reliable data are key to effective planning.
Jakarta is home to an estimated 42 million people, followed by Dhaka, Bangladesh with 37 million, and Tokyo with 33 million.
Projections indicate that fast-growing Dhaka, Bangladesh, will surpass Jakarta to become the world's largest city by 2050.
Both megacities are facing massive environmental challenges as their populations swell. Jakarta is slowly sinking due to rising sea levels, excessive groundwater pumping, and rapid development, which is why officials are building a new capital city
Yeah,
on the
Stalin,
island of Borneo.
Give me all your gold for
Iran
this
is also raising
opal.
the possibility of relocating its capital.
That
with
way,
a
if you invade
population
me,
of
I get
10
the opal
million
back
people
and keep
because
that
of a
gold.
water crisis.
That is a story that we see throughout South Asia and in the developing world, where cities are growing in
Oh man,
population,
Coupe
but the
wants to
cities,
give me everything he
do not have
has
the
for some
resources.
horses and iron.
According to the UN
I'm gonna
report,
take that, of course.
45% of the world's 8.2 billion people live in cities, more than double the share in 1950. And by 2050, the UN expects 2/3 of the world's population growth to happen in urban centers.
The challenge that we are facing in Canada on urban living is the housing affordability crisis. Travel times are increasing, and they are increasing prohibitively in certain cities like Toronto and at rush hour in Montreal.
Growing congestion and a construction crunch that urban planners say requires a rethink for Canadian communities big, medium, and small. Sharia Isri, Global News, Montreal.
Oh, it's a great video. You're gonna love this. Classic video. I know what you're thinking. This is just a crocodile. Ah! Ah! Whoa!
Hilarious.
In addition to historian Dana Frank, we're
Could
joined by
really
Spencer
luck out
Ackerman,
with
the
a-
Pulitzer
with a
Prize
news
and National
settler.
Magazine award-winning reporter, author of Reign
It
of
might have been a
Terror,
bit
How the
too far
9/11
away.
era destabilized America and produced Trump, and author of the Forever Wars newsletter.
Yeah, if you
wrote
shadow
a very interesting
near
piece,
Shanghai,
Spencer. The
then
legacy
that
of the
loyalty
war
will
on
flip and it
terror
will help put
reaches South
pressure
America.
to keep your
As we
city.
talked
I
to
warned you,
Rodolfo Pastor
Gandhi's
and Dana Frank,
high
can you
population
talk about
is
this
gonna
moment
put a
where
lot of
President
pressure
Trump
in
has said
the
he's gonna
cities
pardon
around
a
it.
major convicted drug trafficker who was
That's why
supposed
I'm
to
going
spend
to
the rest
attack
of his
him
life
with
in
all
jail.
my military.
And
That's a
the
good idea.
bombing of supposed drug boats in the Caribbean and Pacific, and
I'm
the
just
closing
gonna
of the
move all
airspace
my
over
forces over to
Venezuela,
his
saying he's
city
about
and
to
siege the
attack
fuck
it
out of
for
him.
drug trafficking.
Because
he
when I built
claims.
the statue of Zeus, I got 6 military
Yes, thank
units.
you. Good morning, Amy. I think we're at a really dangerous point in American history right now. Naturally, I don't need to tell you or your guests the legacy of the American dirty wars in Latin America of the 1980s on the war on terror. But now we've got the war on terror reflected in the way that the Trump administration is targeting Venezuela, Ecuador, Honduras, Venezuela, Colombia, Honduras, and beyond. We learned over the weekend that the initial strike on these fishermen boats back in September was a double tap strike ordered by the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth himself, and executed with the full approval of the, at the time, Joint Special Operations Command Commander, Admiral Mitch Bradley, who's now the commander of U.S. Special Operations Command. This was beyond even many of the illegal actions taken of the war on terror. However, this shows the moral degeneracy that the war on terror has left as a legacy in the U.S. military, not just the tactic of a drone strike, but the willingness to kill civilians. The double tap strike, the strike means that that's a second strike on a target already
Stalin's
struck
making
to
me
ensure
nervous.
no survivors. If those were, in fact, people with whom the United States is at war with, as the Trump administration claims, then the second strike is a blatant violation of the law.
Got a
of
battering
armed
ram?
conflict.
You're
You were
good.
supposed to leave survivors and not give
Yeah.
no quarter. If we
Oh,
are
you got
not, in
special
fact, at
ballistas
war,
as well,
as
it looks
for
like.
other purposes, the Trump
Yeah.
administration's Office of Legal Counsel
Are they
says
ranged
when
units?
it's
What are
trying to
those?
avoid
Yeah, they are.
congressional authorization
So they
of
replace
these sorts of
crossbowmen?
strikes, then this is simply like
No,
every
they-
other strike that has killed
Maybe?
now over 80 people, simply a criminal
Yeah, maybe
act
it
of
does
murder.
actually.
I mean, you have now Republican-led committees in both the House and the Senate saying they're going to hold oversight hearings to investigate the Pentagon's attacks on the boats, particularly that one
Yeah,
September
because
2nd,
the mod
where 2 men
allows your units
survived,
to
were
keep
hanging on to the
unique
boat,
abilities.
and they struck it again. You have President Trump trying to defend
You have, like,
Hegseth, who
a special
sources
infantry,
say, was
cavalry,
the one who ordered the second
and range
strike.
now.
And
Yeah, I have
what
a
So
he
few
basically
did
all your
last
units
night,
are going to be
that's
powerful for the
Secretary
entire
of
game.
Defense Hegseth, he tweeted out or put on social media a meme of the children's cartoon character Franklin the Turtle opening fire
Did you see
from a
this shit?
helicopter on boats
I did
below.
see that, yeah.
I was like, yeah, go ahead and shoot that in the fucking helo so the backblast goes up, you fucking dumb turtle.
Both the House and Senate Republicans and Democrats, like Senators Reid and Wicker, calling for an investigation into war crimes here. And this goes together with the senators and the Senator Senator Kelly in Arizona and the other Congress members, former military and intelligence, saying, do not follow illegal orders. It doesn't matter if you were ordered from a superior. You will not be protected if you engage in war crimes.
This is a make or break moment for American democracy. We need Hegseth impeached. We need Bradley impeached. Obviously, there's a separate question about Trump, who's ultimately responsible for this. But these men must not be permitted to remain in their jobs. They are turning the military into a criminal operation.
Oh, cool.
We can have
They're turning the military into a criminal operation. Because it wasn't before.
And previous examples of military commanders following illegal orders. But
Liberals.
This is unambiguous. This is as bright line of violation as it gets. This turns the military into something that I think even those Republicans on those committees who have been willing to put up with and have been complicit in so much, as frankly have the Democratic members. This is a step too far, but if there is no accountability for this moment, we should expect it to repeat.
And you also have, at this point, in addition to Republicans and Democrats calling for investigation, the top Pentagon lawyers, the military lawyers who would say to Hegseth this is illegal. He fired them many months ago.
As well as he fired the Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman simply for being black. This is someone who never should have been anywhere close to the office of the Secretary of Defense, one of the most powerful offices in the world. I want to point out a really important forthcoming date. That's December 12th. Reportedly, December 12th is the final day that Admiral Alvin Halsey, the Southcom commander who apparently quit to refuse these criminal orders, is out of his job and out of the military. It's going to be crucial to bring Halsey in front of congressional hearings to talk about exactly what he did ahead of his decision to quit, what Hegseth ordered him to do, what others inside the Secretary of Defense's office ordered him to do that apparently he was not willing to do. This is going to be a crucial moment of investigation if we are to recapture any semblance of lawfulness over the U.S. military.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Look, baby proboscis.
Where's his nose?
It's still growing.
Adorable little guy.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Venezuela's condemned President Trump's unilateral declaration in a Saturday post on social media that all airspace surrounding Venezuela is closed. Meanwhile, President Trump said the U.S. is poised to...
Yo, China's giving me a great work just for a luxury. Let's go.
Republican-led committees in the House and Senate say they'll hold oversight hearings to investigate the Pentagon's attacks on boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, following a Washington Post report alleging Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered the killing of all crew members on an alleged drug vessel, including the survivors of an initial strike. According to the Post, Secretary Hegseth ordered the killing of 2 people as they clung to the smoldering wreckage of their boat after a first attack by the U.S. off the coast of Trinidad. A source told the Post, quote, "The order was to kill everybody," unquote. Under international law,
Shanghai's mine, baby.
To spare the lives of people who are attempting to surrender or
but I lost the
otherwise
other city.
unable to fight.
Rip.
Human rights groups, meanwhile, have condemned all of the Pentagon's attacks on boats as war crimes. On Sunday, President Trump denied Hegseth gave an order to kill everyone aboard the vessel, but later in the evening, Hegseth contradicted Trump's denial, posting a meme on social media depicting the children's cartoon character Franklin the Turtle opening fire from a helicopter on boats below. Meanwhile, Venezuela's Vice President Delcy Rodriguez called on other oil-producing states and OPEC to oppose any U.S. attack on Venezuela.
Venezuela formally denounces before this body that the government of the United States of America intends to take control of Venezuela's vast oil reserves, the largest on the planet, through the use of lethal military force against the territory, the people, and the institutions of the country.
President Trump says he'll pardon Honduras's former president, who was sentenced by a U.S. court last year to 45 years in prison for directing a massive cocaine trafficking operation. Prosecutors showed how Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was president of Honduras from 2014 to 2022, ran Honduras as a narco state, accepting millions of dollars in bribes from cocaine traffickers in exchange for protection, including deploying the Honduran National Police to safeguard cocaine loads as they were transported through Honduras. News of Trump's looming pardon came just days ahead of Sunday's presidential elections in Honduras, where a right-wing candidate from Juan Orlando Hernandez's party has taken a narrow lead, just under half the votes having been counted at this point. Nasri Aspura is the former mayor of Tegucigalpa. He received a boost when Trump endorsed him and threatened to cut off aid to Honduras if voters elected one of his rivals, who Trump assailed as communists. The death toll from Israel's more than two-year assault on Gaza surpassed 70,000 Palestinians over the weekend, according to Gaza's health ministry. Al Jazeera is reporting that Israeli drones dropped a bomb near Al-Farabi school Saturday morning, killing two brothers, Juma and Fadi Tamar Abu Asi. On Sunday, 3 more Palestinians were killed and 2 others injured in Israeli attacks, raising the death toll to 356.
Now Shanghai's on my
the
team.
US brokered
I can move my
ceasefire went
units
into
through
effect
Shanghai.
October 10th. Meanwhile, Israel returned 15 more Palestinian bodies to Gaza as part of the first phase of the ceasefire deal. This comes as Israeli forces claim to have killed 40 Hamas fighters in southern Gaza over the past 40 days. Meanwhile, in the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces Thursday fatally shot 2 Palestinian men at point-blank range after they appeared to surrender to troops. The killings were captured on video, showing the 2 men coming out of a garage, holding their hands up and lifting their shirts to show they were not carrying explosives. The troops later shot the men dead. This comes as the Wafa news agency is reporting Israeli forces have arrested a 16-year-old child at a military checkpoint in the occupied West Bank as Israel intensifies drone operations over the Jenin refugee camp. Israeli authorities have freed a Palestinian-American boy after holding him for over 9 months without trial in an Israeli military prison where he says he was physically and psychologically tortured. Mohammed Ibrahim of Palm Bay, Florida, was just 15 years old when Israeli forces arrested him in the occupied West Bank for allegedly throwing stones at Israeli settlers' vehicles. If convicted, he faced up to 20 years in prison. Ibrahim was released on Thanksgiving Day following a pressure campaign from more than 100 U.S. civil rights groups, as well as 27 members of Congress. He was hospitalized after his release, treated for severe weight loss and scabies that left him with a serious skin infection. His family said they had almost no direct contact with Ibrahim throughout his detention. In October, a boy told a human rights group he and other Palestinian prisoners suffered beatings, severe cold, starvation, social isolation, and medical neglect. Meanwhile, in Syria, Israeli forces raided a village outside Damascus Friday, killing 13 people, including 2 children. 6 Israeli soldiers were wounded in the clashes. Israel claimed to be targeting members of Lebanon's branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. Since the fall of Bashar al-Assad's regime last December, Israel's launched frequent air raids across Syria and ground incursions in the south. The Trump administration stopped issuing visas for Afghan nationals and has halted decisions on all asylum applications after a 29-year-old Afghan man opened fire near the White House last Wednesday, killing a soldier with the West Virginia National Guard and leaving another in critical condition. Ramanullah Lakanwal has been charged with first-degree murder, will likely face terrorism charges. He previously worked in a CIA-backed Afghan army unit known as a Zero Unit. He entered the United States in 2021 through Operation Allies Welcome, a program that saw the U.S. evacuate thousands of Afghans who face reprisals from the Taliban over the support of the U.S. occupation. He applied for asylum in 2024 and was granted refugee status last April under the second Trump administration. President Trump called the attack an act of hatred committed by an animal and pledged his administration would re-vet every Afghan granted asylum in the U.S.
Gandhi's a peacekeeper, apparently.
The United Nations Special Rapporteur on Afghanistan has spoken out against collective punishment. Richard Bennett said in a statement, quote, "The perpetrator should face accountability that the entire Afghan community must not be punished due to the actions of one individual," unquote. President Trump's announced he is canceling all executive orders signed by former President Joe Biden using an auto pen, which is a device that removes signatures.
I don't think that's how it works.
President Trump has also used auto pen to sign official documents. Back in September, the White House hung a photo of Biden's auto pen signature instead of Biden's portrait in the walkway featuring portraits of former presidents. Biden signed 162 executive orders during his presidency, though it's unclear how many were signed using AutoPen. President Trump rescinded nearly 70 of Biden's executive orders shortly after taking office and another 19 in March. President Trump Wednesday blasted New York Times reporter Katie Rogers, calling her ugly after she published a story raising questions about President Trump's health, writing he was, quote, showing signs of fatigue. The article also detailed an Oval Office event last month where President Trump appeared drowsy with drooping eyelids, dozing on and off for several
No, he said, quiet,
seconds.
Piggy.
President Trump also
That was
insulted
wild.
CBS News White House correspondent Nancy Cortez on Thursday after she asked him about the suspect in Wednesday's attack on 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. Trump snapped back at her, "Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person?" Last month, President Trump called Bloomberg's White House correspondent Catherine Lucy piggy
What a country.
after she questioned him about releasing the Epstein files. In Hong Kong, officials say at least
I'm not
151
stressed.
people died in a fire that engulfed
Shut
the
up, Piggy,
high-rise
I'm not
apartment complex
stressed.
last Wednesday. The blaze is
Oh,
Hong
bro, you
Kong's
got
deadliest in more than
gunpowder.
70 years, and the exact cause has yet to be determined. 8 people have been arrested on corruption charges after investigation revealed the netting that
I
covered
have
scaffolding used
that
in
shit
renovations was
researched, but
not
I
up to
have none in
fire
my
safety
fucking
codes.
sieve.
This is Joey Young, whose grandmother's home
I'll
was
trade you some.
consumed by the fire.
All the memories have all gone, and it's all because of those people who caused the fire. I can't accept it. So today I came with my father and my family to lay flowers. I'm not asking to get anything back, but at least give some justice to the families of the deceased, to those who are still alive.
A Babson College student was deported to Honduras while she was trying to fly from Boston to Texas to surprise her family for Thanksgiving. 19-year-old Ani Lucia Lopez Beloza was told there was an issue with her boarding pass before she was detained by immigration officials at the airport and sent to
Look,
Texas.
Gandhi,
and
I
then
have
to
nothing
Honduras.
against you. It's
The
just-
day after
he's
she
my
was arrested,
ally.
a federal judge issued an emergency
He's my
order
ally.
prohibiting
That just leaves a guy with one eye.
States for 72
Gandhi
hours.
was wrong.
Lopez Beloza told the Boston Globe she's currently staying with her grandparents in Honduras.
Right, Jack?
A judge in Georgia has dismissed the election interference case against President Trump. The ruling effectively ends the last effort to prosecute Trump for attempting to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Pete Skandalakis, executive director of the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia, said he would not pursue charges against President Trump. More than 1,000 people have died in devastating floods and landslides in Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and Thailand, leaving hundreds of thousands of people stranded without shelter. In Indonesia, nearly 600 people have died, and over 500,000 are displaced on the island of Sumatra as authorities frantically search for survivors. In Thailand, at least 170 people were killed in one of the worst floods in decades. Meanwhile, in Sri Lanka, 334 people died as a result of Cyclone Ditwa. It's the worst natural disaster to hit the island in 20 years since the devastating 2004 tsunami. On Sunday, low-lying areas of Sri Lanka's capital, Colombo, were flooded after heavy rains triggered mudslides across the island. Nearly 148,000 people have been displaced.
Oh, he's got
Rain
elephants.
nonstop for 3 days. We heard about the warnings of flooding, but we didn't expect water levels would get this high. As usual, we moved our belongings that could be moved to a higher level, but that didn't help. Everything is underwater.
In the Philippines, tens of thousands of protesters marched in the capital, Manila, calling for President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to resign
think
after
the
a
elephants
corruption
are
scandal
arranged.
revealed his
They're
government
so
took
fucking good, bro.
billions in kickbacks from
The
faulty
elephants.
flood control projects.
Gandhi
Heavy
has
losses
elephants.
from two
They're
recent
fighting.
typhoons, which
There's
killed
two
more
of
than
them right there.
250 people,
That's
spurred
amazing.
public outrage.
Oh, is that what
Marcos
that
has
is?
vowed that at least
Yeah, they're
37
super
government
strong.
officials implicated in the corruption scandal will be in
ranged.
jail by December. But protesters say many more officials
So
should
when
be
he
in
puts them in
jail
the
sooner.
city, they're literally like better than the
It's been
trebuchet in
5
there, you know
months
what I
since
mean?
the flood
And he put the
control scheme
trebuchet
erupted,
in.
and no high official has
Idiot.
been jailed yet. After what Ombudsman Ramula said, that at least 10% of Congress is involved in the anomalies in flood control projects. A case has been filed and a warrant issued for only one person. The
Hey, the
senators
Vikings.
and congressmen involved have still not been jailed.
In California, 4 people were
Man,
killed,
it
11
took out
others
my fucking
hospitalized
thing
after a
in
gunman
one
opened
shot. That's
fire on a
rude.
child's birthday party at a banquet hall in the city of Stockton Saturday. Police say a suspect or suspects remain at large. According to the Gun Violence Archive, there have been at least 380 mass shootings in the United States so far this year. And the Trump administration announced it will no longer commemorate World AIDS Day, which is observed around the world today, December 1st. According to an email viewed by the New York Times, the State Department this month instructed employees and grantees to, quote, refrain from publicly promoting World AIDS Day through any communication channels, including social media, media engagement, speeches, or other public-facing messaging, unquote. Earlier this year, the Trump administration froze funding for many public health programs dedicated to fighting HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
We got zoo stuff now.
Is that what's going on? That is a bear.
I'm voting for campus.
I voted industrial.
The Netherlands is facing a dire housing crisis, likely the worst in Europe. Over
Doesn't really matter, it's gonna be,
390,000
like, good
homes
for
are needed
campus, you
to
know?
address the country's
Hey,
deepening
campus.
housing shortage.
Man, these
Meanwhile,
fucking
students are living in
elephants
tents,
one-shot
and the
my shit.
homelessness
This is
rate
bad.
Yeah, they're
soaring.
strong.
As such, the crisis has quickly become the main political issue in the country. However, the likely
I
next
just
Dutch
got
Prime
Isaac
Minister Rob
fucking
Jetten
Newton,
has
bruv.
put forward a bold
Oh, did ya?
idea to solve the crisis: to build 10 entirely new cities which will house thousands of new homes. So in this video, we'll unpack how the Netherlands ended up with such a deep housing shortage, why previous governments have struggled to fix it, and whether building 10 new cities could actually be a viable solution. The TLDR Black Friday sale is now on. That includes our biggest ever discounts on all products, including our coffee table book, our 2025 calendars, our colouring book, posters starting at $17.99, and much more. Find the full collection at toolong.news or by clicking the link in the description. Offer ends December the 3rd. Let's start with some context. After the Second World War, the Netherlands was devastated. Famine had taken its toll, and much of the country's housing and infrastructure lay in ruins. To address this, the government poured substantial funding into housing associations, triggering a massive construction boom. Between 1945 and 1975, nearly 1/5 of Amsterdam's current housing stock was built, and nationwide, the housing supply almost doubled. By the 1980s and 1990s, once the immediate post-war housing shortage had been addressed, the government shifted its approach. After decades of heavy spending, public debt had grown considerably.
Oh, I turned off
Policymakers began pulling back
so
support
they'll
for
never
housing
convert.
associations, which were restructured as more independent non-profits rather than extensions of the state.
Damn, bro,
At the
relax.
same time, the government actively encouraged home ownership by offering generous tax breaks. As buying became more attractive, the share of renters declined. This period also saw a rapid rise in mortgage debt. Between 1999 and 2009, Dutch household mortgage debt soared from about 55% to around 105% of GDP, the highest ratio in the world. Much of this was fueled by cheap credit and tax-subsidised borrowing. When the global financial crisis hit in 2008, many Dutch homeowners discovered that their mortgages exceeded the market value of their homes. The housing bubble burst, and construction slowed sharply. With high public debts, the government pursued austerity measures, but they did not reduce tax benefits for homeowners. Instead, they introduced new taxes on housing associations, which means social housing became restricted
Hey,
to
I
the
killed an
lowest
elephant.
income groups.
Nice.
A substantial number of socially owned homes were sold to private investors, especially in cities like Amsterdam. Meanwhile, environmental rules aimed at curbing nitrogen pollution began halting construction projects across the country, and thousands of planned homes were stalled or cancelled, reducing affordable housing stock in central
That's not
areas
good.
and pushing rents to new highs. Today, the ability to build social housing has been severely weakened. Housing corporations are underfunded and struggle to compete with private developers, especially given high land and construction costs. Buying a home has also become completely unattainable. From 2015 to 2021, the average household disposable income increased by 25%, but house prices rocketed by 63%. And today, the average home costs more than 10 times the modal income. At first glance, the solution to the housing crisis seems obvious. Simply build more homes to meet demand. Yet, despite the urgency, no government appears willing or able to commit to the scale of construction needed. A recent example was the collapse of the far-right PVV-led government earlier this year. Although the PVV had promised to accelerate house building, it quickly backed away once in power, faced with planning rules, environmental limits and budget pressures. Instead, it proposed a 2-year freeze on social housing rents, a move widely criticised as a superficial quick fix rather than creating a long-term solution. This is because whilst a rent freeze might help low-income households briefly, it also cut the income of housing corporations, limiting their ability to build new homes. It could even push more affordable units onto the private market, further reducing supply and increasing demand. Furthermore, with 60% of the land already built up, farmed or lying below sea level, the question of where and how to build is a highly political issue. In the run-up to October's general election, each political party had a different idea of what should be sacrificed to make room. Every party offered a different solution. Far-right anti-immigration leader Geert Wilders argued that local authorities should no longer be required to house refugees, and even proposed demolishing the National Public Media campus to redevelop the land into housing. Green Left Labour suggested phasing out mortgage interest tax relief over 12 years, converting airports and disused industrial sites into housing, and establishing
Oh, watch out, barbarians are coming for you.
Exempt from profit tax and backed by a government
Gotta
loan.
build walls.
The Christian Democrats focused
I'm
building
not
large new neighbourhoods, while the left-wing Volt Party proposed
they
closing
got
the
man
Tata
at
Steel
arms.
plant in Imodu
Yeah, I know.
and
I
redeveloping
gotta
the
take
vast
out
site
this
into a new
Indian city
Tata
first.
city. In the end, the left-leaning centrist D66 party,
Walls are
led by
down.
Rob Yetten,
Elephant's
won
almost
the
dead.
election.
I've almost got
And
it.
D66 has perhaps the most creative proposal on how to solve the housing crisis, building 10 new cities. Now, on the one hand, this plan is pretty unprecedented. As we've outlined, no recent government has proposed creating new urban centres on such a massive scale. At the same time, with about 1/4 of the country lying below sea level, the Netherlands has a long tradition of ambitious land reclamation projects. So, in many ways, the D66 is reviving this older tradition of large, nation-shaping spatial planning and applying it to today's housing shortage. One of the proposed cities would sit between Amsterdam and the province of Flevoland, a new settlement provisionally named Ystad, after the river running through northern Amsterdam. The plan envisions constructing an artificial island in the Markermeer Nature Reserve between Almere and Amsterdam, creating more than 2,500 hectares of new land. There, roughly 60,000 homes would be built, eventually housing more than 120,000 residents. The proposed location was chosen precisely because it could be linked to the Almere Pampas development area, where around 30,000 homes are already planned. The site is also tied to the long-awaited IJmuir rail and road connection between Amsterdam and Almere, which would integrate the new city into the wider regional economy from the start. Now, so far, only plans for the Ystad city have been completely developed and published by the D66, so the plans for the other 9 cities are still underway. And whilst
Hell
this
yeah,
all
great
sounds like
work.
a great idea on paper, building entirely new cities
I'll
will
do
not
that.
be cheap. The total cost of the Ystad project, including the IJmuir transport connection, is estimated at around €20 billion. Yet, importantly, the Netherlands does have fiscal room to invest. The public deficit stood at just 0.9% of GDP last year, far below both many EU countries and the EU's own 3% deficit ceiling. For now, D66 has yet to cobble together a coalition following last month's election. But Yetten does have the support of the centrist Christian Union Party, which has argued that it's positive to see the long-standing taboo on building in environmentally sensitive areas begin to fade. But other parties remain sceptical, favouring construction within existing urban areas.
He's trying to
rather
rush
than
a
large-scale
trebuchet
land
over
reclamation.
to.
Ultimately, the future
He's
of
gonna
these cities will
capitalize
depend
off
less
those
on
fucking
engineering
barbarians
viability
attacking
and
you.
more
It's
on
a
sustained
desperate
political
ploy,
will.
but his city's gonna fall
Before you go,
he
we've
gets
just
there.
announced our new coffee table book, Assembly Required. And this Black Friday, we're off.
We're here in beautiful North Carolina today with the U.S. Army's new and improved M7A1. And we're going to be firing 6.8 rounds into concrete. We're going to
Thick
see its
boy.
effects against
Thick
level 4
boy.
body armor plates. And I'm going to test out its long-range shooting capabilities, hitting targets out to 800
The
meters.
flood,
From the
no!
perspective of your regular, everyday...
I spoke with a representative to ask directly about the
Did you take
widespread
damage?
criticisms of the new weapon.
Yeah, one of my
Because over the
units did.
past 2 years, the M7 has certainly not been winning any popularity contests. It's earned a
No, I
lot of
lost a
criticism
unit,
from
actually.
both soldiers and publications alike, myself included. Troops posted anonymously on online forums unhappy with it. Some soldiers even reached out directly to me in my DMs on Instagram telling me horror stories about how the weapon has issues with accuracy, durability, reliability, lack of penetrative power, and the system's too heavy. Does it fire when it's dropped too? However,
Couldn't
SIG
do
just
much there.
manufactured an updated version with their product improvement effort, which is based on all this soldier feedback. Today, we're going to examine the changes to the new M7 to find out if it's really ready for war.
So what we're going to do is test out long-range shooting with a drone as our spotter.
We're sending out today's sponsor, Drone Clone Expert's Limitless 5 drone next to the target 600 meters away to get live feedback on exactly where we're hitting.
2 inches left to center.
There's a possibility of a DJI drone ban coming up next month, and a lot of people are asking what's the safest and most reliable alternative from a company they can trust. Drone Clone Experts is an American-owned and American-operated company
based right here in the United States. If you've been wanting a drone, but you're worried about crashing it, this is the one to get because it has obstacle avoidance and GPS auto return to home. My favorite thing about it is the 4K Ultra HD camera with a 3-axis stabilized gimbal, long battery life, 3-mile range, and a night mode on there that brightens the sensor.
Yeah, but if
The
you
big
take
concern
this
with
city, it will
DJI
start
is
applying
privacy
pressure
and
to
security,
it.
of course. The U.S. government is pushing
Oh, he
back on
just spawned a man
CCP
at arms.
Chinese-controlled tech. That's why I switched to an American company that I can actually trust. If you want pro-level quality for a fraction of the price, go to DroneCloneExperts.com. They're running a massive holiday sale right now. Enter code SPOTTER at checkout to get 40% off your drone.
Just click the link in the description or the pinned comment below to get your Limitless 5 drone today.
But the real question is, can it actually destroy the enemy if they're wearing armor or if they're behind armor?
There were a number of people who had reached out to me and were concerned, basically, about the performance of the weapon. Issues with not being able to penetrate steel.
So, you know, when you really think about like target steel, right? Target steel and armor steel is AR-500, AR-550, right? So it's relatively resistant to small arms fire, right? So, you know, the type of steel does matter, but the things that really matter the most from
Sounds
a
like
capability
excuses.
perspective are the materials that you're going to encounter on the battlefield, right? So if you look at, you know, lightly armored vehicles, 1/4 inch or 3/8 inch, you know, so what, 8 to 10 millimeters of light armor, right? Those are kind of the armor ranges that you see on our vehicles and you see on the enemy's vehicles, right? Like lightly armored vehicles, right? When you look at the high pressure ammo with a similar type of projectile, you're going to notice that at 150 meters, the 6.8, this is our projectile. Like I said, we can't talk about the Army GP, but this is a similar type of projectile to an A1. It's a steel-tipped, two-piece copper solid projectile with a steel tip. It'll penetrate this at 150 meters.
Take that for what you will, for whatever SIG's perspective is worth to you. So what the Army is looking to be able to knock through here is like your Russian BTR series, the MTLB series, or the MRAP style
My
vehicles, and
arches.
these external steel skins and logistic trucks, basically. Not
Yeah, Gandhi
BMP
just
tanks.
dropped gold.
If you see those,
Coupe got a
javelin
golden age.
or run as fast
Good
as
for
you
you,
can.
man.
But the possible problem here is that if the enemy thinks American small arms rounds can go through their vehicles' steel armor, they may only need to add some additional armor kits to those vehicles in the future. I learned that the armor-piercing ammo is not achieved by dumping a bunch of more powder into the cartridge to make it go faster or something. It's actually made by changing the shape and the material of the actual bullet itself.
Until you get to your heavy weapon systems, you know, your M2, or your shoulder-fired munitions that exist within your platoon, you don't have anything in the small arms realm that can defeat that 8 to 10 millimeters, 1/4 to 3/8 inch of steel on the battlefield. And so, like, I think from a messaging perspective, one thing that the Army could benefit is really having an understanding what the capabilities are of the weapon system itself and the ammo itself. Now, every single rifleman has an ability to penetrate this at 150 plus meters
penetrate it.
and be able to actually affect the battlefield with, say, a lightly armored vehicle that would encounter a blocking position. Then you start to kind of understand, hey, for an increase in a half a pound of weapon system and a decrease of 40 rounds, I have an ability to affect the battlefield in a completely different way.
These are doctrinal and tactical questions that should be debated here in the comments section. I'm curious what you guys think if you like that trade-off. I fired off a bunch of shots into a concrete barrier. It might give us an idea of how it would perform against some of the concrete buildings that we see around the world in Europe and the Middle East, for instance.
Maybe he just keeps spawning units.
And you know, all concrete is made different. I'm not a concrete expert, but we have here concrete at 100 meters. This is the type of thing that excites me. Is there something wrong with me?
I should call her.
I was basically trying to dig through to the other side. Not
What do you
good for
got?
your health.
Instant create
if you're
a
getting
bomb
hit by
barge
this.
unit.
But
Yes.
here's the problem. Even if we assume it
Finally
has more
a great
firepower,
general
you're
I
still
can
carrying
use.
about 40 to 60 rounds less in total for a standard loadout. And in my last video analyzing trench warfare combat footage, the first thing that stuck out to me is how you could easily burn through ammo quickly and how volume of fire is important when you're clearing out a trench. The first thing I noticed picking it up is that it's definitely lighter than the old version. They shaved a whole pound off by milling out some parts from the receiver's metal and shortening the barrel down to 11 inches, 3 inches shorter, and they shortened the suppressor so it's about 7.3 pounds unloaded, only a pound heavier than the M4. By lightening up that suppressor, they made the weapon feel more balanced as well. I noticed that when I was shooting it, it felt less front heavy than before. A heat shield has also been added to the suppressor, so I'm less likely to do something absolutely retarded and burn myself when getting out of a vehicle or something.
First,
you gotta take the seatbelt off.
You know, when people ask that question, is this program going to be pulled? Is it going to dead or never going to accept it? It's full off.
How's it going over here? Not well, I see.
You look at where the Army is today.
It's going.
You're talking 43,000 rifles have been fielded.
Take some shots at the body armor, the ceramic plates, and see what that does.
I've had to split my
I fired a
forces.
couple of shots into level 4 body armor plates as well. The type that you might expect a nondescript adversarial nation somewhere in the Pacific region to wear. These are my same exact body armor plates that I wore when I reported from Ukraine, so they have some sentimental value for me. They're my lucky plates. They kept me safe, but now it's time to sacrifice them for science and for you guys. The NIJ official limit for survivability of blunt trauma with body armor is about 44 millimeters or 1.7 inches of back deformation. I think the first shot with the RRA ammo at about 25 meters is survivable, but it would certainly crack some ribs. The second and third shots were a baseball-sized back deformation that could mean internal bleeding and potentially KIA.
Get in there.
The shape of the back deformation is key. It's not about punching all the way through. It's about creating a giant pucker mark in the back of the armor.
Whatever chemicals I'm inhaling right now. I got definitely a whiff of asbestos in there.
But the type of ammo is what really makes a difference here. The spicy so-called armor-piercing version hasn't been released yet. I've heard rumors online that the Army is working on a prototype armor-piercing round for the M7 rifle that we're not fully read in on yet. This is the RRA ammo, the reduced range ammunition. This is not the general purpose or armor-piercing ammo. That's not available for us to shoot due to it being sensitive OPSEC technology. The RRA is a copper solid training round designed to operate at the same pressure and velocity though. So as a soldier, I still have questions about whether the chonky 6.8 round is really necessary and worth the added weight and the reduced ammunition. These are things that are going to need to be sussed out. Okay, let's assume it can blast the enemy away inside lightly armored vehicles and behind body armor. Can it actually hit the enemy when I aim at them, or am I winging shots all over the place? Nothing's more embarrassing to do in front of the enemy than miss the enemy.
I think you had mentioned that one of the complaints with the rifle was that it doesn't have any further capability than, say, an M4. You know, an M4 600 meters and the rifle.
Specifically, what the soldier said, he was like, if it has a 4-minute of angle accuracy, what is even the point? You're not hitting targets at 800 meters then, if that's the case.
There is some validity towards the accuracy of the weapon systems to the targeted distance, right? But your probability of hit increases if I have the ability to get the bullet there. Does that make sense? One of the complaints that you do hear from the field is you do hear from an accuracy perspective. And so what you're going to find with, the 13-inch barrel gun and the GP ammo is you're going to see that it's about a 3.5-minute system between the ammo and the gun. The soldier should expect 2 3/4, 3 inches at 100, so a 3-minute of angle gun. And with the GP, they should expect 3 1/4 to 3 3/4, so 3.5 minute of angle with the GP.
I put that theory to the test by firing 2 groups at 100 meters with the new version of the M7.
I shot 5 rounds within 9.5 centimeters.
Recon unit.
What's the
still.
MOA?
Sure, let's break it down.
Lo and behold, my first group was a 3.4, and the second was about a 4, but I wung one of the shots off a little bit. It was like a 3.5, I think.
I was a little bit scared of the explosive power of the weapon.
Definitive, like in a definition state of point versus point target is probably still going to be 600 meters. However, capability from the weapon system is, this is a 600-800 meter gun compared to a 400 to 600 meter gun. If you put this thing with a nice, an accurate bullet, this is a 1,200 meter. Like when you look at the M250, from a machine gun perspective, it's a 1,200 meter gun. This is a 1,200 meter gun all day long as well, But it all comes down to the capability of the ammunition.
Then I tried pushing the shots out further to 300 meters, then out to 500 meters. I was pushing it, and I consistently hit 500 meters, no problem, and it felt satisfying as heck to hear the steel get hit from that distance. I almost called my dad and asked him if he was proud of me yet. I continued firing at the 650 meter target and consistently hit it with the help of my rounds being guided in by a drone and a former career Special Forces soldier who was also helping me get on target. This was one of the first times I'd fired at targets that far away with a semi-automatic service rifle like this. You might be surprised to learn soldiers like myself never train on those kind of ranges with M4s really. All it took was a bunch of people helping on me and I could do it. And that's why I quickly learned that shooting at that distance is a lot more complicated than shooting at like 300 meters away. And this is really important to get into here. It's going somewhere, trust me. Go on this walk with me. What I learned in basic training at the Army barely scratches the surface of marksmanship. Future soldiers will have to take a lot more aspects of shooting fundamentals into account. It's no longer enough to just practice and master the 3 skills of breathing, trigger pull, and steady aim. At that distance, you have to start considering other things. We now have to seriously take into account how wind is moving bullets. Because at that distance, a 10-mile-per-hour crosswind at 90 degrees is pushing your round a foot to the right or left. Soldiers will have to learn methods for estimating wind, like looking at tall grass, looking at flags blowing, holding up grass and dropping it, and sniffing the wind, that kind of thing. If the leaves are rustling the trees, that indicates, for instance, it's like a 3 to 5 mile per hour wind. If the branches are swaying, that's like 8 to 12. And if the trees are fully rocking back and forth, that's 15 plus miles per hour that you're gonna have to make adjustments for. When I felt a gust of wind on me, that didn't mean the same wind was pushing near the target, so I had to study the movement of the trees near the target to get a better sense. Picture the flow of wind downrange like a flowing river, but it's invisible and it's pushing your bullet as it flies. Wind is read like a clock, so you have to know that if it's hitting your ear from the 3 or 9 o'clock, that equals a full 90-degree crosswind. If it's hitting your nose or back, that means that the wind has 0 impact on your bullet. I mean, this is complicated. So I have serious concerns about whether the Army is going to be able to train brand new privates quick enough to master these skills with the amount of range time currently given to them. If someone tried to explain this to me, I would have gotten lost in the sauce. The Army hopefully has a plan for revamping training though. Keep in mind, the M157, the new optic, doesn't automatically sense wind speed. It has a wind hold, and it has like 2.5 pounds, so there's a lot of people who are not happy about this new optic, and I can understand why. But I can only imagine how difficult it'll be to teach soldiers these new fundamentals, and I really hope that the Army has some kind of like S-tier engaging informative PowerPoint that was written by Perun or something. Ultimately, I was able to consistently hit 650 meters though. But what about beyond that range? Shooting at 800 meters, I hit once from 10 rounds. But again, this is the reduced range ammunition. It's built to destabilize at about 800 meters for safety training purposes, because the Army hasn't built many ranges that are able to shoot that far. But it sounds like the Army is kind of aiming for the sweet spot to be 650 meters anyway. I had more questions about the accuracy though.
Right, what does that do for dispersion on the gun? This 11-inch barrel is actually slightly more accurate than the 13-inch barrel on the M7. There's some freak things that happen in kind of like barrel harmonics and in accuracy aspects.
However, a 3-inch shorter barrel means less velocity, which means less range and less penetration. But there is a possible solution to this.
Is it his music? It's like a weird bloop bloop blop. Like you think something's dripping or something in my house.
And if I know you guys, and I think I do a little bit, I know you're probably definitely not going to like the answer.
So these guns operate at about 77, 78 kpsi, the ammo and the gun. The ammo and the gun were developed to go up to 125 kpsi. So we can actually increase ammo velocity by adding more powder formulations, technology to get the gun running faster with a shorter barrel and still achieve this type of thing.
What are some of the downsides that you run into when you
Well,
increase pressure?
Yeah, I think you're going to.
One question I have real quick is, does that increase the recoil?
That would be the first one.
Okay.
That'd be the first one. And the second one would be reliability or durability of parts. So if I increase the pressure and I increase the velocity, I'm going to increase the bolt velocity as well, right? So as that round is recoiled harder, the round goes faster. All right, now my bolt's coming back harder and faster, and I could eventually affect the parts. All of that can be overcome with materials and coatings and design as well. If the Army's not doing this, but if you did go from a 77, 78 kpsi rifle to an 81 kpsi rifle, you're not asking for a gigantic leap to 95 kpsi to make up that 100 feet per second that you're getting lost with that shorter barrel.
The solution to regain velocity with a shorter barrel is to gas that baby up even higher. Gas, gas, gas. Every gun nerd with a touch of the tiz and a bit of every ballistic engineer and armorer raised an eyebrow when they heard that the Army is saying 80,000 plus PSI, the hybrid steel ammo fired from an 11-inch barrel. Why are they saying that and thinking that? They're worried about the physics, metallurgy, blast pressure, and long-term durability of the system. This is extreme high pressure for small arms at that range. So everything gets stressed from the bolt lugs to the extraction timing and gas system parts.
And I saw this across a number of people who had reached out to me or had wrote online about it. There was concerns about how gassed up the weapon is. It was a big complaint that I just saw, that people were saying it's way over gassed. One of the things that we heard was that some of the shell casings explode apart.
It's not an issue that I've seen. I don't want to discount what someone else has seen, right? I don't think that's fair. We haven't seen anything with a shell case issue since probably 2018, summer of 2018 is when we solved that problem. And we haven't seen anything from that since then. I don't think that's a problem, but we haven't heard anything from the Army saying that that's a problem. So if there's an issue here or an issue there, it isn't endemic enough to make it to the Army for them to identify it with us either.
According to SIG, this issue with the cartridge was solved within 3 months of the development of the prototype. They state this hasn't been an issue in over 7 years now.
One of the other things that was brought up was issues with reliability.
There's a lot of things that happen with reliability, right? Weapons conditions, lubrication, care.
I killed
all
both
those
of his
things
elephants.
on the soldierly level that are going to affect reliability.
I
Right? The only
imagine
thing
they're
I can
pretty
comment, at
expensive.
least from a reliability perspective with the M7, is the M7, as tested by the Army from a reliability standpoint, has a mean round between stoppages well above 12,000 rounds.
The truth is, the M7A1 has real trade-offs, but it also delivers real capabilities. Test firing the improved carbine M7A1 with the shorter barrel was a much better experience. As a soldier, of course you want that carbine version. It took us about 20 years of using the M16 to the M4 to realize that. So this new weapon has gotten the nickname the M7A1 online. I don't think it's officially named that, but it's a reference to the series of improvements made to the M16 and M4, the A1 through the A4 series, and it's a good way of thinking about it, I think. And firing it on full send mode, admittedly, it rocked me a little bit when trying to dump a full 20-round mag, but in the 3 to 5 round bursts I could stay on target, especially if you watch me do it in slow motion. Then it seems less like I'm getting bent over the table by the gun. Listen, I'll be the first guy to admit I'm not an elite cool guy tactical trainer. I think you could tell by my Temu Wish.com type ammo mags for the 5.56. So yeah,
go Knights.
You'll see me reloading from my cargo pockets. Do I look 8 up? Yeah. But I'm doing my best. If you guys had told me as a lower enlisted E4 I'd get the opportunity to test fire new Army weapons, I would have never believed you, and I'll take that opportunity any chance I get. It hits harder, reaches further, and punches through barriers and light armor in ways that I think matter on the modern battlefield. It's like my old squad leader used to always say, we're lucky the insurgents have 2003 Toyota Camrys and not 2010 Humvees.
But as far as the weapon systems, as far as complaints, I think that any system should expect to be improved. I think the American people, the soldiers, and ourselves should expect that we're going to receive feedback from the military. They have an expectation of the gun improving, and we have an expectation of improving the gun for them.
At the same time, concerns about pressure, durability,
recoil, and long-term reliability, I don't think those are just internet myths. They're legitimate questions that the Army and SIG will
Like, why
have
are
to
my
answer going
amenities so
forward
shitty?
into the
I'm at
future
war
on
with
this
Gandhi,
program.
who I can't
After
fight.
shooting the weapon at
Need to
different
make peace
stages
with
over
Gandhi.
the past 5 years,
Nah,
I've
fuck
like
Gandhi.
grown up with this
No,
weapon
no,
system.
no. I need
I've
to
seen
make
this
peace with it.
program
It has
change
no
shape
effect
a
on
few
you.
times now, and my life has changed shape as this program has developed. And seeing both the strengths and the shortcomings, getting up close with the M4 and the M7, what I know is I want to see the best primary weapon system possible fielded to soldiers, because the stakes are really high, and we owe it to the next generation of troops to field the best possible weapon system. So if you like this video, you can check out these other videos that I've done on firearms here, like this one on Special Forces' new machine gun program to replace the Mark 48, the LMGA. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy. Hit the like and subscribe button. And remember, if you're looking to grab a holiday gift for your dad or someone that you love, check out the Limitless 5 drone, link in the description.
Regime change in Venezuela, quote, won't be hard, according to a senior U.S. official just yesterday. Now, personally,
Did we
I'm
watch
worried
this?
that we're
I swear I watched
underestimating
this.
what we're getting ourselves into here.
I
In
wasn't
fact,
here, so
and Trump shrinks from acting to
you gotta
depose
tell
him.
me.
Trump and the credibility of the United States will be the losers. Trump chose this showdown, and it will cost America and the region
Definitely
dearly
watch
if
this.
Maduro emerges triumphant. Now,
Trying
to
to
be
skip, but it's not letting me. The Aztecs really have a barbarian problem.
Oh, the barbarians have come to help me.
You're out of here! Scram! Take a hike! Get lost! Don't let the doorknob hit ya! That's what Judge Cameron Curry told Trump's insurance lawyer Lindsay Halligan, only she said it nicer because she's a 77-year-old federal judge. She also said that the cases against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James were DOA, since Halligan was never lawfully appointed to hold the office of U.S. Attorney. Just weeks after the president celebrated the indictments of his mortal enemies, the cases disappeared in an embarrassing cloud of stinky smoke. Gosh, who could have seen that coming except viewers of this channel who have gotten a whole pile of videos explaining that this was inevitable. It is the least surprising November surprise ever, and the administration has reacted in the least surprising way ever.
Sure, we'll be taking all available legal action, including an immediate appeal
Someone's
to
about to
hold
buy a
Letitia
settler.
James and James Comey accountable
With
for
faith.
their unlawful conduct.
Yep, they're doubling down. Not gonna take no for an answer, no matter how many courts tell them that they have bungled the law. But what does all that mean? What happens next, and what does that have to do with hats? In September, Trump pushed out Halligan's predecessor, Eric Siebert, and he wasn't subtle about the reason. The president was pissed that Siebert refused to indict Trump's enemies, former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, for crime TBD. He ordered Attorney General Bondi to appoint Lindsay Halligan,
my
a
nut.
Florida insurance lawyer who'd never prosecuted a case in her life, to lead one of the largest U.S. attorney's offices in the country. Halligan followed Trump from Florida to D.C., where she was appointed Assistant to the President for Domestic Policy, Special Assistant to the President, and Senior Associate
Gandhi,
Staff
Gandhi,
Secretary.
Gandhi,
On March
Gandhi.
5th,
All right,
Trump put out an
I gotta
executive order
remember to do
tasking
this.
her with de-wokifying the Smithsonian,
You're not
so
willing
we
to
concentrate
trade
on the
for
nice
peace?
parts of American history and not so much on the icky
Okay.
stuff like slavery or the wholesale
Fuck
theft
you
of
then.
land from indigenous
Guess he wants to
peoples.
die.
On
Guess my
September 20th, Trump
amenities
announced
will
on
just
Truth
go
Social
fuck
that Halligan
themselves.
was going to be the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, known to its friends as EDVA. Things went sideways fast, but first Halligan did what she was hired to do. On September 25th, just 5 days before the statute of limitations was due to run out, she walked into the grand jury all by herself and secured an
get outta
indictment
here,
of
you
James
fucking
Comey for
barbarian.
lying to Congress in 2020. And on October 9th, she got the indictment of Tish James for making false statements on a mortgage application in 2020. Mission accomplished. Except, almost immediately it became clear that there were major problems with these indictments, especially the Comey one. Some sort of way, Lindsay Halligan got 3 signed indictments out of 1 presentation to the grand jury, which is not a thing. Check out Anna's video about sitting in the courthouse watching the Comey case implode before her very eyes. But the biggest and most immediate challenge to Halligan's cases was that she was never legally appointed as U.S. attorney in the first place. See, Congress says that U.S. attorneys have to be appointed with the advice and consent of the Senate. That is, the president has to nominate them and convince the Senate to vote to approve them. The procedure for temporarily filling a vacant U.S. attorney role is set out in 28 U.S.C. Section 546, which says that the Attorney General can appoint someone to fill the role on an interim basis for 120 days. After the interim appointment expires, the judges in that district can appoint someone to fill the role. Often the judges vote to keep the president's interim appointee on the job. That's what happened with Eric Siebert, who'd been a prosecutor in EDVA for 15 years. The judges there voted to keep him, and he could have stayed on that job forever without worrying about Senate confirmation. But judges were less impressed with some of Trump's other picks, like Alina Habba in the District of New Jersey.
What
Habba
it?
is another
No. We're not doing this shit. We're not doing this shit. Get out of here with that shit.
When her 120-day term
Fuck off.
expired, the judges in New Jersey passed her over in favor of a career prosecutor.
Russia.
That
Stalin.
infuriated Bondi,
Need a thorn
who
in my
accused the
side
judges
once
of rebelling
again.
against the will of the president, which is wild. The judges have no obligation to bless the president's choices. So Bondi developed what I call the 3-hat dance to install Trump's cronies as U.S. attorneys
That's right.
without
Failed,
Senate
bitch.
confirmation. First,
Gandhi
took
was
advantage
the
of
one who was
120-day
voting in
interim
support of it.
appointment
Bro,
under
fuck
Section
you. I
546
passed on the
Act
religious
1.
emergency
Then she
against
appoints the
you.
crony as the first assistant U.S.
Go
attorney on the
fuck
theory
yourself.
that the first assistant automatically gets promoted to the top job when the position becomes vacant. That buys another 200 days under a law called the Federal Vacancies Reform Act. Hat 2. And then, for good measure, she appoints the crony as a special attorney under 28 U.S.C. Section 515, the same law that was used to appoint special counsel Jack Smith. So there you go. 3 hats. And this weird dance has worked, kind of. I mean, it hasn't worked to keep the cronies in as U.S. attorney. In fact, judges in New Jersey, Nevada, and California have agreed that the president cannot get around Senate confirmation with successive interim appointments. Every single court has ruled that the president gets one 120-day interim appointment, and that is it. But the first assistant still gets to run the office in the absence of a confirmed U.S. attorney, and most importantly, any case that the crony touches, it's still valid thanks to that second hat, which gives him or her a secondary source of prosecutorial authority. So when defendants moved to dismiss their cases because the other cronies weren't legally appointed, judges said, yes, that appointment is totally illegal. And also, tough luck, fella, because the other hats make the prosecution valid. Which makes it even weirder that Bondi did not do that with Lindsay Halligan. Bondi appointed Halligan under Section 546 and called it a day. That is just one hat, and if you'll forgive the metaphor, it was a hat Trump had already given away in March to Eric
How's it
Siebert,
going over
who
here?
used
Not
up
well,
Trump's
I
one
see.
and only 120-day
That's fine.
appointment. Why didn't Bondi give Halligan some other FVRA and special counsel hats? I don't know, man, but it seems to have dawned on her 6 weeks later that she had screwed up. On Halloween, Bondi signed this bizarre order claiming to retroactively appoint Halligan as special attorney under Section 515. Essentially, Bondi said that she was going back in time to September 22nd and putting another hat on Halligan. Alternatively, Bondi said she was ratifying what Halligan did back in September because she read all the papers and it was cool, so it didn't matter if Halligan had no legal authority to present a case to the grand jury. Bondi said a magic spell on Halloween and made it all okay. We are living in some very weird times, and so now is probably a good moment to wipe away all your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone number, home address,
Listen,
email address,
lady.
private sources. You in court. Judge Cameron McGowan Curry, a senior judge from South Carolina.
His
One of the
army's gone.
first things that Judge Curry did was to ask for the grand jury transcripts to determine the extent of the
Gandhi's.
indictment signer's involvement in the grand
It's
jury
hidden in the
proceedings.
fog, I think.
The indictment
No, it's
signer
gone.
would be Lindsay Halligan.
How do you know?
That was a bad sign for
I'm
Halligan
looking at
because
his
it
military.
strongly suggested that Judge
you got
Curry
the-
had
twice
already
his army
determined
right
that
now.
Halligan was unqualified and was
He just
trying
tried-
to see if
he
the
just
presence
took
of
back his
another
fucking build as a
lawfully
cunt.
appointed prosecutor might save
Now
those
your fucking
indictments.
guy is dead.
But no other lawyer
Eat
at
shit.
EDVA would get
Hell
anywhere
yeah.
near
That was a
these garbage
fucking
cases.
great
Halligan
merchant
was the
I
only
just got.
person who presented the charges to
A
the grand
great,
jury,
great
and
merchant.
She was the only one who signed the indictments, and she did it all wearing one defective Section 546 hat. On November 25th, Judge Curry dismissed the charges against Comey and James. She said that Section 546 is unambiguous. A person appointed as United States Attorney may serve until the expiration of 120 days after the appointment by the Attorney General. Subsection D provides a single option for how subsequent interim appointments may be made. If an appointment expires under subsection C2, the district court and only the district court may appoint a United States attorney to serve until the vacancy is filled. Translation, Trump had one U.S. interim attorney hat to give away in the Eastern District of Virginia, and he gave it to Eric Siebert. He had no hat to give to Halligan, so she was never legally on the job. Judge Curry laughed at Bondi's attempt to retroactively jam a Section 515 hat on Halligan's head since the government has identified no authority allowing the Attorney General to reach back in time and rewrite the terms of a past appointment.
We're back in
And
business.
The court
If you
said
say
that
so.
The attempt to ratify the indictments post
It's time for
facto
Gandhi to
was
give me
DOA
this
as
this
well.
fucking
Otherwise,
city.
the government could
I'm
send
gonna-
any
I'm gonna
private
see if he
citizen
wants to
off
make
the
a
street,
deal that'll
attorney
give
or
me my
not,
city
into
back.
the grand jury room to secure an indictment so long as the Attorney General gives her approval after the fact. That
He won't.
cannot be the law. Judge Curry ruled that all actions
doesn't
flowing from
view
Ms.
himself
Halligan's
as
defective
losing 'cause
appointment,
he
including
hasn't
securing and signing
lost any
Mr.
ground
Comey's
here.
indictment, constitute unlawful exercises of executive power and must be set aside. And since no legally serving lawyer participated in that grand jury process, the indictments were dismissed. But Comey and James didn't get everything they wanted. They both asked Judge Curry to dismiss their cases with prejudice. Cases dismissed with prejudice cannot be refiled. Comey and James said that Halligan's misconduct was so apparent that the court shouldn't let the government do it again. And here, Judge Curry said no. She dismissed both cases without prejudice, leaving the government free to go get another grand jury and re-indict Comey and James. Now, in a normal world, the DOJ would just shrug their shoulders and get back in front of another grand jury next week. It's actually kind of a gift. All those embarrassing screw-ups Halligan made before the grand jury get wiped away, and the DOJ gets to take a mulligan. This time, Bondi might even remember to give Halligan all the hats. But we are not in a normal world. Bondi is at war with the judiciary over the legality
Oh,
of those
look, the
U.S.
city
attorney
is
appointments.
expanding, too.
And the
That's
DOJ
great.
has appeals pending at the 9th and 3rd Circuits. Plus, they're fighting off a motion in the Northern District of New York over the 3 hat appointments of a U.S. attorney named John Sarconi. Funny enough, that's a Tish James case,
My
too,
amenities
since
still
Sarconi
aren't
is
enough,
using his
and I
office
can't
to
buy
subpoena the
luxuries
state
'cause I'm
AG for documents
too
from
far in
Trump's
debt. My
civil
army
fraud
too big.
prosecution. The point is that Bondi has to
Who's got
defend the
gold?
3 hat dance in Virginia
Gandhi's
because
got gold.
if she
Can I
concedes
see
the point
any
with
of
respect
Gandhi's
to
cities?
Halligan, it's going to totally undercut her cases everywhere
All right,
else.
I'm putting
So
a
she's
spy in the
boxed
city you're
in.
trying
She
to
has
take.
no choice but to
Okay.
appeal the Comey and James losses instead of doing the logical thing and just getting in front of a different grand jury and indicting them again tomorrow. So now what? Well, the dismissal order wipes
build
out all the
flood
pending
barriers?
motions, which is a huge bummer
Yes.
for me and Anna Bauer, because the
that.
magistrate judge said that in her
You
grand
have
jury
to get
presentation, Halligan
a
made
dam,
basic errors of law
and you
that would make a
can
first-year
mitigate
law
floods.
student die of embarrassment, and I was looking forward to seeing all that stuff come out. Instead, the government will appeal to the Fourth Circuit, after which it will almost certainly head to the Supreme Court. I assume that the justices will agree to hear the case and will combine it with all the other disqualification cases because that's the same issue. The Supreme Court will ultimately decide if Section 546 allows the president to hand out one 120-day interim appointment hat, or if he can keep
All
naming
the
a
guys
new person
around
every
me
4
make
months.
me
And obviously,
very
it's a binary,
nervous.
right? Either the Supreme Court will say that the trial court judges were all wrong and the president can indeed make successive interim U.S. attorney appointments, or the justices will say that the trial courts got it right and Halligan and the rest of the 3 hatters were never legally appointed. So, okay, say the Supreme Court overturns Judge Curry and says Halligan's appointment was legal. The win for the government is that the Comey and James cases come roaring back to life, warts and all, which is great for me because then I'll get to see what kind of crazy stuff is in those grand jury transcripts. But it's kind of a monkey's paw for the government because they'll be stuck with those weak, defective cases put together by a prosecutor who didn't know what she was doing. But okay, say it goes the other way and the Supreme Court agrees with the trial judges that none of these U.S. attorneys were legally appointed. Okay, then the DOJ can go back and seek new indictments, maybe. Well, they can definitely do it with Tish James' indictment because she's charged with committing mortgage fraud in 2020, and that's got a 10-year statute of limitations, so no problem there. Whether they can indict Comey again
Man,
is an
I
open
am
question. The
Not
reason that
looking good on
Halligan
my
was
era
such a hot
score.
hurry to indict Comey on September
No.
25th was that the statute of limitations was about to expire on September 30th.
probably not
That's
either,
why
honestly.
Trump pushed Siebert out, because that window to indict Comey was going to close. And okay, obviously
not
we're now
looking
long
good.
past that date. But under 18 U.S.C. Section 3288, the government might still be able to recharge him. That law says whenever an indictment is dismissed for any reason after the statute of limitations has expired, a new indictment may be returned within 6 calendar months of the date of the dismissal, or in the event of an appeal, within 60 days of the date the dismissal of the indictment becomes final. So, the Justice Department's going to argue that this law gives them another crack at Comey whenever the appeal gets resolved. That's one of the reasons Comey's lawyers pushed so hard for Judge Curry to dismiss the case with prejudice. They argued that it would be manifestly unfair to allow the DOJ to use this patently illegal prosecution as a means to basically buy an extra 6 months on the statute of limitations. But judges are by their nature pretty cautious, and so Judge Curry dismissed without prejudice anyway, and now we're in a weird place. The question is basically, should the courts treat this dismissal like a normal dismissal, which would trigger this extension under 3288?
Oh, here we go.
Or was this indictment void from
Okay,
the jump, and so it can't be
city-states
the
don't
basis
matter, we
for an
don't have
extension of the
city-states.
statute of limitations because it
Fucking
never
who cares?
existed? Obviously, the DOJ will say, hell yes, we get the 6 months to indict, and Comey will say, hell no, because the indictment didn't exist since Halligan had no authority to even walk into the grand jury room, so it can't be a vehicle to extend the statute of limitations. Which does sound pretty
We're
logical,
voting
but
all for
that's going to be a
proposals.
question for the Fourth Circuit and probably the Supreme Court. Now, that assumes that someone could or would go
They're
back
not
and try
letting
to
us
indict
vote
Comey
because
again.
there's
This
no
case
city
is
states? What's going on?
exceptionally flimsy, and the magistrate
I
judge
let May
strongly
vote.
implied that Halligan was only able to get the
Oh, I
jurors to return
didn't
an
hit choose
indictment
target
by
yet,
playing
my bad.
fast and loose with the facts and the law. That caused mean lawyers on the internet, like me, to use words like attorney grievance commission and disbarment and ethical shitshow debacle. There is no guarantee that this indictment could be replicated if
Hey,
the
they
government
built their wall.
got another chance to take a crack at it. So it ain't over till it's over. But for the moment, it's over for Comey and James.
Creates a
Lindsay
relic.
Halligan
Hell
can go
yes.
back to the White House for her
What
important
do you got?
project
Romeo
of
and Juliet?
de-wolfifying
Hell
the
yes.
Smithsonian, which is probably for the best because it seems like this prosecutor thing wasn't really working out for her anyway.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I
Bad.
started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal.
Hey there, class. You know, in this age of falsified news and sensational headlines, it can be difficult to find a periodical you trust. Well, I'm going to let you in on a little secret that I use to get breaking stories fast. It's called Dog's Garden, a Facebook group that has quickly become my #1 news source. Every day, the first website that I visit is Dog's Garden. I don't know how they do it, but they always get the scoop. Dog's Garden, a place to update sad news and losses in the celebrity world, to share grief and remembrance. And boy,
I got the
do
Holy
they
Grail.
They just posted
Nice.
this. After years of battling a rare neurological disease, Celine Dion's family sadly announced that she has been released. Even in silence, her soul sings, "Thank you, Celine, for every note, every tear, every moment. Read more below." Oh my God, Celine Dion died? That's awful. I haven't read about that anywhere else. That's how you know Dog's Garden gets it first. Shut up, Celine Dion's still alive. Fake news, she's still alive. Stop lying. Fake news, you sick sons of bitches. She's alive and well. Wah! A candle. Wah! Sorry guys, but if Dog's Garden is saying it, I'm afraid she's gone. Thanks for the bad news, Dog's Garden. I love you. And post. Yeah. Hey, Quarantine Eric. Is this how you get all your celebrity death news? You use Dog's Garden? Huh? Oh, no, I just happen to get all my news from my Patreon followers. Yeah, they send me DMs about what's happening day to day, and that's how I keep
probably
up with
an
the
old
news.
video, but-
Like, for instance, virus
Oh.
confirmed from Wuhan lab. Trump is permitted back on Facebook, but not Twitter. Game of Thrones final 2 seasons are redone. George R.R. Martin dies before completing his books. 17 years cicada cycle disappoints. Marijuana legalized federally. Gavin Newsom recalled. Cuomo recalled. Biden dies in office. Dogecoin to $1, currently at 38 cents. GameStop will go bankrupt. Hey, I get the scoop, baby. Yeah, man, none of that happened. None of them? Oh, shit. Really? Anyway, I think I'll stick to Dog's Garden for all my breaking news. Oh my God, Sylvester Stallone's dead. When did that happen? Oh, and Jaden Smith? They're both dead? This is an awful day for the entertainment industry. The son of the legend in black has passed away after a horrific car accident in Los Angeles. Oh my God, I don't even know what to say right now. So I'll just read these comments. May he rest in peace. Okay, I do know what to say to that.
Do not mourn for the fallen, dear lady. Their names have appeared in the
Fuck it,
Reaper's
build a
Black
Wander.
Book.
We need the
They
air
rest
escort.
now forever within the
Fuck it, build
confines
Petra.
of
We need the air
Dog's
escort.
Garden. Pray that you do not share their fate, you fool.
I don't know if we'll build it in time, but
Okay.
fuck it.
Let's start the show.
Who's gonna stop me?
Exactly.
All right, well, this is my first time checking out Dog's Garden for the day, and it looks like we already have some bad news. America is in mourning after the sudden deaths of beloved legends whose lives and legacies inspired millions. Oh no, who is it? Who is it? Oh shit, it's Bruce Willis. He died. He's dead. Real or not? Obviously fake, or the news will be spread worldwide and Wikipedia could have a date of death. Who's this guy, Bjorn? I don't like Bjorn's attitude. That's not a cool way to act on a dead man's Facebook post. Don't be rude, Bjorn. The man is dead. And reply. Candle. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, a candle is nice for this kind of news. And hey, who did a laughing emoji on the candle? Bjorn again. You know, I'd say something to him right now, but I don't think it'd be good etiquette. Man, what do we got here? Let's translate that. Can you tell what the fuck mother you were laughing at, you piece of beach Mariko? Now that's exactly what I was gonna say to him. We got clap, clap, squirt, Christmas dance in front of a shamed man. Well, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but it's probably disrespectful, which is why Bjorn left another laughing emoji. I'm getting real sick of that guy. I think I'm gonna pull him aside and say something. Hey Bjorn, can you please be a little more respectful on the Dog's Garden page? These people are in mourning, and it comes across as immature, and reach out in good faith. No, I just gotta wait for him to respond. Hello? And send? Okay, well, while we wait to hear back, let's learn a little bit more about Dog's Garden. They're located at 1923 Calle Barcelona in Carlsbad, California. And if we look on Google Maps, that's the location of a restaurant called Urban Plates. How do they have time to run a restaurant and get us so much breaking news at the same time? I mean, it's incredible. And believe it or not, they're doing all of this while being based in Vietnam. I mean, impressive doesn't even begin to describe it. Kudos to the staff over there at Dog's Garden. Oh shit, someone just died. Oh my God, we lost Simon
Not
Cowell.
Simon Cowell.
Dude, that's too many
No.
dead celebrities. It's too much. Once again, the same women that carries the coffin. And why did they cut his body in half and put him the wrong way in the coffin? When you post fake shit, at least make an effort, you fucking dumbass. Oh boy, that's the first stage of grief right there. Denial. Let's see if I can use some good comment etiquette to help him accept that Simon Cowell's fucking dead. It's true, I'm sorry. I'm one of the paramedics that was working on him. I tried everything to bring him back, even stuffing his hog in my mouth and going to town on it. And while he did finish all over my face and chest, unfortunately that was the last thing he ever did. And casket emoji and tweet. Well, I wonder if there's any good news on this terrible little day. The operating room fell silent, not from failure, but from awe. After years of living as one, the conjoined twins who once shared every breath, heartbeat, and shadow finally opened their eyes to separate worlds. Whoa, they separated those famous conjoined twins?
Epic.
That's great news. Where did they get the extra arms? Not true. Yeah, bullshit. Barlax. 9. Bullshit. Yeah, you see what the news has done to people is nobody believes anything anymore. It's sick. AI. Got this. You shut your goddamn mouth, Helena. This is the best news I've read all day on Dog's Garden, and I'm not gonna let you ruin it. And have that as a reply. There we go. That ought to bring her back down to earth. That way we can just congratulate these sisters on their successful operation. I also noticed that Dog's Garden has a phone number listed, so it's probably how you call in to give them tips and stuff. So I'm gonna call that.
Thank you for calling Urban Plates Carlsbad. Thank you so much for holding. How can I help you?
Yes, hello. Is this Dog's Garden?
Sorry?
Yeah, I was calling to get in touch with Dog's Garden, the news and media company.
Urban Plate.
This isn't Dog's Garden, the news and media company?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, actually, just one more thing. Is there any chance you could, like, ask the other staff there if they run the Dog's Garden Facebook page?
Okay, yeah, give me 1 second, okay?
All right, thank you.
Urban Plate.
Did you guys hear that Sylvester Stallone died? I did not. Is that real?
He's going in people's comments, typing this shit.
Dog's Garden. I don't see anything about it.
Hello? Oh, hello?
Yeah, can I help you?
Yes, is this the person that runs the Dog's Garden Facebook page?
You're calling a restaurant in Carlsbad. We don't run any Facebook page.
Oh. Okay, well, they listed your phone number on their Facebook page, so I assumed somebody there, maybe one of your staff?
Okay.
Can you go ask your staff if anybody there works
This is not
and
going
owns
well,
Dog's
but I've
Garden,
committed.
the Facebook group?
I can ask. I mean, hold on.
Okay, thank you.
What the fuck is this fit?
Yeah, my hair gets really dry.
No, that's a fucking joke.
Simon Cowell did not die.
Can one of you talk at a time? What?
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I asked around. Nobody's running that page here.
Okay, well, cool. I mean, you
Another
know, maybe
elephant.
the person who does
Fuck.
run it isn't working there tonight. So, if can you guys just let me know if you hear anyone talk about how they run a Facebook group called Dog's Garden, and they just did a story about how
I'm
Celine
so
Dion
fucking
died.
broke, bro.
Yeah, she's dead now. She is dead. I got that from Dog's Garden. That's why I wanted to hit them up. I just wanted to ask. Also, I want to buy the group. Can you let them know I want to buy the Facebook group?
Well, my condolences.
Okay, well, you don't need to give me condolences because I'm not related to Celine Dion. I don't actually care. But I want to buy the Facebook group.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, bye. Jeez. Another dead end. Of course Dog's Garden would want to do all this stuff anonymously to protect their sources. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they even used today's sponsor, NordVPN! And I've got a little surprise for everybody today. I have exclusive behind-the-scenes footage of the brand new Knobbleberry half-hour special from Ridley Main Quarter Chop himself.
Hello, this is Ridley Main Quarter Chop, coming to you from the set of Knobbleberry. I just want to show you what we've been doing with our Nord money. This is brought to you by NordVPN.com/bigmoney. This is where all of our equipment is. In case you are a thief, there's hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment here.
Yeah, if you've been reading the trades, you know that there's a brand new Knobbleberry special being filmed right now. All thanks to NordVPN.com/bigmoney, which hides your IP address and allows you to browse the internet safely and securely. Choose from thousands of servers in countries all around the world to get around region block content, porn bans, blacked out sports events, or just to watch streaming
So
shows
close
that
to
aren't
getting
available
out of
where
a dark
you live.
age.
All right, back to Ridley.
I'm
Main.
literally one error score away.
Partner, would you like to say?
Fuck.
Yes, hello, it is me,
How do you get
Gunther
Aerospace?
Guggenheim. I'm very excited.
Various things, building districts, building wonders, being the first person to do things.
I didn't know he
It's
was
districts
German. I
for
wouldn't
me.
have hired him if I knew that.
I'm gonna get a Dark Age.
Anyway, another thing about
It
NordVPN
is
is they have a
what it is.
30-day money-back guarantee. Right now, this is what they call first team walking onto set. Here we go. Here's our crew. Hello, boys.
Finally added that.
I'm very excited.
Someone get this fucking kraut away from me.
Oh, this is going to be delightful.
I'm going to kill you.
Uh-oh, looks like there's a little on-set drama. Well, there's no drama when you sign up for NordVPN.com/bigmoney for huge savings on a 2-year plan.
He
plus
put
an
the
additional 4
city
months
cannot be
free. You also
sieged
get
guy
threat
in the other
protection,
city
which
for
keeps you
some
safe
reason.
from malicious sites, downloads, trackers, and intrusive ads. Threat protection is on even when you're not connected through a VPN, so you can stay protected.
It's another sunny, beautiful day on set. Filming the Knobbleberry special. As you can see, the boys behind me are very busy. I want to show you something. You know, I said it was a nice, beautiful, sunny day.
I need to build a coal mine.
You're not going to believe this.
So silly.
Let me show you what the Nord money's given me. It's fucking pitch black, mate. Yes, we have these cunts rocking. And they're hitting these things on the windows, making it appear.
China
as if
still
it
has
were new.
warriors. That's
Whoa,
so funny.
I didn't realize Nord was such a patron of the arts. And it really shows on the screen, huh? Not that I can show you any of that yet, because it's just behind the scenes right now, because it's still being edited.
Don't
Yeah.
devices.
Just like
Up to
that.
10, and,
I went
Handy
from
apps
about
for
to be in a
iOS
dark
and
age to
Android,
about to be in a golden
operating
age.
systems. Hey, you have something right there.
I told you never to do that again.
So if you want to support more high-production Novelberry content, go to nordvpn.com/bigmoney for huge savings on a 2-year plan, plus an additional 4 months free. Novelberry and the Case of the Missing Colonists, coming January 2026. Wow, can't wait to watch that. And I hear we're getting a trailer next month, but right now what we're getting is more Dog's Garden. Shocking. Pregnant woman shocks doctors by giving birth to 2 reborn dolls. The reason will shock you too. Read more below. Whoa, that's crazy that happened. How'd that happen? I'm sorry. Sorry. Please, I don't have data. If you read what happened and come back, please tell me. Hey, can you buy a whole shitload of gift cards from the nearest gas station and then send me the numbers on them? That's what the story said, and you better get me those numbers by midnight or we're gonna impound your car. And reply. Damn, you know what? This story is so sensational, I have to share it with my students. So here we are on Twitter. Can you guys believe this? And paste the link and tweet. All right, students. Welcome to Dog's Garden. Women's bodies can do incredible things. I don't question it. Once my friend popped out a Labubu. I think that's where all of them come from, and China is keeping it under wraps.
Is this how J.D. Vance was born?
This provides more evidence that the hoo-ha is in fact a 3D printer.
Wait, are we sticking dolls up our cooters now?
Oh yeah, now everybody knows about Dog's Garden. Are you ready for the Patreon news of the day? Okay, as long as it actually happened. From Matthew McDonald. Elon buys the U.S. by paying off the national debt. So that happened, and now I know. And so do you. But that didn't happen.
Damn it.
Oh, it didn't happen? Oh, well, probably never
What
will,
happened?
huh? That's a shitty prediction.
Literally
Oh, well.
one.
Then you know what else? I blew up by sharing my
You
favorite
have
news source
arranged
with everyone.
One
They're all in
hit.
here acting like maniacs.
No, I don't have
But
one
that's
on
okay,
me
because
that
I have
is
an ultra
available.
secret backup news source. It's called Dreamland Babies. And yeah,
But I
right
finally
away I'm
did it.
learning
The
that
city is mine.
Dolly Parton is dead, I guess. Oh my God, that sucks. Rest in peace, Queen. And what's even worse is it looks like Mr. Bean is on his way out too. The poor guy, but at least this Facebook post has gotten a lot of engagement.
He's not dead, he is alive. Stop rumors. Guys, stop rumors. Scam, do not go into it. The losers that post it again, it will give you a virus.
And then he just posted the same thing like 10 times in a row. Oh, okay, well here's my post. More like Mr. Bin, LOL. Hey, how come when I clicked your link to read the story, it opened 15 command prompts and sped up my computer fan? And post. I mean, this news is cool and all, but it's no Dog's Garden. So let me go back there. And bop. Now, hang on, this is actually the Car Addicts Garage Facebook page. But fortunately, this page
Oh, they're
also has a
attacking
bunch
my
of celebrity
encampment.
death announcements.
These
Like,
cunts.
for instance, oh, John Cena's dead. Yeah, there he is. People stopped
Gandhi,
in their tracks
this
the
is your
moment
last
the statement
chance.
appeared online.
You are
Quiet,
so lucky.
trembling message from John
Thank
Cena
God, I
family
need the
that instantly
fucking
shattered the myth of
amenities.
invincibility surrounding the action star. This is not
Why did my
real.
shit get kicked out of the area?
Thanks, Car Addicts Garage. All right,
Did
well,
you,
let's get
and
some more
maybe make
etiquette in
peace
here
with him?
because I'm going to tweet a link to that as
Did you just
well.
fuck it up?
All right, come on in,
You
students.
can, you can probably still go to war with them. I
I
need
can hear the
amenities.
voice he's gonna do. So this is why I got an Instagram DM.
I
from
literally
John Cena
just
asking me
fucking
for
killed the
$5,000
city.
in Steam
I didn't
gift
know it
cards.
would
Glad I sent
align
them.
with
You
it.
understand that just wasted
Great
the
work,
last
guys.
hour and a half,
I've been
right?
out of the garden for too long. I need
It's
to take
gonna
a
be
stroll
okay.
with the
I got
dogs. Find out who
reinforcements
the
here.
master is.
Yeah, and I just
wonder if I
lost
can track
all
down
of
the
that
owner of
fucking
Dog's
effort.
Garden.
I
I'm
didn't
about
know
to
it
get
was
put
gonna
into a
make
dark
peace
age.
with both of
Do a
us.
Google search. And bing and bang. Huh, interesting. We have an Instagram post
Unfucking
here.
real.
And it matches the exact post from Dog's
Don't worry, I have
Garden.
an idea.
Okay, this could be it, guys. Hi, are you involved with the Facebook page Dog's Garden? And send? Nope. Are you sure? Because I want to buy it and send. Hello?
We
And send. Why does nobody want to talk
sick.
to me?
Let's see.
Whatever. Maybe we'll
Unfucking
never know
believable.
who runs Dog's Garden and Dreamland Babies and Car Addicts Garage. Oh, and don't forget Dog Community, which is more of a local news page from the same owner. Husband and lover tie pregnant wife to tree and live stream it. Her mother watches
It's
it
just
all.
an
Wow! God would
8
send
turn
someone to
cooldown. It won't.
rescue her.
We'll have
Bad.
people.
Yeah, and
in
his
place for
city's
it.
gonna fucking gain all its health back, and I'm gonna have to do it all again, and that was a waste of about 50 fucking turns.
Nah, no.
But
don't
I
worry
could have
about
been
it.
building
I just needed
cities
the amenities.
and
real
amenities,
quick.
and you fucked it up.
Damn. What a shame.
I just need to regain my debt.
All right, I'm going to leave my next
units
comment
will be
as
there
a
in
grandma.
less than 8
This
turns.
is my favorite way to spend
And then I
time
can
online
penetrate him
as a
deeper
67-year-old
and
grandmother.
start
I browse
raiding
Facebook
him
groups
with,
and learn about all
my
the
spies.
incredible things going on outside my front door, which I barely open these days.
Yep, there
But
it goes,
I still
healing.
know what's going on out there.
Wasting
I
all
get
of
to
my
feel
time.
joy,
You'll be okay.
fear, even love through this tiny screen of mine, but mostly fear. The world as I know it is often one of constant horrors, but it's in the responses that I know I am not alone. We watch as pregnant wives are tied to trees and indigenous women are kicked in the stomach by the cowboys. And the comments, oh, the comments, are always rightfully saying this is wrong. It's nice to know how many people out there agree with me. It brings me such comfort during quiet days. When I have to leave the house for a hair appointment or to see my grandchildren, all I can do is think of how much evil lurks around every corner. I hope that I am not slapped by thugs in front of 47 motorcyclists like that poor old man the other day. But for every tied-up maid secretly breastfeeding babies or what have you, there is a cowboy falling in love with a giant Apache woman who hasn't had sex in 6 months. Life can be beautiful. There's a CEO who pretends to fall asleep next to a big pile of money to see if his maid will steal it, but instead she just tucks him in with a blanket. And aren't those the stories that make all the pain worth it? Isn't that what makes us human, after all? And I'm glad I didn't even need to see it all for myself, because that would mess me up something frightful. I mean, can you imagine watching a pregnant woman fall out of a helicopter and into an active volcano? Oh, sorry.
Poor lady. Don't you know that she is your offspring?
God help her, please, with her pregnancy.
Oh,
Great,
help her,
Dark Age.
please. Next episode.
Just one sec, new comment. Can you guys shut the fuck up? I'm trying to leave a comment here. And post, and back to the original comment. I just hope you know how important this dog community and dog gardens and all that is to me. I would also like to submit a story about my family kicking me into a lake and laughing at me. Oh, wait, never mind. You already did that one. In conclusion, if the page owner is reading this, please contact me so I can buy it from you and rename it to Stop Sexualizing Big Fat Jiggly Dump Truck Butts. And it's all about getting people to stop sexualizing my big fat jiggly dump truck butt. Good day. And post. Yeah, that's why I wanted the page. That's the whole reason I wanted the page. I just wanted to rename it to that and like get their baked in audience because, you know, I haven't. Oh, wait, never mind. That page already exists too. It's right here. Hell yeah. Yo! And
Big
post.
barking.
Dude, all right. Well, I got what I needed. I'm happy here. I hope you guys learned something. And I guess I'll send you off with just one more story from Old Dog's Garden. Okay, this is Mandy. Crossed the Rainbow Bridge at 11:45 today. Oh, hang on. This isn't Dog's Garden. This is Dogs in Heaven. That's the wrong page. My bad. And Archie Horny Post. All right, well, hey, yo, Quarantine Eric. Got any more predictions before we end the lesson? Richard Hammond crashes a car. Ted Cruz gets the Republican nomination. Mel Brooks dies. Britain rejoins the EU. Russia invades Ukraine. Oh, he got that last one right. Well, he nailed it. Yeah, I guess he did. These guys are so smart. Dog's Garden.
Tick, tick, tock, it's Sylvia O'Clock. Slapping around Scully with my digital cock. 9/11 is
Oh,
my job.
motherfucker!
3 fucking hours, bouncing on my boy's dick.
Hey guys, this is Uncle Dave. Just a last minute reminder. Our holiday sale is still going. Up to 75% off.
I can't
We got a
believe
bunch
he
of
did
warm
that to me.
sweatshirts and hoodies. It's perfect for a holiday gift.
That was so rude.
So, as you guys probably know, over the holiday, 2 National Guardsmen were shot here in Washington, D.C., and one of them actually succumbed to their wounds. We are learning quite a bit about the suspected gunman, who was an Afghan national, who was apparently part of our CIA-backed death squads in Afghanistan before coming over and being granted refugee asylum status here in the U.S. So to dig into this background and what exactly the hell is going on with it, we have literally the perfect person, Seth Harp, who is an incredible investigative journalist and also the author of the also incredible book, The Fort Bragg Cartel, which we learned is being turned into a series by HBO. Seth, great to have you.
Good to see you, man.
Good to be with y'all. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. So let's put E2 up on the screen. This is some of your writing on Twitter about who this guy was. You say he was recruited at 15 to kill for the CIA, assigned to a death squad run by the top drug lord in Afghanistan, soul-destroyed, murdering innocents on behalf of a pedophile heroin cartel, then brought to live in the alienated hell world of late capitalist America with predictable results. Tell us what we know about him specifically and about the death squads that he was involved with.
Well, that statement that you just showed up there might sound hyperbolic, but unfortunately, those are all accurate statements of reality around this guy and who he was and what the Zeros did in Afghanistan. Raman Walla Lakan, I'm sorry for pronouncing his name, he apparently was recruited at 15 to serve in what's called Zero Unit. Zero Unit number 3 was the one apparently that he was assigned to, also known as the Kandahar Strike Force, which was headed by a U.S. ally, a warlord named Ahmad Wali Karzai, who the top drug lord.
That's so funny. That's Karzai's brother, the president of Afghanistan, the former president
really?
of Afghanistan. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, this is. I know who this guy is. I'm pretty sure. I watched the whole thing on like how he's linked to like all these things and the corruption around him.
Afghanistan is a fair way to describe him. He ran, what's the Zero Units were basically U.S. proxy forces that operated at the direction of the CIA and the special forces in Afghanistan, and they primarily did what's called night raids, euphemistically known as night. They're more like assassination missions, and they were used extensively throughout the country to kill people that the U.S. intelligence suspected of being Taliban. Whether or not they actually were Taliban is quite a different matter. And the reference to pedophilia there is the fact that a lot of these proxy forces, proxy militias, in fact, practiced something called Bazi, which was a really despicable cultural practice where underage boys were trafficked.
Who has
all of these
enemy spy killed? Good. Fuck them. Religious emergency. You know what? I'm voting for it.
National security objectives in Afghanistan, the Kandahar Strike
Can I
Force.
vote for it?
that
Why
he
am I
served
getting
in was
asked
in the
about it
middle
if
of
I
all
can't
of it.
vote
There's
for
more
it?
stuff to it than that as well. Land theft, all kinds of criminality. So it's really sad to see that stuff blowing back to the United States.
Yeah, so let's put the next one, guys, up there on the screen. This is E3. This talks about his dark
I better
isolation. The
start
community was
building
raising
entertainment
concerns.
complexes
Many of the
because
people
we'll be at
around
war for
him,
the rest of the game.
Seth, I want to put my conspiracy hat on, and I'll just have you kind of steel man the official narrative is that this is somebody who was exposed to CIA death squad for years. He was brought over to the United States, suffered mental isolation. At the same time, we've seen many cases of people come to the United States, they're in a dark, they're in a fragile case, they have this killer background. Is it outside the realm of possibility? I'm not saying there's evidence or anything, just based on
religious
your
emergency. We're doing it.
based on your interpretation, your experience of covering this. I mean, is there any likelihood or possibility of being prodded or influenced by some organization or others around him? I think a lot of people are asking that question, considering his background.
Each
I
member
mean,
gains
it would be
a relic.
irresponsible of me
What
to
do we
just
have to do?
speculate about that without evidence. I do hear what you're saying. You know what it was the gusanos from Cuba of the 1960s, all the Cubans that were brought to Florida to train, try to overthrow Fidel Castro in the failed Bay of Pigs operation. Well, after that operation failed for years and years in the 1960s and 70s and 80s, those same veterans of the Bay of Pigs, they were used to carry out all sorts of off-the-books CIA and JSOC objectives. And all across Latin America, they did terrorism and drug trafficking at the behest of some of the shadiest actors in the American national security state. And so when you look at the idea that 10,000 of these the zero units, you know, doing assassination missions for 10, 15 years, that they've all been repatriated to the U.S. and are dependent on their CIA handlers for their immigration status, for their special immigrant visas. You kind of wonder, you know, to what extent they're a malleable group of people that used and directed for all kinds of nefarious ends. But I don't have any specific
I need a
information
fucking
about this killer's motives.
Okay.
Lakan Wall is
Buy
his
units.
last name.
Yeah.
You have pointed out, put E4 up on the screen, that there was another one of these Afghan mercenaries who you said was brought to the U.S. after Kabul fell, shot a cop in Virginia. You say, listen to the incredible rant he delivers before he snaps, and watch how smoothly he draws and racks his weapon. Obviously a professional killer at his wit's end. And I believe, Seth, didn't he say something like, you know, I should have worked for the Taliban? Yeah, I should have served with the fucking Taliban before he draws his weapon on the cops.
What did I tell you?
Yes, that video is very distressing and impressive. Hearing all the things that Afghan man says. You know, he's another guy who apparently served in a zero unit or served with the special forces in the CIA. By the way, when we say these people served with the CIA, I should point out that that's, you know, these are substantially military operations. This is what they call sheep dipping. Is where they say, okay, nominally the CIA is in charge of this mission, but we're going to attach like 30 JSOC guys or 30 Green Berets to this raid or whatever. And that way that they're exempt from a lot of the rules that normally apply to military operations in certain things. Like lining people up against the wall and just shooting them, which is the sort of stuff that the zero units did. But in any event, this guy, Jamal Wali, apparently also served in the same sort of capacity. And in the video, which is really incredible, 8-minute long video when he gets pulled over in Virginia, you can the sort of frustrations that he faces coming to the United States. And it's hard not to sympathize with the guy because, you know, imagine being an Afghan who only knows the world of death and drug dealing that characterized occupied Afghanistan, to come over to the United States and try to make a life in a place like suburban Virginia and try to figure out things like getting a job and car insurance, and like he's complaining that he can't get a job, that he can't get disability, and that he can't get a driver's license because he doesn't have insurance.
Recent news says that Gandhi has thanked Alexander for participating in his
more police are arriving on the scene and the tension is
whatever
building.
his like requirement, and it said
Armed. For some reason, he
peacekeeper.
appears to be wearing a sidearm and ammunition like externally on a belt, which, you know, that's legal in Texas. I don't know, Virginia. But when he finally makes the decision that he's going to escalate and turn this into a confrontation with the cop, I mean, the way he draws his weapon and racks it so quickly and immediately
city do
is
I need
able
to
to
go
turn
to?
around and fire a couple of shots, like underhanded, across his body at the police officer standing at his window. So smoothly shows.
Where
you know,
is
I just watching it, you can tell this is
Cheeky Nando's.
in fights probably, but you know, there was a cop at his other window who just really quickly put him down.
I
But
see?
it's another really disturbing example of, you know, violence blowing back or emanating from these guys that were brought to the U.S. with.
I mean, it's about the clearest example of imperial blowback you could possibly imagine.
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that's been crazy about this, Seth, is that, you know, we're reading the news and it comes out. CIA at age 15. Everyone's like, oh, he was CIA at age... And I'm like, hold on, say that again? Teenager working for a CIA death squad in Afghanistan?
Sounds about
and
right.
we're just, like, all supposed to just accept that this is apparently normal? I mean, I didn't even know, you know, based upon your work and others later on, but at that time, nobody was going around telling the American people that this is exactly, you know, what they're up to in Afghanistan. Combined, I think, with your book, what we're watching is an organized kind of effort for all of us to deal with, like you said in your book, about the blowback of what all these special operations, the mental toll and others, that this 20-year campaign, failed campaign, ultimately accomplished, and what it brought to our soil. That's the way I was looking at this.
Well, the idea that they would recruit 15 is perfectly consistent with the type of logic that the U.S. military and intelligence agencies bring to bear with these conflicts, because they certainly won't hesitate to kill somebody who's 15. They treat that as a military-age male. So there's no internal inconsistency there, but back now I think reflects the brutality and ruthlessness with which the United States waged war in Afghanistan for 20 years.
Kristi Noem was asked about the killer's background. This is E1, guys. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
Why did he do this? Why did he drive across the country and carry out this brazen attack in Washington?
Well, the investigation is still ongoing, and we're allowing our partnership with the FBI and DOJ to continue to reveal all of the sources of motivation. But we do believe this individual, when they came into the country, we know he was unvetted. He was brought into the country by the Biden administration through Operation Allies Welcome, and then maybe vetted after that, but not done well based on what the guidelines were put forward by President Biden. And now, since he's been here, we believe he could have been radicalized in his home community and in his home state. So as we continue to talk to his family and his contacts, more details will be revealed, and we'll release those when it's appropriate. But this is something that for these individuals, when they're brought into our country, it's a dangerous situation. If you don't know who they are, if they're coming from a country that's not stable and doesn't have a government that can help you vet them, that we shouldn't allow it.
And she indicates that he, quote, could have been radicalized in the United States, which, you know, I would say probably the radicalization came from being on the CIA death squad at the age of 15. But, you know, they have
Wow,
interest
Crystal.
in making it sound like a scary Islam thing.
Astute
versus
observation.
a scary deep state CIA imperial blowback thing. And then obviously like her thing about he wasn't vetted. I mean, in the context of being part of the death squads and being brought here, et cetera, he was, quote unquote, vetted. They knew who this guy was. They knew what he was up to, and also worth clarifying that he was actually granted asylum under the Trump administration. So they want to make it a partisan thing. They want to make it a scary Islam thing because that serves their interest in using this for a more aggressive crackdown on immigration from all sorts of countries. Trump has been talking a lot about Somalians lately, too.
Yeah, I don't know what they mean when they say vetted. Vetted for what? I mean, I guess for connections to the Taliban.
Right.
But it can't be for like terrorism or crime. I mean, the people that the U.S. worked with were the drug traffickers and the terrorists in Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So I don't know what kind of connections they're looking for or looking to rule out. But yes, like you said, Crystal, in any event, you know, participating in death squad activities when you're still a teenager, I think that's sufficient to radicalize anybody. You don't have to look too much farther for an explanation, even though, you know, the precise, perhaps mentally ill reasoning that led him, you know, to that street corner in Washington, D.C., we may never know. But it's not really necessary to grasp at the idea that he might have been, radicalized in a mosque in suburban Virginia. Yeah, I don't think so. I really doubt that radical Islam had anything to do with the shooter's motivation. I mean, that's why he was attacking National Guards, but it looks like he's lashing out at the people who shaped his life in military operations and brought him to the United States.
You don't say.
Basically set him up to fail and
Motherfuckers, they assassinated my government.
a
Can
person
y'all
from
fuck off?
Afghanistan just has little chance, especially if they're dealing with all the accumulated trauma of having participated in violence and having killed people and having seen innocent people killed and probably having friends killed as well. So, Kristi Noem's statements can safely be dismissed.
All right, man. Oh, well, thank you so much for joining us, man. We appreciate you, your book, and everything. And the work you do is just so important. I remember the first time we had you on the show for that drug trafficking story from the very beginning. I was like, man, this guy, it's one of those where you just bring together so much information, which I think a lot of us knew, but you put the facts, the words, and some of the work behind it. So thank you so much.
And the balls, by the way. Yeah, which we
stand
also
up.
appreciate and respect. Seth, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Thank you guys so much. I'm a big fan of the show. I watch every day.
Thanks, brother.
Appreciate that.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning,
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Hey, Montezuma likes me.
One of the overarching foreign policy themes of Donald Trump's second administration has been his focus on the Western Hemisphere, or the Americas. The most obvious example of this is the deployment of a massive naval presence in the Caribbean, which amounts to the heaviest concentration of US naval power in the region since the Cold War, as part of a pressure campaign against the Venezuelan government. As such, observers have labeled Trump's Western Hemisphere pivot as the Monroe Doctrine, a play on words of the early 19th century Monroe Doctrine of President James Monroe.
That's so funny.
In this video, we're going to explain this
Monroe
apparent
Doctrine.
why Trump is seemingly so obsessed with the Western Hemisphere, and whether it's actually fair to call it a doctrine at all. The TLDR Black Friday sale is now on. That includes our biggest ever discounts on all post the Monroe Doctrine. Essentially, he said that the US would not accept any attempts by European powers to colonize or intervene in the affairs of the nations of the Western Hemisphere, effectively separating the Americas and Europe into distinct spheres. The Monroe Doctrine has of course evolved over the following 200 years, and is often seen as synonymous with unilateral US intervention in the region it considers its backyard. A major evolution of the doctrine came in 1904 with the more assertive Roosevelt Corollary, in which President Teddy Roosevelt said that the US had the right and responsibility to act as an international police power in the Western Hemisphere in flagrant cases of wrongdoing or impotence. Over the coming years, this justified US interventions in the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Haiti. But in the 1930s, this assertive doctrine took a back seat as a policy of non-interventionism came to the fore, with President Franklin Roosevelt's Good Neighbor policy. The Monroe Doctrine then re-emerged in Washington's foreign policy calculations in the second half of the 20th century, as the spectre of communism haunted the Americas during the Cold War. Even if it wasn't always officially invoked, it prompted a multitude of interventions across the region, including the invasions of Cuba, Dominican Republic, and Grenada, support for the Contras in Nicaragua, and the backing of coups in Guatemala and Chile. The Monroe Doctrine then lost relevance in the post-Cold War decades, particularly as the global war on terror, and later the pivot to Asia, reflected Washington's shifting priorities. In 2013, Secretary of State John Kerry declared that the era of the Monroe Doctrine is over, stating that interventionism was out and cooperation with equal partners in the region was in. However, Kerry's pronouncement turned out to be premature, because during Trump's first term, his then National Security Advisor John Bolton said in 2019 that today we proudly proclaim for all to hear the Monroe Doctrine is alive and well. In his second term, Trump's actions and rhetoric have signaled that this remains true, as he has focused significant attention on the Western Hemisphere and comparatively less on other parts of the world. Yes, he's put much political capital into ending the wars in Gaza and Ukraine, but these efforts could be seen as an attempt to wrap up those conflicts as quickly as possible in order to free up some resources for use closer to home. Trump has signaled that he views China as more of a trade rival than a military one, and his relaxed view on Taiwan suggests that he doesn't view the potential conflict over the island as much of an American concern. Meanwhile, Trump began his new term threatening territorial expansion, including Canada, Greenland, and Panama. He's also helped and rewarded his ideological allies. El Salvador's Nayib Bukele has received a tourism and economy-boosting stamp of approval from Trump, as well as a $5 million deal to incarcerate deportees, and secured the extradition of top gang members that Bukele was seeking. While Argentina was offered a $20 billion financial lifeline shortly before President Javier Milei faced crucial midterm elections. However, Trump's ideological opponents have faced very different treatments. He slapped 50% tariffs on imports from Brazil, led by left-wing President Lula da Silva, as the country prosecuted ex-President Bolsonaro. And Trump has halted aid to Colombia amid clashes with its leftist president, Gustavo Petro, on whom Trump has placed sanctions, accusing him of enabling drug trafficking. The US's biggest trade partners, Mexico and Canada, have also had to navigate Trump's tariff-heavy approach and bellicose rhetoric. However, it's Trump's approach to Venezuela that seems most representative of this renewed Monroe Doctrine. The Trump administration has offered a $50 million reward for the capture of Venezuela's revolutionary socialist president, Nicolas Maduro, while declaring him the head of a foreign terrorist organization, a move which could precede a regime change-oriented military attack on the country. Not far from Venezuela, the US military has deployed a massive naval presence in the Caribbean at the expense of other regions, and has been striking alleged drug trafficking boats near Venezuela, sparking serious questions about legality and further raising regional tensions. The Trump administration's primary justifications for this array of actions have been reducing immigration and drug flows, particularly when it comes to military threats against Venezuela, tariffs on Canada and Mexico, and Trump's militarization of the southern border, while things like supposed trade unfairness and countering Chinese influence has driven other actions, like pressuring Panama to quit China's Belt and Road Initiative. But is it fair to say that all of this amounts to a coherent Don Road doctrine? Trump has often spoken out about what he's described as an enemy from within, as well as the invasion at the US-Mexico border. So this Western Hemisphere focus does align with his apparent perception of what the country's most pressing threats are. And his actions and rhetoric certainly resemble an approach that sees the Western Hemisphere as the US's backyard, where he can and will attempt to shape the region's political future with coercive diplomacy, and by rewarding allies and punishing foes. Personal grievances appear to be an important feature too. Even after Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney built a workable relationship with his US counterpart, Trump last month threatened additional tariffs on Canadian imports after a Canadian political advert aired by Ontario Province quoted Ronald Reagan's criticism of tariffs. However, some analysts argue that, fun wordplay aside, treating this as a coherent doctrine is too generous. Sure, you can work backwards from Trump's actions and retrofit a somewhat consistent doctrine around them, but it's not like he stood up and articulated a specific America's strategy. Daniel Dresner, for example, argues that Trump's actions in the Western Hemisphere have been, quote, just a bunch of stuff that happened, rather than being bearing the fingerprints of different officials. Marco Rubio in Venezuela, Peter Navarro in Canada, and
That's
Scott
fucking
Bessent in
hilarious.
Argentina.
That's a fucking hilarious
Ultimately, though,
thing to
whether or
say.
not you think Trump's actions constitute a coherent Don Road doctrine, Trump's administration is paying more
He
attention
does
to
things
its home
and
region
things
than
happen.
any US administration has for at least 30 years. A reality that Trump's friends and foes alike are having to adapt to. If you're interested in major news events like this, you'll have certainly been paying attention to what's been happening in the Middle East recently, with the whole region seemingly in a state of flux. That's why the next issue of our magazine, Too Long, is all about that issue, with our headline section titled The New Middle East.
I voted
Plus,
for
this
this
Black Friday,
religious
we're running our
emergency, not
cheapest price ever,
knowing
with
where
new
the
subscribers
fucking
getting their
city
first
is.
copy as cheap as $2.99. As I said, this next issue is all about the Middle East, running through each country in the truly. Thank you for supporting the channel.
This is DW News Africa. Coming up on the program, as mass kidnappings and attacks on communities spread, is Nigeria facing a security crisis it can no longer contain? The soldiers confronting these threats describe life on the front lines as under-resourced, unsafe, and increasingly unsustainable. We'll look at what this means for Nigeria's future. Also coming up, celebrating courage. We meet the recipient of this year's German Africa Award, a Zimbabwean democracy activist who's fighting for fellow citizens despite the painful cost. Plus, tackling the growing mountains of cast-off clothing flooding Africa.
Motherfucker!
Ladipo, welcome to the program.
India won't
Nigerians
stop
are
catching
growing
and killing my
increasingly
fucking
anxious about the
spies.
surge in violence across the country's north and central regions. The crisis has prompted President Bola Tinubu to declare a nationwide security emergency. In just 1 week, gunmen kidnapped more than 300 children and teachers from a Catholic school in Niger State, another 25 girls from a school in Kebbi, and abducted
Look at
dozens
the
of worshippers
fucking
from a church in
barbarians up
Kwara.
here.
10 northern states have now shut
I know, I'm
schools over
coming.
security fears. And so far, no group has claimed responsibility for any of these attacks. Now, the U.S. is paying close attention, especially to attacks on Christian communities. President Donald Trump has warned that Washington may step in if they are not protected. Nigeria's government insists that the violence affects everyone, but that offers little comfort to many Nigerians who are watching the crisis deepen. So we asked Nigerians how they feel about the idea of foreign intervention.
I strongly support American intervention in Nigeria because the country is unable to contain the growing insurgency. The situation has become dire.
Well, Nigeria is a sovereign nation. So as a sovereign nation, Nigeria should be able to solve its own political problems.
I accept US to come. I accept them to come. Any kind of intervention they want to come, and as long as it stops the killing. But the killing is too much, like every day. I don't think if it is in terms of sending troops to come and invade the country in the name of in the name of restoring security, I don't think it will go well for our country.
I want them to come and help us. We need help. Nigeria is in danger, so I think we need their intervention.
U.S. military intervention is not the best for now. What we want from U.S. is collaboration.
Now, as communities bear the brunt of these attacks, Nigeria's security forces are under pressure too. They're stretched across multiple crises, including a long-running jihadist insurgency. Soldiers on the front line say they're fighting with little equipment, low pay, and poor living conditions. DW correspondent Azizat Olaoluwa looks at the challenges facing the soldiers asked to keep Nigeria safe.
This footage was sent to DW News by a Nigerian soldier showing the living condition of his unit on the front lines. He has been fighting in the country's northeast for 4 years, the epicenter of Nigeria's insecurity. We won't mention his real name and location. His real voice will also not be used to protect him from getting punished, like others, he says, shared similar clips online in the past. We will call him Soldier X.
This is the place where soldiers are living. We face challenges during rainy season because of the leaky roof. We put tarpaulin up here, but it doesn't help much. So when rain falls, water pours in.
Soldier X says those serving on the front lines face many challenges besides poor living conditions. And he sent this additional text saying, "We don't have enough arms and ammunition. Each soldier has 2 magazines and 30 rounds are loaded into each one. If the 60 rounds finish, that means they have endangered our lives. That is why you hear stories about soldiers running away from criminals or getting killed because we don't have enough weapons to fight them." Nigeria has less than 300,000 active personnel in the military serving a country of over 200 million. For years, Nigerian soldiers deployed to the northeast have posted videos like this online, complaining about food, inadequate weapons and meager support, making their work all the more difficult and dangerous.
Our soldiers, our military, they need to be motivated. We have soldiers out there that their salaries in a month is still not up to the minimum wage.
Nigeria has been fighting a 16-year insurgency with Boko Haram and its offshoot, Islamic State West Africa Province, ISWAP. Different criminal gangs are also operating across the country, with thousands killed and millions displaced. Clashes among Christian farmers and Muslim herdsmen have also worsened its security situation.
Nigeria is now number 6 in the latest Global Terrorism Index as the country experiences a resurgence of violence by jihadists Boko Haram and other armed groups. Apart from civilian casualties, hundreds of soldiers have been killed in attacks on army bases and ambushes by militants who are believed to own more sophisticated weapons than the military.
The outcome of an investigation called by the then Army Chief, Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, into a social media video showing soldiers complaining about poor food has not been published. The Army considers public complaints by soldiers as a breach of military ethics and discipline. But Nigeria's Minister of Information assures us that everything is fine.
These are just isolated instances. You find, as always, disgruntled elements of the armed forces, putting out such kind of video. But on the whole, I think this is not the direction. I think many of them are happy with what government is providing for them.
But Soldier X says the military leadership is not honest about soldiers' welfare.
It's a lie. I repeat, it's a lie. They are not doing anything for us. Nothing. They are lying to the president that soldiers are living well. But it's not true. We are suffering.
The new army chief, appointed by President Bola Tinubu, has assured that the welfare of the troops remains top priority. But it won't be the first time such a promise was made.
We're joined now by international security analyst Fola Aina from the Department of Development Studies at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London. It's good to have you with us. We've just seen in our report soldiers in Nigeria ill-equipped to do their jobs on the front line. How can one of Africa's largest armies be lacking the tools to do its job?
Thank you very much, Tommy, for having me on. So as much as it sounds like a surprise, this is a reality a lot of African countries are currently confronted with. To be able to effectively respond to the current security challenges, there's a need for the employment of new technologies and equipment. And some of these, for instance, include unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs. They also include intelligence and surveillance and reconnaissance aircrafts, most of which require heavy advanced technology, for their deployment. And unfortunately, countries like Nigeria do not necessarily have, these technologies in place, and so they are mostly dependent on having to acquire them, from abroad. And now the process of purchasing some of these equipments are not just a straitjacket approach. They require lots of factors that go into place, from the moments of procurement to the moment of delivery. And so in many ways, this could explain some of the gaps and delays that some of these African militaries, including Nigeria, are having to confront with and do.
We're seeing a wave of kidnappings and attacks, and I'm just wondering if that, for example, has to do with the sudden international attention in it, or is it something else that's driving this wave of insecurity?
So it's important to also note that given the current international attention this situation on the ground has generated, non-state actors, whether they are bandits, whether they are jihadi groups, would naturally want to take advantage, of the attention that has come their way. And that's in many ways why you can also see that they may be leveraging on some of this media coverage and attention that they are getting to embolden themselves towards instigating more conflict on the ground and also more attacks, because they know that by doing so, they're able to generate more attention towards their cause and potentially, generate the prospects of having new recruits join their fold. So again, let's be reminded that some of these organizations mostly thrive on propaganda and false information dissemination, which they use to their advantage, against the states.
With what's within the capacity of Nigeria, what would it take to actually turn the situation around?
First of all, address the underlying root causes of the problem in the first instance. Make it less, attractive, for people or for non-state actors to be able to pick up arms against the state. And when you look at this, one of the first things that needs to be done is to head-on tackle the issue around poverty. Poverty has been seen in many ways as a significant contributor or driver towards conflict escalation. The second thing here is the issue around inequalities. Inequalities need to be addressed as well. There are issues around unemployment. There are issues also around mass illiteracy. And then when you look at the political side of things, there are issues bordering around the continued weakening of political institutions, state institutions, which makes it difficult, to be able to address some of the issues bordering around conflict. You also think about issues bordering around marginalization, persistent marginalization, and also poor governance. And then there are also the environmental dimensions to all of this. So you think about environmental degradation exacerbated by conflict, climate change, and how climate change in this sense has served as a trigger, as a force multiplier, of conflict on the ground. And then also when you think about the diversity and the place of ethno-religious conflicts also, how sometimes issues bordering around existing tensions become escalated. Intolerance in some instances can also fuel some of the tensions we see on the ground. A few examples of some of the things that can be done more rigorously, militarily, would be the need for the deployment of more special operation forces and the creation of four operating bases that involve special operation forces, giving their unique training to be able to respond to asymmetric warfare, and also the need for more covert action. All right, there's the need for the military to pay more concerted effort at infiltrating, some of these non-state armed groups and trying to destroy and degrade them from within.
can Nigeria realistically fix this on its own, or does it need outside help? And I'm talking more than just intelligence sharing. Can Nigeria do more with outside help?
I can't spare the
No country is an island on its own. Nigeria, to a large extent, could leverage the relationship and goodwill it already has with the international community, particularly with regards to partnerships. But let me say emphatically that any effort to address insecurity in Nigeria has to be one that has Nigeria taking lead in collaboration with its other partners. At every point in time, even the most powerful countries in the world need help from other countries. Nigeria currently is in that state. It recognizes it's in that state. It has reached out for help. But as I said very clearly and very emphatically, for Nigeria to get out of the woods, it must be able to leverage its relationship with other countries, and whatever cooperation, it has to be Nigerian-led, not any other way around. Thank you.
International security analyst Fola Aina, thank you very much for speaking to us and giving us your insights.
Fucking
Thank you so
people.
much for having me.
Yeah. Now I can produce units on that continent.
We're about to
I'm gonna put
meet
a city
an
just
extraordinary
up
woman who's been
between
fighting for
the one
civil
that's
rights in
closest to you and
Zimbabwe
you.
and has paid the price for it. When she was just 18, Namatai Kwekweza founded a nationwide youth leadership organization protesting economic hardship and the lack of democratic spaces. But this came at the price of later being thrown into prison and tortured. Namatai Kwekweza has become a leading voice in Zimbabwe's social justice movement. Her organization, We Lead, trains young leaders and pushes for their inclusion in political decision-making. And she's now been awarded the 2025 German Africa Award for her courage and her work inspiring a new generation. And with me now in studio is Namatai Kwekweza, the recipient of the 2025 German Africa Prize. She's the regional director of We Lead Africa. Congratulations, Namatai. It's good to have you with us. What does this recognition mean to you?
So thank you so much for having me in studio today. The first thing I wanted just to say is that this recognition is a very powerful recognition, not just to me, but to our organization, our team, and the young people in our constituencies that we've worked with for the past 8 years. This is a full circle moment because, when I started this organization, I was 18. And it's quite unusual that you have young women, in their activism, leading institutions that are able to make such a significant impact. So this award goes beyond just me, but I think it is the representation of the collective dreams, imaginations, and hopes of the young people that we are working with. And definitely it means that there is an awakening towards youth leadership, and particularly the leadership of young women, and also willingness to recognize it and support it across the continent.
Right, and help us understand the space in Zimbabwe in which you work, the civic space, the democratic space, for people who are not familiar.
That's fantastic. So in Zimbabwe, in terms of the civic space and the democratic space, we have unfortunately experienced a lot of regressions. And I think it's not something that is peculiar or unique to Zimbabwe only, but it's something that we are seeing across the world. I think that when you look at the civic space, we have seen the introduction of the Private Voluntary Amendment Act, which is basically meant to stifle NGOs. Everybody has to re-register. We have seen the introduction of more draconian pieces of legislation, such as the Cybersecurity and Data Protection Act. We have seen the introduction of the Patriotic Act. And all of these are pieces of legislation that are increasingly making civic space quite repressive. But I think a major characteristic that we have seen is just a repulsion to, certain civic and political rights, the rights together. It's becoming increasingly difficult for people to convene. Crackdown on media freedoms, so the right to freedom of expression, and the rights of journalists consistently are being violated. So, for us in Zimbabwe, it is a time that we have to really look deep within ourselves and to ask ourselves, is it really worth it and meaningful, to fight to protect and preserve democratic and civic space? Because we have seen a gradual regression, definitely.
And that includes your experience being pulled off a plane, locked up, put on trial. What did that experience, that ordeal, teach you about activism in Zimbabwe?
Okay, so look, when you are an activist, I think these things do come, and I think they come often at times when you least expect them. I never expected that in my own country I would have the security system ground the whole plane. I mean, the plane was ready to take off. The engine had started, but they turned off the engine, they opened the doors, and they extracted us. I never thought I would be abducted. I never thought I would be held incommunicado and eventually imprisoned. And I think that that particular experience has really taught me that there is a true cost to struggle. Unfortunately, for us to get whatever gains of democracy, whatever gains of freedom that we aspire for, we have to pay the price in full. And sometimes it's going to happen in very unexpected ways. I mean, the last thing that experience taught me is to trust in my own power, but also to believe in solidarity, because there were a lot of people that came through for myself and the colleagues that I was held with. And I do have a faith in the unbreakable will of people, and particularly people to give solidarity. And I do have faith in the unbreakable aspects of the human spirit.
Right. But that's not easy, especially with what you experience, what many young people across Africa are experiencing. We've seen suppression of youth activists across the continent. How would you convince other Africans that this is worth the risk?
So the thing about it is that we are living at a time where we have seen a lot of regressions, particularly in democracy. And I think that when you look at it, even the place in the world that people thought they could run to are either not willing to receive people, or they're also not democratic themselves anymore. So the reality of the matter is, for a lot of people, and unfortunately this is the reality, this is what the statistics are saying, that over 70% of the world's population is now living under an autocracy. That's quite different from about 30, 40 years ago, where it was less than 40%. So the world is becoming an increasingly dark place. And we have to come to terms with the realization that if we want to live in a better world, we want to have a brighter future, we want to have lives that are filled with dignity, lives that are filled with opportunity, where we have access to good healthcare, where we have access to good education, where people are able to, as Barack Obama says, speak their mind freely and not hear a sudden knock at the door, right? We actually have to step our foot down and do something about it, which often means that we have to confront systems of power, systems of oppression, systems of tyranny. And the reality of the matter is that there will always be backlash. You could find yourself abducted or in prison, like what happened to me at some point. But I also then always make people this invitation, right? It's difficult, it's hard to wake up and not be able to afford 3 basic meals a day. It's difficult, and it's definitely hard to be arrested and imprisoned for speaking truth to power. It's also very difficult and hard, for you to, be abducted, or to have them disappeared, or to lose loved ones, or to lose property, etc., in the struggle for democratic freedoms. But what's also hard is to live a life with no opportunity, with no possibility, with no dignity. So I think it's also important that we as Africans, especially as African youth, choose what kind of hard we want to experience. The hardships of trying to change the system to make it better, or the hardships of expecting or accepting to live life as it has been given to us.
Would you say that's what keeps you going?
What keeps me going is solidarity. I think that and that's really my point of emphasis, that I'm believing in the power of us doing things together, and I'm believing in the power of people that have a shared mindset, a shared belief, coming together and working together. And that is what keeps me going. I do also have a radical core and a radical belief in the unwavering faith that every person born, every person alive is deserving of living a life that is full of opportunity and possibility.
Wow, how radical.
And I think the only way that can be achieved is if people live in environments where their rights are respected, where there is rule of law and there is generally democracy. So I think that is principle, that is core. But I think beyond that, when there are hardships and there are difficulties, I have received love and help from strangers. I remember once when I was released from prison, I had a young man from Denmark send me a message on LinkedIn, and he was saying that he wanted to send me money for my legal fees. I don't know him, but he'd say that he had heard my story from a Zimbabwean young woman who actually is learning there. And I told him that I do have legal aid. I had a team of lawyers that were already assisting. But I think it's in those moments when you know that there are people who think about you, who remember you, who have you in their thoughts and their minds and their prayers, and who are also willing to show up and step up materially, who are willing to show up and step up by posting, by sharing, by talking to other people. That, for me, keeps me going.
Namatai Kokweza, thank you very much for speaking to us. Thank you for your time, and congratulations once again.
Thank you so much for having me.
Kenya is the world's biggest importer of second-hand clothes, much of which ends up in the country's busy open-air markets. But a lot of it also ends up in mountains of textile waste. Now, in Nairobi, a group of young creatives show how discarded clothing can be given new life.
So the show seems to have been a success. The people in the second...
Well, that's it for now. Be sure to check us out on social media and our website. There's more stories there. Bye for now.
Why is it taking so fucking long?
I am a Fedayeen for Miss Rachel. I will go to war for Miss Rachel. I will fight battles for Miss Rachel. I think it's insane. But yeah, Miss Rachel's awesome. Also, let's be real. I fell off this year. I am not even in the mentions for top anti-Semite of the year this year, which is pretty devastating.
It's a
I
weird
must
thing
admit,
to say.
Kind of cooked. I am the most cooked anyone's ever been, as you can see. Stop anti-Semitism. It's that time of the year. 2025 Anti-Semite of the Year. Vote for your top 3 candidates by Friday, December 12th. Tucker Carlson, Miss Rachel, Guy Christensen, Marsha Cross, I don't know who that is, Bryce Mitchell, Cynthia Nixon, Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, Stu Peters, and Calla Walsh. And it's awesome because, like, this list literally has, first of all, they decided no more DEI. Okay, it's clear. They were like, oh, we got to go after the whites. Okay, we got to go after the white anti-Semitism. That's number one. Number two, how is Nick Fuentes not even on the list?
That's
like, what
point.
For those of you questioning why Fuentes wasn't on this year's list, we have been monitoring Fuentes' anti-Semitism since 2019. While he was a finalist a few years back, his absence for this year's cycle does not erase his anti-Semitism. Oh, okay. They're like, no, we've been monitoring him. Like, you put Miss Rachel before Nick Fuentes, you're a psycho. Also, no Hassan, I fell off. Let's be real. Wait, was Candace ever on the list? Yes, Candace beat me. I was number 2. I was number 2 last year, and Candace was number 1. She beat my ass. Anyway, you fell off, goat. Defamation is essentially legal in the U.S., but if we lived in a country with real defamation laws, Miss Rachel would have a very strong case against these people. Yeah. Are they trying to self-sabotage? Why Miss Rachel? I need you to understand something. I need you to understand something. And I mean this very sincerely. This
like
person is mentally ill. Like, there is no way to try and understand what's going on here beyond she is a deeply mentally ill person. Like a genuine, like a person who has some very, very serious mental health complications. Okay,
dude, are you
no
fucking
disrespect
kidding?
to the mental illness chatters.
You couldn't
okay?
see my
But
fucking
this is
settler
like,
there?
you know, this is a person who is deep in the throes of, yeah, it's one person. It's not a real organization. It's like
fucking
one
real.
psychopath
I
from
need to settle by
Long
mountains.
Island, and she's been on,
So
I think,
ask.
on like CNN
The
or something
settler
the
is
other
there.
day too. Like, it's not.
It is
it's
wasted
like
5
real.
turns moving it.
It is a really
and now I have to
insane
waste another
thing.
5 moving
Okay?
it back.
She is like one
Just- you can
mentally
settle it
ill
right
wine
where it
mom
is.
from Long Island.
No,
And the
I
problem
literally
is,
cannot.
I think this is what happens when you have like schizophrenic tendencies, and instead of like getting the adequate healthcare and the adequate like mental health, people around you basically lean into it, and they just say like, "No, Queen, you're doing the best thing, right? Like you're doing. You keep posting. Please don't stop posting." And like this is what happens. Like she's getting validated by other people who also have that same kind of brain worm, if that makes sense. And in my experience, from what I have seen, is this her? I don't think this is her. I think she might have hired someone. I think she's a brunette. I don't think she's blonde. So she may have hired someone else to do this for her, or maybe it is her. I don't know. I feel like she's a little bit older than this lady. Yeah, she's like a brunette lady that's older than this chick. But my point is, Hassan discovering hair dye? No, that's not. I don't think this is her. My point is, the Hasbara operation all around the world, but especially in the United States of America, heavily relies on people's worst mental health complications. My mom thinks Miss Rachel is a legit anti-Semite, and it sucks. Yeah, I think Miss Rachel is a great example of, like, if you think that she is in any way, shape, or form anti-Semitic, you might be too far gone. Like, I don't think there's any salvaging that. If that's the level of, like, propaganda that has been beamed to your consciousness, I don't think you can return from that. I think you just got to kind of give up on your mom. It is what it is. You know, focus on other stuff. Focus on other areas of agreement, and I guess, like, maintain a relationship and try to navigate it to the best of your ability. But I don't think you're ever going to be able to pull her off that ledge when it comes to Zionism. Awesome. It's pretty. I thought you said anyone could change your mind. Yes, but also there's a finite amount of hours and only so much that you can do. Just because I believe that anyone can be redeemed or anyone can have their minds changed doesn't mean that you should literally spend every waking moment and exhaust yourself and all of the limited time that you have on someone who you cannot change the mind of. I don't think it's a no contact situation. Like I said, I will never advocate for, like, no contact unless it's, like, actually actively hurting you. You know what I mean? Like, being around people is, like, actively a burden on your life. It's just that sometimes it's okay to give up on family members. And I would say that giving up on your family members, like, if you're Jewish and you have older Jewish relatives who are just, like, they're out here saying, like, Miss Rachel is anti-Semitic. Like, I understand if you have older Jewish relatives and they think I'm anti-Semitic. My name is Hassan, right? I'm Muslim. And I do not shy away from talking about, like, groups that are considered, you know, too radical to touch, right? Like, I get that. I'm not an anti-Semite, but it doesn't matter.
Blah,
like,
blah,
I can understand
blah.
why, like, an older person.
Bro yapping.
More death and destruction as Sri Lanka struggles to cope. And more reports of landslides. A roadside shop, a home, and even entire neighborhood buried under the mud. Each one bringing people more despair. Authorities say evacuation notices have been issued to residents in around 100 locations.
All individuals identified and named and issued red alerts as being at high risk of landslides must leave those locations temporarily given the current condition.
The military has been deployed, searching the rubble for survivors, flying to rescue those stranded and evacuate others trapped by floods. They were joined by colleagues sent by the Indian government with helicopters. New Delhi has also sent aid supplies for those affected. In Samanture in eastern Sri Lanka, Mohammed Jaufar is counting the cost. His paddy seedlings planted just 2 weeks ago have been destroyed by the floods, which also affected vast swaths of cultivation in the area.
This is my only means of livelihood, so it would be very difficult.
The president has declared a state of emergency and declared vital supply operations as essential services. Communications have almost broken down. There are places that, word hasn't got to. So whether it's casualties, whether it's number of dead, the official figures can't be tabulated because people don't know what's happening. In Indonesia, people face similar problems.
Nobody else even
prompting the government
participated.
to
Why
provide
even vote?
satellite-based internet connections to improve communications. Residents of Balepana village in Juli district in Aceh say more than 40 houses were swept away by the floods.
All of them collapsed into the river, leaving no trace behind.
In Kota Blang district, people have returned home to start cleaning up and pick up the pieces. But it won't be easy. Mina Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Samanture, Eastern Sri Lanka.
Don't miss out and get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news and expert insights. Like, share, stay ahead.
So I'm going to take a little bit of a break from the news, probably for 4 or 5 weeks, and focus on other things. I really don't want to become one of those people that sort of takes the news headline and then gives some perspective on it. Who cares? There are tens of thousands of people doing that. Who cares what they say? It doesn't really matter, does it? So I'm going to look at some slightly broader topics, and also I think we need to delve into some of the personal coping strategies for a world that is slowly unraveling in many ways. Certain institutions like democracy under threat and certain freedoms. It's a very difficult time, particularly for younger people. So those are all things that I'll be looking at. But I've been thinking a little bit about what is the MAGA movement and what is the reform movement? What are they really about? And ultimately, although I admit this is slightly dramatic, do they actually exist? Are they real? What do I mean by that? Well, I mean, are they real political parties? Okay, so what's my thinking behind this? All right, well, it started off with me thinking about the fact that Republicans, Conservatives, the right wing generally have, since the dawn of political time, had roughly the same idea, roughly the same ideology. And in a way, the principles of conservatism were set in stone. Now, most people think that the Reform Party and the Republican Party are basically conservatives on steroids. And that's what we mean by extreme right, the far right. Now, neither Reform nor the Republicans would ever consider themselves as being far right parties, although last night when the New York mayor was asked a question about did he regret calling Trump a fascist, fascist interrupted the questioner and said, if he wants to call me a fascist, that's fine by me. So we're fast and loose with these words these days. But anyway, are they conservatives on steroids? Well, am I in a position to judge? Because I'm biased, I'm prejudiced. Why am I prejudiced? Well, I don't know. Maybe it was something to do with being born in the most impoverished town in the UK. It was the most impoverished town in the 60s, and it still is today. It's in the north of England, and it's a suburb of Manchester, and I'm not going to say any more than that. And I obviously kind of escaped some of that. And I rose to become, like a phoenix, to become lower middle class. This was a great aspiration. And how did I escape? I escaped because I guess my father managed to get out. He went to the university. He was the first of his family line to go to university. And one thing led to another. And here I am, a proud member of the lower middle class.
India has these weird patches in the city where they
and my
don't
grandfather was a servant.
have it in their territory.
One of them was a servant, and the other one actually built Vulcan
Like,
bombers.
he's got 5 empty marks.
Prior to World War II.
They're working on a wonder
subsequent
here.
to World War II. So I've escaped
Don't
the
know which
abyss
one.
of total impoverishment by some small fortune. But I don't know whether it's
they're
because
getting
I
hit by a
come from this
sandstorm. Oh,
Labour
not too
strong
bad,
party that I have never liked conservatives. And I don't know how much of that is a sort of intellectual dislike of conservatives or Republicans in America, or whether or not you know, it's a sort of visceral gut feeling about it. I'm not going to analyse why I have a problem, why I will not have them in my house, why I will not have them as friends, why I can't abide being anywhere near them. I don't know where this revulsion of mine comes from. Now you're probably thinking it's very unfair. I've got lovely friends who are sort of, you know, Republican or conservative. We're not going to talk about reform or MAGA because that's kind of going a step further. It's totally understandable why you would be revolted by some of that. But, you know, I'm talking about even growing up in a political world where, you know, conservatives were kind of jolly decent fellows. You know, we're talking about the Kenneth Clarks of this world. People who were considered to be kind of statesmen in a way. And they were very much old school conservatives. They're not like the modern conservatives on steroids, and they're certainly nothing to do with reform or with MAGA. Michael Heseltine, for example, you might know him, Michael Heseltine. I'm allergic to them, it's the same. It's just the way it is. I'm also allergic to Brexiteers. And I'm also allergic to Russian apologists. It's just the way I am. I don't make a big fuss about it. I don't go on the street and riot. I certainly don't leave horrible comments if I can help it.
I mean, fuck all those
people.
people.
I don't think I'm a troll or abusive. I just don't want them anywhere near me. I think it's something to do with the fact that I don't believe that we're all born equal, and I think that we need to be slightly equalised by a good society. You know, I don't think there's anything virtuous about coming first in the school running race. You know, because you went to lessons, or you went to a great athletic school or something, or, you know, I don't know, as opposed to somebody who comes last in the race. I don't think the person who comes last necessarily, you know, deserves to be punished. And I use that as a sporting metaphor, but of course I'm talking about in the actual world. I don't think we're all built to be sort of psychopathic leaders of business and corporate leaders. And I would like to see kind of normal, sensitive, timid people share equally in the society. So I think that that's probably at the heart of it. Anyway, I must be boring you stupid. So, the question is, are MAGA and Reform real, or are they conservatives on steroids? In effect, are they a real political party? I don't believe they are. I don't think they have any political principles except one, which is fundamentally, they believe in the law of the jungle. And they believe in the law of the jungle for one reason and one reason only. It's because they're already the king gorillas. Now, obviously, they are not the king gorillas in terms of physique. They cannot just go around sort of picking up whatever woman they want and knocking out the other gorilla and winning, but in every way, winning in terms of the food pile, winning in terms of the women who are available. You know, they can't do it physically, of course. Someone like Nigel Farage and many of the others are they've got a kind of weak physiology in many ways. You know, you wouldn't see them in a fist fight. But of course, they've got power, they've got money, and that is now the passport to being the big chief. And along with the law of the jungle, they do want a kind of biblical purity. Their idea of an early tribal society where, you know, it's the strong that will vanquish the weak, and the weak will, it's natural selection that the weak will fail. They don't deserve to do any better if they haven't got the strength, power, money. But they also have this kind of slightly puritanical streak to them, which is a little bit kind of weird, but it basically goes back to a kind of Christian values. So how are we going to think about whether MAGA and Reform are actual real political parties? Well, we know that Donald Trump is a real person. I mean, although that's very difficult to verify in this AI world, but it's a bit like, I believe the Earth is round, it's a spherical material object, but I cannot actually prove it. And in the same way, I cannot prove that Donald Trump and Nigel Farage actually exist. And there are people around them that also exist, but are they actually a political party? Well, let's have a look and think about where the idea of right-wing politics comes from and what it means. And it starts off with Burke. And Burke was one of the first British politicians who really kind of defined what
I
conservatism
love how I'm
is.
more intrigued by what this guy's saying than Hassan.
What did Burke think? Well, conserve, to preserve, and that's what Burke wanted to do. He wanted to preserve traditions. He said that traditions were there for a reason, that they had been developed over time, and therefore they had value.
Panama
in
Canal's
and
almost
of
complete down here.
themselves. So we don't change what is.
Almost complete? What do you mean?
Reform.
He's building it. I
suggests
just drove by it.
Something different, doesn't it?
How much
Reform
has it got
suggests
It looks very
changing
far along.
the shape of the political
Yeah,
structure.
it just finished.
And the MAGA movement
Were you going
is
for it?
extremely radical.
Yeah.
It's radical because it is taking shortcuts on the Constitution. It is testing the Constitution. It is an authority that works through kind of executive decision making from Trump himself, not through the democratic process. So in terms of kind of holding on to the institutions and respecting them, MAGA doesn't really correlate with conservatism at all. Burke said that if you're going to change a society, then you do it slowly, very gradually. Whereas again, MAGA, they don't really believe in a slow, gradual change. They want instant change. They want to sweep away. They want to drain the swamp completely. They want to get rid of all of the barriers to their own so-called vision of what society should be. Now, we haven't really talked about what the vision is, but so they're not really connected in a way with traditional conservatism. Well, not so far anyway. Burke also said that the institutions are really important. The law, the legislature acts as a kind of barrier, a guardrail against abuse. Well, Trump, and of course we can say reform, because reform is a kind of little MAGA movement, isn't it? It's a mini MAGA movement.
Mini
We
MAGA
know that
movement.
because Trump, of course, said that immigrants were eating the cats and the dogs. And shortly afterwards, Nigel Farage of our Reform Party, who some say could be the next Prime Minister, an idea so...
Coupe wants to give me a lot of gold right now for coal. I'll do that.
Monty Python. But anyway, he said that immigrants in the UK were eating the swans. So you can see there's a real... They kind of reflect upon each other, don't they? Also, Burke did not like the idea of factional mass movements. He thought that sort of populism was a kind of hysterical, rather cheap, rather unpleasant, rather crass way of doing politics. Well, both Nigel Farage and Donald Trump are the opposite in that case as well. They believe in whipping up a kind of sort of hysterical, populist movement, using manipulation and lies and appealing to the worst of people's psychologies.
I'm ready.
So far, there is no correlation really
Let me move
between
my shit over there.
the new right of MAGA reform and the other parties that are around in the rest of Europe and South America, and the traditional idea of conservatism. It's a polar opposite, actually, in many ways, which makes me start to think that
He's founded a
they're
city
not
right
really
there,
a
too.
political party. I mean, it's not enough to call yourself a political party, to say that you are anti-woke. It's just not substantial enough a policy in order to give you an ideological framework for the future. It might get you votes, it might get you power, which it has done for Trump, but
Last turn, you're about to attack Gandhi.
I'm afraid that just being anti-woke and not liking the fact that a
So
man
you want to attack
was
Gandhi?
in a
All right,
woman's
I'm done.
race and he was born a
We'll,
woman,
we'll
or the
we'll
vice
start it.
versa, I don't think is what Burke had in mind when he made his grand gestures about what conservatism
You just
is.
start it.
Yeah, fuck him.
Anyway, so, you know, the point I'm making is that I think a lot of people still think that that these parties to the right are basically an extension of conservatism, you know, which, you know, had a reasonable reputation. It's been an effective form of functional government. You can't argue with that over the years. But they are not that. And that's why I'm thinking, because there is such a little correlation between the seeds of conservatism.
It also
and what
started
they're
with
doing,
China,
which
apparently.
I think in many respects is the
What
polar
did?
opposite of the whole idea.
The war.
Right?
I guess they were
I'm very
aligned
suspicious
in a
that they
military
don't
alliance.
actually exist really as political parties. That they are nothing but tools for power. That's what I'm thinking. And power is very seductive. I guess I never had any power myself, but I imagine it's incredibly seductive. And I imagine
Nothing's
although
in
I've
bombing
never had any
range.
myself, that money, and we're talking about millions in the case of Farage,
Will be in
and his
4 turns.
entourage, like Richard Tice, and billions in terms of Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and Zuckerberg and Trump and all his cronies. They're talking about making billions out of this government, and money may be seductive as well. I personally can't imagine why money is so seductive.
Bro,
I don't really understand.
This
it.
one
I know that sounds a bit
volcano
weird, but
erupted and it damaged
just don't
3 of
get
the
the
Viking
appeal
cities.
of having more than you need.
That's crazy.
I don't know whether it's just me.
It would be right in here
but
somewhere.
I quite like sort of being on the edge of poverty in a way. One of the great things about being close to poverty, obviously I've got enough money to put on the bread on the table and I can pay my rent, you know, I'm not saying that I can't do that. Although I'm not in a particularly great situation compared to many others who were born in the same time as me, for reasons we won't go into. But one of the
Stalin
great
just
things
founded
about
another
being
city.
close to not having huge amounts of assets is that nobody can take them away. I mean, it's very easy. Soon, people who've got assets, they can find themselves being asset stripped quite easily.
Trying
You know,
hard to
it's very
close
easy to get sued these
the
days.
gap
There are a
between
lot
us.
of people out there
But he
who are
won't.
very into litigation.
It's impossible.
And that American thing about kind of suing for large amounts of damages because you said something nasty is sort of spreading now to the UK and other places as well. And also, authorities can be pretty brutal, actually. Tax authorities, certain benefit authorities, they can all be pretty cruel when it comes to wanting money or deciding that you have infringed somehow. So, you know, I do understand the Felix Dennis theory. Felix Dennis being, of course, the guy who was a kind of 60s radical and was so fed up with being intimidated, bullied, and sued,
Bullied.
and almost kind of psychologically tortured by the
Oh,
authorities.
finally can write my musicals.
In the UK and in Australia, that he actually thought the only way I can escape all this is to become very wealthy. I've got to become very wealthy to protect myself from all these. And he did. He became a multimillionaire. And but you know, he flew over the radar. He produced all kind of radical and subversive magazines, and governments didn't like it at the time. This was a time when people would have to leave.
If I
places like
take this
Australia
city
and
down
America
here, I
and the
can
UK
liberate it to you
because
since you
they
founded
were
it.
hounded out of those
Oh, is that a
countries
thing?
because they
Yeah.
had liberal ideas. You know, I mean, there are many, many, many examples. That doesn't happen so much now. Well, that's good. We've progressed. We're a much better society than we were in the 70s. I can assure any of you listening that the 70s was not some glorious time. I don't care if you like ABBA and Slade. Things are much improved in those areas. And I don't want to see us reverse the clock completely because of political parties that don't exist. I don't think they're real. That's it for today.
This is a pivotal year for Africa.
I'm gonna burn his
becoming the
fields.
very first African city to host the G20 at the Leaders Summit in November 2025. By the same measure, Johannesburg today faces enormous challenges. Today you have a number of abandoned buildings. Buildings
I
that
can
have
establish
been
an
hijacked.
embassy.
People died in these buildings. People went missing.
Buildings that are not paying your rates and taxes. Those buildings should be taken, turned into living accommodation where our people can live lives of dignity.
Johannesburg's inner city stands on the brink of collapse. Once a symbol of ambition, it has become a
Johannesburg.
wasteland of neglect.
Huh?
Johannesburg.
Alright, I save it.
Alright.
And I'm gonna end the stream.
Okay. Saving. Saving. Saved. Alright. You can end it.
I'm gonna fucking... I can buy helicopters with faith.